Hey guys, how are you? Okay, I just ended my other live on my other channel, so my bad, you guys. I'm running a little bit late. Good morning, everybody. Let's get into it. Um, let's see. Morning. So court started roughly about 2 hours ago, and that's good for us because it's getting ready to be lunchtime in an hour, and we don't have to stop for lunch. It's all gas, no breaks. Okay. Um, let's get into it. One thing I did forget to mention, if anyone is new here, you just came through by redirect. You will notice that the young lady who is on trial, girl, she really reminds me of De'Ara Taylor. She really does. She just looks like her a little bit. She's got some. She just reminds me of her a little bit. Anyway, it's sad. This is a very sad story, and it's unfortunate, and we're still trying to figure this out. I can't give you a read to say, I think she did it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know yet. So we're just all watching and paying attention and hearing the evidence. And I'm not mad at that either, because we get to be kind of like a juror. We get to be like a 13th juror and hear just like the jury does. Because keep in mind, most of the time in these, well, not most of the times, the idea and the the foundation of our system is that the jury knows absolutely nothing and they're listening to it just kind of like we are right now. So that's what we're doing. We know absolutely everything you know. And if you want to go back to yesterday, I'm going to create a playlist so you can watch yesterday. So you'll have a whole entire playlist of however long this goes. So anyway, you guys, when they take a break, I'll be back. Okay. When there's a opportunity for a break, I'll be back. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's see. Let's see. I think they brought the jury in yet.
I started talking to the girls like, do we need to sign? She's sitting right there waiting for one of us to tell her to start.
And just so you know, this lady is not in custody. She's been out on bond for a couple of years. Um, why they took so long to charge her? Her attorney asked that question in open court during his opening statement yesterday, because it seems like they took about 2 or 3 years to charge her, and she's been out on bond. So, um, just to throw that out there in case you were wondering, is she in custody? No, she's not in custody. She's actually out on bond.
It's been being live streamed or televised. I'm just concerned as to whether or not the streaming of this case is also going to include the photographs, the autopsy photographs, and I just would have an objection to that. I don't know what my objection is, but I would object to it as not being, I would not think for the purpose of transmitting this case to the general public over the airwaves that it's necessary to show autopsy photographs.
Well, unfortunately, the law does not distinguish between public courtroom when you come here and a public courtroom on television. And as far as I can tell, I don't have any legal basis for prohibiting particular stuff other than maybe a sexual assault victim's name or face or some very thing. So while I appreciate your concern and I don't necessarily disagree with you, I don't think there's any legal way to prevent them from broadcasting anything that is otherwise open to the folks if they were sitting in the courtroom. So your objection is noted, and I will deny any motion to take any action about that. I don't think I can do that legally.
Thank you.
All right.
Let me say one thing too before they continue. I am going to go log into Georgia. Well, let me see if I can refresh it right now and see if Judge Hightower put out a decision over in the Sarah Grace Patrick case, if he ruled on Tight Suit Roberto's motion. Let me just go see real quick. If you're wondering what up, friend, what are you talking about? What other case are you talking about? Sarah Grace Patrick, there was a motion yesterday for a continuance of the trial to start in 3 weeks. And I don't know that that went very far. I don't even see the motion filed. Do you know I don't even see his motion that he argued yesterday? Anyway, that man is ridiculous, and I'm talking about the attorney. Okay, anyway, I don't see anything yet. As soon as Judge Hightower posts his decision about the motion yesterday, I'll make sure to let you guys know, okay?
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you bring them in, please, Bob.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go. Make sure your cell phones are turned off.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, let me not do too much because we need this to stream we need it to stream with all gas and no breaks, right? Are we on normal? Yes, we are. Okay. This girl has she has beautiful hair. Oh, her hair is so pretty. She's a pretty girl. There's no lie about that. And I feel sorry for her that she lost her son. I really do. I hope that she was not responsible for this child's death. I really do. I'm kind of rooting for her a little bit. She's a teacher, she's a professional. She broke up, I guess, with her kid's father. She started dating this new guy, and next thing you know, your son is dead. I don't know what type of dude this was she was messing with. I don't know if she has a ticky ticky boom boom screw loose. I'm not really sure, but the little boy is deceased and she's now on trial. So it's just not a good combination of things. And I am trying to root for her a little bit, and I hope that she doesn't have her hands dirty, and if she does, it's not going to go well for her. But hopefully, I mean, it seems like she does have a good lawyer. Based on yesterday, looks can be deceiving. This guy is giving a Matlock vibe, and he comes with the good cross. He really does. So you guys tell me what you think in the comments. Let me go all the way on mute so we don't prolong this thing to 7:00 tonight. But yeah, okay. Girl, her hair is gorgeous. She has a beautiful head of hair. Thank you, Boo Boo. Thank you for supporting for 26 months. Thank you, Boo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume. Mr. Dwayne, you can call your next witness.
The state calls Casey Cochran.
All right.
Can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Casey Cochran.
Can you spell your name for recorder?
Casey, last name is Cochran.
And Ms. Cochran, how are you employed?
I'm currently a pediatric nurse practitioner at Pediatric Community Care.
Okay. How long have you been a nurse practitioner?
A year and a half.
Okay. And before that, were you in the medical field?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was a RN, previously at primary pediatrics for 9 years.
For 9 years. Were you working there November 17th of 2020?
Yes.
And what was your role at that time for primary pediatrics?
A nurse.
Okay. And so do you remember specifically the day that I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Did something happen that day? Is that the norm?
Absolutely.
And what happened?
I was called from the front desk that somebody up front needed help. And so I went up front, but I guess I had passed the gentleman that had Carter, and so I met him in the back hallway, and came upon a gentleman holding Carter, who was lifeless, and we put him in room 4, laid him on the table.
Okay, when you say lifeless, what do you mean?
He was limp, eyes were rolling in the back of his head, mouth was open, not breathing, pale.
So you said you put him on the table in room 4? Okay, what happened?
Then I asked the gentleman what his name was, and he said Carter. And so I tried to stimulate him and said, Carter, Carter, trying to wake him up. And he wasn't responding. And so then I checked for pulses and did not feel a pulse.
Okay, what happened? Well, let me ask you this. Did you know who the man that brought Carter in was?
I did not.
At some point, did you figure out who he was? Okay. So when you didn't feel a pulse on Carter, what happened?
I then lifted his shirt up just to check for air movement, but I didn't see anything. At about that time, the nurse practitioner walked in and was checking after me, and we started CPR.
Okay. And who all was in the room?
Initially, it was just me, and then Amy Wood, the nurse practitioner, came in and started chest compressions.
Okay. Was it just you two, or were there kind of a bunch of people following?
They were coming in as Amy walked in, but initially it was just me with Carter and the gentleman.
And so I think you said, is it Dr. Wood?
Amy Wood,
Amy Wood.
she's a nurse practitioner.
Okay, nurse practitioner, I apologize. She was performing CPR.
She started chest compressions.
At any point, did you guys get a pulse?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Was CPR the only procedure that was performed at that time?
When she started chest compressions, they other employees showed up with a crash cart, and we started with the ambu bag, and did the chest compression CPR.
What's the ambu bag?
That is what you put around the nose and the mouth to breathe air into their lungs.
Was there any trachea that was put in, or
No.
they call it like a trach or
Yeah,
something?
no, sir.
Okay. Can you explain to us what that is?
The tray.
Yeah.
We have access to that, but it wasn't done. But it's a tube, an artificial tube that would go down into the esophagus, into the lungs, and breathe for the child through the ambu bag.
Now, was there, I call it an AED
Mhm.
machine. Did you guys have one of those?
We did.
What is that?
That is a machine that you put pads on, and it pretty much shocks the body to hopefully get a heartbeat going, or put the heart rate into a normal sinus rhythm, which is like a normal heartbeat.
Okay. And was that employed on Carter?
Yes.
And what happened?
The machine actually tells you if there is what they call a shockable rhythm. So it detects something that you're able to shock the heart. And it did say there was a shockable rhythm. And so we did we all cleared and shocked Carter.
Okay. And what happened after that?
His body was shocked, and then it kind of just went back flatline on the AED. There was no heartbeat.
Were there chest compressions?
We started that chest compressions, yes, sir.
And I think some of your coworkers called 911, correct?
Yes,
So at some point, did EMS arrive?
yes.
And what happened once they got there?
Once they got there, we got Carter on the gurney. Chest compressions were being performed as he was being taken out of the building all the way into the ambulance.
Okay. And what did you do to the ambulance take him somewhere
No,
else?
they stayed in the parking lot for a little bit. I believe they were trying to get an IO on him because we couldn't get.
What is that?
An IO actually goes into the bone, And it's another way that he can get fluids or life-saving
So it's a different kind of IV.
solutions. Correct.
Okay. And were they, so the EMS is still there trying to do that? At some point, did you see them leave, do you know?
I don't think I saw them leave, like, I didn't visualize them leaving.
And when EMS had Carter, what were you doing?
I stayed outside with the gentleman that brought him in, just kind of consulting him, and, I believe I asked where mom was, and, he was saying like 5 minutes away. But I kind of just stood out there, in the parking lot for a little bit.
Okay, did mom ever show up? Was he on the phone at all?
Mhm.
Okay, did you overhear anything?
I did hear
Yeah,
the
of course,
gentleman.
please, I would object to that. I mean, that's blatant hearsay.
Well, it's a statement by a co-conspirator.
The objection overruled.
What did you hear him say?
I heard the gentleman tell, mom on the phone, I should have brought him in last night when you told me to.
I mean, it seems, was that kind of the only part of the conversation that you picked up?
Mhm.
Okay.
Hold on a second. She said she overheard him say to her, I should have brought him last night when you told me to. So where was she at all night? Why didn't she bring her own son? Because mom's boyfriend isn't the father of the child. The man who brought the child in was the boyfriend. The father, I think, ended up showing up, but that's weird. I don't know. Look, we're listening and we collecting all the information, but okay. Um that poor little boy. Or call 911. Why didn't you drive him to the hospital? Why would you know what I'm saying? Like, no offense to the doctor's offices. Doctor's offices are just fine and they save lives too. But it's probably a better use of your time running straight to the emergency room rather than going to the doctor's office. It's just giving cover up. It's just giving a way to figure out that maybe they're going to try to think it's not my fault. Because the emergency room, they see this all day, every day, weird shit. So they're going to call it immediately. So maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know when he was
Me
driving?
too.
It was a Mustang, I don't remember the color.
Do you recall if you saw him leaving the Mustang?
Yes,
Okay. Was that when EMS left?
I don't remember.
Nothing further on.
Mr. Greg, Chief, with you.
I do have a few questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cochran, my name is Jeff Brew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins. You're representing Ms. Davis. How long was it that you said that you worked for pediatrics?
9 years.
You were familiar with Ms. Davis?
I was not. I believe that I worked for Robert Ford, and I think that Carter was a patient of Dr. Waters, so it was kind of on the opposite side of the building.
Okay. But in any event, did you come to know that this child was a regular patient of your place of employment?
Yes, sir.
And on this particular day, well, I guess subsequent to this happening, you wrote a statement that you provided to, who did you provide the statement to for the statement?
I was just told to do a statement, and I believe an officer came and picked the statements up. I think I handed it to my manager, who was elected.
But you were asked by your employer, everyone was asked to prepare a statement.
Yes, sir.
And you had stated on this document that you wrote that it was around 8:47 that particular morning. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when Mr. Benton brought the child in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The whole time that Mr. Benton was with the child, was he on FaceTime with Miss Davis?
I knew that he was on the phone with her, but I didn't know it was FaceTime.
Okay, but they were talking to each other.
Yes, sir.
They're sort of real frantic.
Yes.
They were real frantic. And the child was taken to room 4 where you started doing some work on him, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice any bruises on his body?
I did not.
Did you notice any blood?
Mm-hmm.
And the concern was he was brought in first, you may be having some sort of asthma attack, is that right?
I think we knew that was his history, and so we were just thinking it was respiratory issues,
Right.
not knowing the whole story.
Okay. But you didn't notice anything on his body that would indicate any sort of injury?
No, sir.
Was the child wearing a diaper when he was brought in?
He had on a pull-up and a t-shirt.
Okay.
That's all.
And in the pull-up, was there any urine in the pull-up that you know of?
I don't recall.
Was there any sort of bowel movement?
Not that I know of.
You know, just such a shot.
Okay.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Chief, excuse me.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran, you're free to go and stay as you wish.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown.
All right.
Can you raise your right hand? Sure. Swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Can you state your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Daniel Brown.
Can you spell it for the court?
Sure, D-A-N-I-E-L-B-R-O-W-N.
Mr. Brown, are you currently employed?
Yes, part-time, yes.
Can you go ahead and explain that?
I worked with Georgia Bureau of Investigation as medical examiner in Augusta for 15 years. And when I retired, I went to work for the city of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania for another 5 years, and then moved back to Akron, Ohio, because that's where my wife's family's from. And then those are basically the jobs that I've had.
For Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia.
City of Philadelphia, right, medical examiner.
And when did you retire from GBI?
Like 2014.
2014, okay. Did you ever come back and work for GBI in any capacity?
I do. After I retired, when I left Philadelphia and I came back to Ohio, I was contacted by GBI and they asked me if I would be interested in working as a part-time medical examiner. So I accepted that in June of 2020. And so I've been doing that ever since. I come back 1 week a month, in cases, either in Savannah or Macon.
And can you explain what exactly a medical examiner does?
Medical examiner is a physician who's trained in forensic pathology, and we basically are charged with determining the cause and manner of death in whatever jurisdiction we're in.
So you perform autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of education do you have?
I earned a bachelor's degree at Kent State in Ohio. I earned my medical degree at American University in Coral Gables, Florida. I did my training in anatomic pathology, which is just general pathology, at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I did my forensic training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland in Baltimore. And after that, I came to work for Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I was the medical examiner at Augusta.
Dr. Brown, will you do me a favor? Will you pull that mic a little bit that way so it's in front of your
Oh, yeah,
mouth
sure,
when you
sure.
turn?
Yeah.
And there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
No problem.
So let me back up a little bit. You said you got your undergraduate degree from Kent State?
Yeah.
And that's a 4-year degree?
Correct.
And what was your degree in?
Criminal justice and biology.
Okay, biology. And then you went to medical school?
Yes,
Okay, and how long was medical school?
4 years.
4 years, okay. And then afterwards, where did you go?
Then I went to University of Tennessee to do a residency in pathology.
And what is the residency?
A residency is after you train as a medical, no matter what type of physician you become, if you choose to specialize, you do a fellowship in internal medicine, cardiovascular surgery, whatever your interest is. My interest was in forensic pathology, so I did my fellowship, which is 2 years in addition to my 3 years at the University of Tennessee, which was general pathology. I did 2 years at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Baltimore. And that was my fellowship. And then from there, I went.
How many years was that?
Total? Or you mean just for forensic pathology?
Residency and then fellowship.
Residency was 3 years and fellowship was 2 years.
And in this residency, in this fellowship, were you actually performing autopsies?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, are you a board certified doctor or MD?
Yeah, certified by the Board of Forensic Medicine.
Are you still?
Yes.
And so this residency and fellowship, that's like training and performing autopsies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
Over 15,000, I don't know the exact number. I do about 300 autopsies a year for the last 24 years, whatever it's been.
And have you had the occasion to testify in court about any of your autopsies?
Yes.
About how many?
How many times testifying?
Yes.
200 or 300. I mean, it's more than 200. I don't know if it's 300, but it's more than 200.
Those times have you been deemed an expert in forensic pathology?
I have.
And is it all the time, some of the time?
I've never not been, but
Okay. So let me do this. So when you perform an autopsy, can you just give us just like a 360,000-foot view of kind of what that process is?
Sure. Whenever, and I'll mostly talk about it as far as Georgia goes, whenever we get notified by the coroner that there has been a death, then we decide with the coroner whether or not it's a case that needs to be seen. Some cases do not need to be seen by a medical examiner. If we deem that it is necessary to be seen, it's brought to our facility. The coroner brings it and bring it after the body's been put in a body bag from wherever the scene was, whether they died at the hospital or died at home or wherever. They get put in a body bag. It's brought to GPI, the medical examiner's office. First thing we do is we open the bag and we take photographs. And this is just to show, not just for our purpose, but for this kind of purpose, is to see what we saw whenever we received the body. After we've done that, then the body is, we do clothing, and we look for any signs of injury or any signs of pathology. And once we've done that and documented it, either written word or photographs, usually photographs, if there is any injury or pathology to document. After that, then we do either a limited autopsy or we do a full close. A limited autopsy would be somebody that had a history of heart disease and passed out at home. We may do a limited on them just to show that they actually did have, coronary artery disease. Or a full autopsy. Full autopsy is, we look at all the internal organs, the brain, all of the body's tissues inside. We look to see if there's any kind of injury or pathology in the internal examination.
Okay. And so, did you perform an autopsy in this case?
I did.
Okay. And so let me,
Judge, before we get too far, I have no questions as to the qualifications of this witness.
and at this point, the state would ask the court to deem Dr. Brown an expert in forensic pathology.
We have no objection based on what I've heard.
He'll be so qualified.
Thank you. So, do you need a copy of your report to go over this?
I stuck one in my pocket. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna use
Well,
that.
don't read from it, I just wanna make sure you have it in front of you in case. you-
Okay, what if I want to refresh my memory?
Yeah. And we'll handle that between the two. So you received, a body in this case, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the name?
No, off the top of my head. The deceased name was Carter Ambrose.
How old was he?
He was 2 years and 10 months.
So you performed a full autopsy on him, correct?
That's correct.
Is an autopsy on a child different than an adult?
Well, we look at everything on a child, but we will look for things that maybe a child has, as a child would not normally be able to say to their parents or to their caretakers. So we look for signs of injury on children that are nonverbal or they're born of the degree that they can talk to somebody and tell them how they were hurt or how they were injured or what was happening with them. We usually get that from parents and whether they've had high fever, whether they had vomiting, things like that. But we look for all these things, especially in a child, because we want to make sure that we cover all our bases as far as like injury and pathology.
Okay. And you said you're looking for injury, stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Do you document that?
We do.
How do you do that?
We do the photographs and I document it in my report.
All right, so I have what's previously been shown to the defense counsel states exhibits 2 through 11. Can you look at these real quick?
Sure.
I just wanted to look real quick to make sure that they're not showing any photos because I really don't want to show Court TV and Law and Crime typically don't show autopsy or crime scene photos. So I just wanted to be sure. It's happened a few times, but it's not often.
You recognize them?
I do.
What are they?
These are photos taken at autopsy of this individual.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate representation of the individual or this child at the time you perform the autopsy?
They are.
Do they appear to have changed or altered in any way?
No, we have our markers in the pictures. When we take a picture of anything, we have the case number of that individual, and it's in the photograph, so that we can show that this was our picture that we took.
And Your Honor, the state will offer an evidence states exhibits 2 through 11.
There's a minute with the objection continuing.
So I think you said something about a number, right? So I'm gonna, with the court's permission, put this on the overhead. And yeah, you can turn around. So is that the number that you're talking about?
Yes, this is an identification photograph. Everybody that comes to the office, they get an identification photograph. It's just a placard and their face shot.
So when you, this is kind of the beginning of the stage, right?
This is right at the beginning of the autopsy.
And so when you were getting ready to perform your autopsy, did you have any impressions as to kind of what may have caused the death or any backstory on why he was there?
As far as the backstory goes, we were told that it was taken to his family pediatrician because he had been having breathing troubles and had been given breathing treatments. And then when he was at the pediatrician, he was unresponsive, so the pediatrician began resuscitative measures while he waited for EMS without history to the hospital.
Okay. And so I guess it was your impression that maybe you were looking at some kind of respiratory problem?
That's the impression that we were given at the beginning was that this would sound like a child with some type of inflammatory or whatever.
And when you performed your autopsy, did you find any evidence that there was some kind of disease, respiratory disease?
No, we did not.
Okay. What did you find?
We found, well, first of all, an external examination, we found a lot of injury on the body. And the recent injury, there was nothing there, like such as a scab. It would have been, I would describe that as an older or remote injury because it's been already scabbed. These injuries were all within a recent time frame. There weren't hours between them. So then I just note those, and I note those on the body.
Okay, so what external injuries did you locate?
We saw some abrasion. Abrasion is just a scraping of the skin. We saw abrasion around the nose here. We saw some contusion, which is bruising around the corner of the mouth and on the inside of the lips. I'd have to look at the report, but we also
So if you look at your report, go ahead.
right nostril is a red abrasion. That's a red described abrasion. If it's an older abrasion, they dry up. Eventually they become a scab. But if they dry, there's no fresh hemorrhage or anything, and it has a kind of a brown color to it. When it's described as red, that means that's from either the contusion, if it's contusion, or it's from the abrasion, it's the hemorrhage from an abrasion. This was, I had an abrasion on the right upper lip, an abrasion on the left upper lip, and an abrasion on the mucosal surface, which is the inside of the surface of the lower lip. So that's a contusion on the inside of the lip. There were a couple brown, red, blue contusions, which are recent.
Where were they?
This was on the left side of the face. Some injuries, contusion. A small contusion on the right chest, adjacent to the sternum, next to the breastbone. A round red contusion on the right upper abdomen, along the costal margin, which is right where your rib cage, if you feel your rib cage, that's the costal margin. Blue-green contusion, blue-green discoloration on the abdomen, that's another contusion. Red contusion on the abdomen, overlying the umbilicus, which is your belly button. A squared red abrasion, a couple of them, on the underside of the scrotum. So just underneath the scrotum. And a couple small linear red abrasions on the right mid-abdomen, so the middle of the abdomen.
So I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 3. If you can look at
Sure.
it behind you. So what are we looking at in this picture?
This is the,
Unfortunately, the laser pointer does not work very well on my new fancy TV screen. So feel free to stand up, doctor, if you need to, but I want you to speak up real
Oh, I
loud
will, okay.
for the jury.
All right, I will. This is a contusion around the cheek here. This is some dermatitis. If it's not really, looks worse than it is. It's not really. This is some kids get that chafing. But this is the contusion. That's a red contusion right there.
So let me just focus on that
Sure.
contusion that you're talking about.
Sure.
When you say contusion, what do you mean?
A contusion, I'm sorry, is a bruise.
A bruise? Okay.
So it's the blood vessels under a bruise. The blood vessels have broken, but they have not broken the surface. So then this coloration you see is the hemorrhage underneath.
Could that contusion that you're referring to in this photo on his cheek be some kind of reaction to something else, like an allergic reaction?
No, that's not.
That's not an allergic reaction. So I'm going to publish States 5 now. And what are we looking at in 6.5?
These are the contusions I talked about on the upper lip. This is the mucosal surface of the inside of the lip, and that's a contusion on the inside of the inside.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. So the CPR is performed on this child. When you're doing an autopsy, do you look for signs or injuries that could be a result of CPR?
Yes.
Okay, and what would those be?
Well, in adults, it's usually fractured ribs
Okay.
from compressions, because the EMTs work them very hard. And but in a child, most of the time, we don't see injury because the child, especially someone under the age of 4 or 5 years old, their lungs are, or their rib cage is still very pliable. So you can put a lot of pressure on that without causing any breakage or anything like that. I didn't see any signs under with the sternum or around the ribs of hemorrhage.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't quite ask you the question I meant to ask.
Okay.
So oftentimes when people are trying to keep someone alive, they give like trachea, do they try to get oxygen to them?
Right.
Okay. And do you look for injury from that?
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, well, he had an endotracheal tube somebody put in, which I can't discount that as not being part of the injury on the lip there. Up there, not so much, but here, that's in the same place where they replaced the endotracheal tube.
The upper lip, not so much?
Not so much on the upper lip, because the tube is going in here and down.
Okay. And as part of that, I mean, so what is this little part right here?
This,
Yes.
that's the frenulum.
Frenulum, okay. When,
And that has a little bit of confusion on it, but that, again, that could be possibly from the endotracheal tube.
so I'm gonna publish in States Exhibit 6. I apologize for the letter. I'm trying my best here.
It's okay.
What is being depicted in this photograph?
On this, I'm just showing, or we're just showing the different, there were some areas of bruising or contusion on the abdomen. That's what these little areas are right here around, and this is on the right side of the abdomen right here. And that's where those injuries are. This is the costal margin or the edge of the rib cage would be right down along here.
Okay. So you said area is horrible.
Yeah, there's several.
Several, so can you specifically point in that picture to where they are?
This I won't be very red contusion on the right upper chest adjacent to the sternum, so that'd be this one right by that. There's a well-healed scar there. It has nothing to do with this. But it's right beside that well-healed scar is a contusion on that one. There was one on the midline abdominal on the upper margin. That would be this right up here. Those areas right there. There's another great contusion on the left upper abdomen along the costal margin. So that would be this contusion. This is the costal margin right here. So it would be right in that area there. That's what that discomfort is. And then the other sort of other injuries of the body.
Yeah. So, and this is States Exhibit 8.
This just shows some of the same areas of hemorrhage around the belly. That's the belly button. There's some contusions around there that I measured and took photographs of.
So how many injuries are to that you look at? Six.
Different.
And you found other external injuries, correct?
Yes, there was abrasion on the underside of the scrotum.
Okay, this is States Exhibit 10. There's a bit of a glare.
This is abrasion, not a contusion. It can be contused abrasion. It can have abrasion, but also has hemorrhage around it under the skin. And this is the abrasion right here. And then there's some contusion around that, but this is the injury that's right underneath the underside of the scrotum, which is right in what they call the peritoneal area, right underneath between your buttocks and your scrotum.
So you can have a seat.
Oh,
Okay, sorry, thank you.
sorry.
All right, so we just talked about the external injuries that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of the autopsy that you performed on the child, did you find any internal injuries?
We did.
What kind of internal injuries did you find?
The major internal injury that I saw was a laceration of the liver. And I'll refresh my memory here with how long it was. A 2.5 inch laceration of the liver at the attachment of the falciform ligament, which is where river has a right lobe and a left lobe, and there's a ligament that goes right between them. It's right next to the largest lobe of the two lobes, largest on the right.
Now, I think you said it was either the main or the major injury that you located.
That there was other hemorrhages in here.
Well, then let's talk about those.
Okay,
So you
sure.
want to hear all of the internal injuries that you found?
Okay, sure. There was a hemorrhage on the scalp. When we reflect the scalp, what we do, we reflect the scalp means that we open, in other words, we make a cut across from one side and head to the other. Then we take the scalp and pull it forward this way, pull it forward and back. And in that, in the right and back right, right posterior parietal, which is back in this area, there was hemorrhage in the scalp there, so that was indicated that there was some type of trauma in that area. Something caused that hemorrhage in the scalp. Also, there were there was also at the vertex. There was some hemorrhage at the vertex, which is the top of the scalp. The anterior abdominal wall muscles, in other words, your six pack or whatever you want to call those muscles in the front, the rectus abdominis muscles, there was hemorrhage in those. So that's from some time of trauma to those muscles that would cause them to bleed. The tissue in the mesentery, what the mesentery is the fat, in your small and large bowel, kind of goes like this, fish back and forth through your lower abdomen. And between that, what holds that together is mesentery fat. And there's a lot of blood vessels in there. Well, there was hemorrhage in these blood vessels and in the fat of the small and large bowel. And then the laceration of the liver was that was the major injury that I saw. And about 200 ml of blood, which is
When you say ML, what do you mean?
milliliters. I'm sorry, 200 milliliters of blood, which is probably the size of the amount we would hold in a cola can. There was hemorrhage in the pancreas, which is right there with the small, right next to the small valve. There was hemorrhage in the testicular cord, which is the cord that holds the testicles. So near the same area as that abrasion was. And there was some serosal hemorrhage of the intestines. Serosal surface of the intestines is just the top surface, and there was some hemorrhage in that. Also the trauma.
All right, so this is State's Exhibit 11.
Okay,
What is that?
that's this is the it's the right lobe of the liver. The liver sits right up here under your diaphragm, or right below your diaphragm. And this falciform ligament is this thing right here. And it's right in the middle between these two lobes. Like I said, this is the right lobe of the liver is large, and it tapers and gets smaller over this side. But there was trauma to this part of the stomach that caused that to tear. The liver is a pretty solid organ, but it's still very friable, meaning you can tear or push into it easily.
Okay.
So it doesn't take much force.
So as part of your role as a medical examiner in performing the autopsy, do you determine if there's a method and manner of death?
We do. Our job is to determine cause and manner.
Okay. And what information do you use in order to make that determination, provide that opinion?
Well, partly is we base it upon the coroner and law enforcement because they will tell us what circumstance would like this person to see, to brought to us to be autopsy. The other thing is then we take into consideration what injuries we see, and is it something that would be consistent with one incident, or could it be consistent with several different incidents, especially with the child?
So when you say incident, what do you mean?
I mean, was it just one thing? Was it just a lacerated liver, or was there other things that we can document? So that's our part of our job, is to determine all these different things, whether what one and or which ones contributed to this person's demise.
Okay. And did you find just one thing?
The main thing was hemorrhage was the main reason. The laceration of liver, hemorrhage, and the hemorrhage in the abdominal, the intestines, things, that all collectively contributed to that.
Okay. You said collectively.
Yeah.
But there's evidence of other injuries, right?
The injuries, the external injuries were all ones that we would consider, those, we look for something, especially in the child, we look to see what kind of injuries they have. In children, a lot of the injuries that we see on a child are not necessarily in this case, but when children will see where they're a toddler or something, they may have scrapes and things like that from walking in furniture or falling down or things like that. But we don't see a lacerated liver with that.
Okay. Well, when you performed the autopsy, I mean, did you find any of those bruises or scrapes on any of his extremities?
Well, not on the extremities, it was mostly on his mouth and his abdomen.
Okay. So what, in your opinion, was the cause of death?
It was a blood force trauma of the abdomen and the liver.
Was that laceration of the liver?
Correct.
Blood force feedback?
Correct.
Laceration of the liver? Okay. And what was the manner?
Manner of death we determined to be homicide.
Okay. So you said that you based this on kind of the information that you gathered plus the autopsy, whatever you find.
Right.
Autopsy. Is this a scenario where it could be an accident?
In this case, no.
Okay, why do you say that?
These injuries are ones that it doesn't support an accident. If a lacerated liver is something I see like a car accident. Lacerated liver is serious. I mean, that's a major injury. And the story that we were told, or the information we provided, didn't indicate that this child had been in any kind of situation where he would get an injury to his liver that devastating.
And you say it's a major injury, and I think you kind of put it in the context of a car accident.
That's
Are you referring kind of to the force that's needed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. How much force do you think is needed to lacerate the liver?
Well, it would take a significant amount because the liver is somewhat protected by the abdomen, so you've got to put some force onto that. And the reason I say car accident is because we do see that in car accidents. We see a lot more injuries than just that in a car accident. But this was directed, focused on that abdomen and that liver. In other words, this was to get that falling down on your belly. You're not going to get a lacerated liver. Falling out of a bunk bed, you're not going to get a lacerated liver. The only way you would get that is if you fell onto something, and it would have to be something significant that was hard, that enough that whenever you fell on it, or were high enough to fall on it, and hit it hard enough to push in far enough to lacerate your liver. We don't see that in kids.
And is it fair to say that if you did fall off a bunk bed and land on a traffic cone, you would see one impact?
Well, yeah, if we're talking about like one of those plastic cones or something like that, and that would have to, in my mind, that plastic cone would maybe not even, but that type of shape, it gives you a focus point is the top of that cone. If you're falling from a height and you hit that, possibly when deep enough through the bowel and hit the liver and lacerate it. But just falling from the bunk bed or something like that, I wouldn't expect to see a lacerated liver.
Could this potentially have been caused by CPR?
It's unlikely. The reason I say that is because the CPR that from what I understand, that was performed was done at the pediatrician's office, and a pediatrician would know not to push on the abdomen to do CPR.
So when you're doing CPR,
You push it on the chest over the line of the sternum.
so let me ask you this, so it took a while for this report to be generated, right? Your autopsy report?
It takes a little while, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I think this one probably took longer than normal.
Well, we had to wait for toxicology results and we had to
Okay.
wait for histology results,
Okay.
which is looking at tissue under the microscope.
And so, I think, were you able to determine the time of death?
No,
Or, excuse me, let me rephrase that. A time for when the injury occurred.
I can't give you, I mean, it wasn't days, it was probably hours.
Well, and that's what I'm referring to. So do you recall a number of months later that there was a meeting with some people where you guys went over and
Well, I went
discussed?
over with the chief there.
With the chief.
The chief medical examiner, his name is Jonathan Eisenstadt.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, was there a time frame for the injury?
I would have to look back, I'm not sure, Jonathan's very good at what he does, but I don't remember.
No, that's okay.
He gave us the time.
But you just recall that there was
No,
another
yeah,
medical
there's-
examiner
right,
who
this
was
was
kind of
important.
involved.
Right, this was an important case to look at very carefully, so I included the chief medical examiner, and I don't remember if there's anybody else, but we went over the case. And I'm sure if he came up with a timeline, I just don't remember.
No, I don't have anything further at this time.
Mr. Gray, please review.
Thank you, Howard. Dr. Brown, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jeff Crew here, representing Ms. Davis in this matter. Let me, some of the things you just talked about, you know, the autopsy report that you signed off on was several months later, is that correct?
I'm gonna look, but you're probably right. It usually takes a while.
Okay, the death was on November the 17th of 2020. You signed off on this report on September the 29th of 2021, is that correct?
We're here. Yes, that appears to be correct.
That would have been over 10 months later, is that right?
Correct.
And you, in answering the questions of Mr. Dwayne, you just mentioned that a lot of times you waited for the crime lab reports as far as toxicology and things of that nature, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're aware, are you not, that the toxicology report that was done by Amanda Cook was completed on December the 16th of 2020. Do you have any recollection of that?
Well, I don't have that in front of me, but that sounds right.
Okay, so it was about a month after the death, is that right?
That would be about right.
All right. And then there was another report done by Carla Turner, forensic toxologist, in your office that was completed on December the 23rd of 2020. Does that sound about right?
If that's on the report, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So, I mean, were there any other reports that you were waiting on in a period of time from basically Christmas of 2020 until you signed off on your report at the end of September of the next year, 9 months or so later?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and you had mentioned that I guess your superior was Dr. Eisenstadt, is that correct?
Yes, he was the chief at the time.
And I guess from time to time you met with Dr. Eisenstadt concerning the cause of death in this matter.
I don't know how many times we've met. He is, you have to remember, I live in Ohio, so I come down 1 week a month, to either Macon or Cooler, Savannah, to do cases. So whenever I would be able to see him, would only be whenever I go up to headquarters.
Okay.
And if you say we have several meetings, I'll take your word
All
for
right.
it, but I don't remember.
And Mr. Dwayne just asked you some questions about when you met with Dr. Eisenstadt and other people in your office. and later on, in September of 2021, to go ahead and get this autopsy report prepared. Is that right?
Yes,
And this was something that was done online with you and Dr. Eisenstadt and the district attorney's office here and the sheriff's department here, Houston County Sheriff's Department. Do you recall that?
I was here for that. I remember meeting with Eisenstadt, but I don't remember meeting online. If that's the case, I don't.
Well, I mean, do you remember talking to the district attorney's office about your findings?
Not until recently.
Okay,
Because this was a case from 5.5 years ago, so.
sure, okay. But nonetheless, you wouldn't disagree that your office, being the GBI Division of Forensic Sciences, talked with the district attorney's office just immediately prior to you issuing or signing off on your autopsy report. Is that right?
That I don't know. I don't know who they talked to before I signed off on my report.
Okay. But you recognize that it was several months later.
Yes, this is during COVID too, whenever I would,
Sure.
so when I came down, there were times of the lab to be closed and.
Right. And there was there ever any concerns that COVID may have been involved in this child's death?
No.
Just a second, Aaron. Dr. Brown, let me just ask you this. I take it that the autopsy was done within a day or so of the child dying, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And this was done where? At the facility in Macon?
It was. Yeah, central lab, that was it.
Okay, Central Labs in Macon or Dry Branch actually?
Correct. Dry branch, yes, that's it.
Who all, as far as the photographs that were taken, who took those photographs? Did you take them or did?
No, I directed who took them. They were taken by our autopsy assistants. There's what they call death investigation specialists and forensic pathology assistants, and they're the ones who take all photographs.
All right. But in any event, and you were told originally that the child had some asthma problems, is that right? Some respiratory problems?
Yeah, supposedly they had breathing problems, and the story that we were told was that the child had breathing problems, that the boyfriend, caretaker, said the breathing problems, contacted the mother. Mother said, he said, you gave a breathing treatment, you gave another breathing treatment, evidently that didn't work, she said, take the pediatrician.
All right. Now, you testified as to that you noticed some injuries to the top of the head or the back of the head. Is that right?
Yeah, some scalp hemorrhage.
Okay.
There was no injury to the brain or the skull.
Okay. But none of that contributed to the child's death.
That shouldn't have, no.
I mean, not at all. I mean, that's just typical in the child's existence. Is that fair?
I don't know that it was a daughter's continuum, whether the child was receiving blunt force trauma at the same time. I don't know, but no, the scalp hemorrhage itself would not have cost this child.
All right. Now in your report, or there was some talk about this child that the injuries could have occurred anywhere from within 24 hours to 72 hours prior to the child's demise. Is that correct?
That was in my report.
Well, I mean, do you recall Dr. Eisenstadt telling you that was,
Objection on hearsay at this point.
I don't think Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions can come in. You can ask this witness if he reached that conclusion or not.
all right, well, did you reach that conclusion that it was within 24 to 72 hours?
No, I didn't put a time on it. we put it on, I mean, it was recent, but it was not, I can't tell you how many hours.
I mean, could it have been, an hour before the child's death?
Doubtful.
Okay. Could it have been a week before?
No, because some of the injuries would have healed.
They were,
They'd have been, some of the injuries would have been in the process of healing. So we wouldn't have seen all the injuries that we saw. You know, been scabs or some, you know, some of the injuries in the mouth, injuries on the body would have healed, or they've been in the process of healing. In other words, scabbing over. So, you know, you don't get a scab the next day.
okay, but did any of the injuries that she showed around the mouth there, did that contribute to the child's death?
No,
I'm talking about a lacerated liver,
that's correct.
okay? And I understand that there's a term called lingering, a lingering liver bleed. Is that a statement?
That word, I've never heard that term.
Okay, but we don't know when the injury occurred, do we?
I do not.
I mean, it's something that could have happened, as far as the liver is concerned, is that something that could have happened, that particular, within, say, 6 hours of the child dying?
The liver was lacerated and it bled, and it just depends on how fast it bled. I don't know how long it took for it to happen.
You don't have an educated guess as to, I mean, if it was an hour before, 6 hours before?
That's just overruled.
I mean, do you have an educated opinion as to when it could have happened?
No.
Or how it could have happened?
It happened from blunt force trauma.
Okay. What is blunt force trauma? I mean, from a car wreck, you've already established that, but from,
And they didn't tell me he was in a car wreck.
okay, all right. I mean, it could have happened from someone hitting someone with a baseball bat.
Oh, absolutely could.
Okay.
Significant trauma to the abdomen caused the laceration of the liver.
And you don't know how that significant trauma occurred,
I do not.
or any suppositions now.
I do not.
Just a second, John, please. And once again, as far as the liver is concerned, would there be any, besides the laceration, any other injuries to the liver?
There was only the laceration that I saw.
Okay. And your testimony was that you saw some other bruising on the outside of the body, is that correct?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the lacerated liver?
The ones on the contusions or bruising on his abdomen most certainly could have, because it also contused and bruised the inside of his internal organs. So that's where the blood was trauma to the abdomen, and that's where the liver's will go there.
If a person has suffered from a lacerated liver, is there any way of telling or showing as to where the blood would exit the body? I mean, would it exit the body through urine, through a bowel movement of some sort?
No,
No? Okay, I mean, would blood come out of someone's mouth or nose or ears or anything like that?
it's in a confined space. The liver's in the peritoneal cavity. That's a cavity. There's no conduit out to the outside world from there. And it would stay in the cavity and flocculate or collect in soft tissue like the adipose tissue of the blood or the fatty tissue that surrounds these organs. And that's what we had.
And it could stay there for days.
It would usually, if it stayed there for days, it would have been clotted. Eventually it would clot. This blood was not clotted.
Just a second. Let me ask question, if there were some evidence that in the hours or days previous to the child's demise that would there be, could you infer from your opinion that the child would have thrown up blood or vomited blood?
No. I mean, the vomiting from being of a blow to the stomach is common for anybody. Okay, but I don't know, I guess I don't know what the question is, that if he threw up, it wouldn't be blood, it would be whatever's in the stomach contents.
Okay, but it would, I guess it would have nothing to do with the lacerated.
The liver is in the same cavity as the bowel and the stomach, but they don't interconnect in any way. In other words, the liver tears, the blood comes out, goes out and into the tissue around the muscle, and the fatty tissue around it, and then it would stay there.
But have you seen situations happen where there's been a lacerated liver for a longer period of time than 24 to 72 hours?
Where it's been longer than that,
Yes.
not being treated? No, I haven't seen that.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Glenn?
No, you don't.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. You are free to go stay as you wish. You may be excused.
Right, thank you.
Dr. Eisenstadt.
Somebody in the gallery needs a pocket full of mints or lifesavers.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm testimony about you being truthful, truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Can you say your name for the record, please?
Jonathan Eisenstadt.
Can you spell your name for the court?
Sure. JONATHANEISENSTAT.
And how are you currently employed?
Currently, I wear a couple hats. I still perform autopsies at 2 medical examiner offices, Cobb County in Metro Atlanta and New York City, where I did my training. So I go there about once every month and a half or so to do cases. I also do autopsies for 2 Emory hospitals, St. Joseph's and Johns Creek. And then my other hat is doing consulting work as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
And so, let me see, you work for GBI at some point.
I worked for GBI for a while, yes.
And how long did you work for?
So I started as an associate medical examiner in 2006. 2014, I became deputy chief, so second in command. And then in 2015, I became the chief medical examiner, which I stayed in until January of 2022.
And so the chief medical examiner, so you kind of oversee everybody who's performing the autopsies and so forth.
Right, I still did autopsies, but I basically ran the state death investigation.
And let me back up. If we could talk about your educational background, you can tell us.
Sure. So after medical school, I actually started in surgery. Realized it was not the profession I wanted to stick with, so I transferred out of that after a year and a half and started general pathology training. That's if you go to the hospital, have surgery, anything taken out, that goes to pathologists, look at it under the microscope and at the tissue itself, make the diagnosis, let your doctor know, the doctor lets you know if it's cancer or something else. I did that for 3.5 years and then did a year of pediatric pathology, which is, again, the same thing as at hospital pathology, but now focusing on everything from fetuses up to around 18 years of age. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology training at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office and stayed on 1 more year and did forensic neuro and forensic cardiac pathology training, which is looking at brains, spinal cords, hearts, vessels, things of that sort.
Roughly how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I'm somewhere between about 4,300 and 4,400 right now.
And of those that you performed, how many were on children?
Oh, well, during my fellowship in pediatric pathology, I don't remember the exact number, but it was probably somewhere around 100 autopsies on children. And then throughout my forensic career, probably in the hundreds, because it's everything from children and like car accidents through quote unquote SIDS, which is a different terminology now, and child abuse cases.
And of the times that you have performed an autopsy, have you had the occasion to testify to your findings in an autopsy?
I have
Okay, roughly how many times?
in the hundreds.
Okay. And so let me, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. So I think you said something about pediatric, you have kind of training in pathology, kind of a wide, maybe not a wide range, but there's adult pathology and then there's kind of pediatric pathology, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you talk more about your training in pediatric pathology?
Sure. So that was at New York University Hospital, so NYU. And children are not little adults. Their disease processes are different. The way they break down things can be different. And so that's why there's a whole subspecialty in that. So during that year, I did autopsies on, again, babies from fetuses. I think during that year, probably the oldest child was in the early teens. And then also any biopsies or surgeries that were performed, the diseases of childhood can be different than the diseases of adulthood. So during that whole year, any specimen that was taken out by a physician or a clinician, would come to us and we would look at it to make the diagnosis of what disease process, if it was a disease process, what it was.
And over your career, do you have kind of continual training or education in the field?
Yes, so I go to national conferences, I keep up with, which is required to maintain your medical license. I'm a member of a number of organizations, which I actually am on a committee that writes continuing education articles for other physicians and investigators.
And, well, let me just do this. John, at this point, I'm going to offer the witness as an expert in forensic pathology with a subspecialty training on pediatric pathology.
Mr. Greer, do you have voir dire or objections?
I have no objections, Your Honor.
He shall be so qualified.
So we're kind of throwing a lot of big words around, although I'm sure it could be a lot more complicated. So what is your role? So this is back in 2020, 2021. So you're the chief medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I believe that's the Division of Forensic Sciences.
Correct.
So where are you kind of headquartered?
So the headquarters are in Metro Atlanta, in Decatur. And at the time, I believe we had two other offices. One was in Macon and the other in Cooler, which was a coastal Savannah office. I was headquartered in the Atlanta office, but I would travel, obviously, throughout the entire state, considering the fact there are 155 of the counties in the state where we did the death investigation for them. And so I'd be traveling quite a bit, but I was headquartered in Atlanta.
Okay. And so I think earlier you testified as chief medical examiner, you kind of oversee the medical examiner's office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so other than administrative tasks, do you have any duties that are specific to certain types of cases or something like that?
Well, we would have a meeting every single day, both in the morning and in the afternoon, to discuss the cases that came in. And then we would also have meetings, and this was with all the offices, about difficult cases. And then just because of all those subspecialty training that I had in pediatrics, neuro, and cardiac, a number of the other physicians, the other medical examiners, would bring cases to me to review and give my opinions on.
And so did it come to your attention that an autopsy has been performed on a child named Carter Ambrose?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I remember that it was in November of 2020 is when the case was performed. I have to be honest, I don't recall when I was first notified of the case.
Okay. But at some point, did your involvement increase in that particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your involvement? What was the reason for that? Can you walk us through?
Sure. So the general approach to a child death is just like any other case. We have to look to see if there's traumatic injuries, if there's natural disease, is there something that predisposes the child to something, and then obviously since the child usually does not have the ability to, or may not want to convey whatever may or may not have happened, we have to look at the case and see if it fits with a specific story. And so this was a child with a fairly isolated injury. And I say injury again in a general term. What caused the liver to be injured? Was it an inflicted injury? Was it an accidental injury? Could there have been an underlying natural disease that predisposed the child to bleeding or softening of the tissues? So, not as much force would be needed to cause the liver to be damaged. So Dr. Brown, he just testified, I believe?
He did.
Okay, so Dr. Brown performed the autopsy, and at that time, every medical examiner office is extremely understaffed. So he was coming back and helping us do cases. And obviously, child death is well, I guess we would call it a high priority case. And so when I was notified about it, and it was an isolated injury, I wanted to review the case. And this is where the investigative side and the medicine side need to come together. And so I got involved because there were questions by law enforcement or the investigators, the coroner, and then eventually I called a meeting of all of us together so we could sit and go over the facts and the circumstances that the investigators were told, and if it fits with what we found at autopsy.
Okay, and so you guys had a meeting,
Yes.
and I believe it was Zoom or something, with a whole bunch of people.
Right, because we were all in so many different places. I believe Dr. Brown was either in Ohio or Pennsylvania, I can't remember. I was at headquarters, Perry, which is usually about a 2-hour drive. Today was a 3-hour drive because of just typical traffic. So it's just easier for all of us to do it in a Zoom. And the reason I wanted a Zoom is because I wanted to show pictures. Sometimes that's easier to understand what happened than just verbally.
Okay, and so you come in to look at this, and I think you said it was, some people had some questions.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're okay, go ahead.
Not uncommon in difficult cases and childhood cases.
Okay, and so you were called in to try to help answer those questions.
Yes, I had looked at the case already. It had not been finalized, meaning the autopsy obviously had been performed, but there's a lot of other studies that need to go into it. And I actually added some more work that I wanted to look at myself. And then when that was done, I called the meeting so we could all come together.
Okay, and what was that work that you did?
So I went back and put in, sometimes when we do an autopsy, we'll save some tissue and formaldehyde if it's that's a preservative, so it doesn't continue to denigrate in essence. And so I wanted to go back and put in more sections of the liver, because when I say sections, those are tiny little pieces that get processed onto slides, and then we look under the microscope. And so I wanted to look at more of the liver to see if the liver was normal, meaning before the injury, if it was normal, and then also to look at what type of reaction was there to try and put it into a time frame, the injury.
So I think there's kind of two parts here, right? And so I think maybe there's a kind of symptomology, and then this time frame portion that you looked at, is that correct?
Well, the symptomatology would be the investigative side.
Okay.
There was no doubt that the child died because of a liver injury. Now comes the question of what was the underlying cause of that? And especially in cases where timing can become an issue, childhood deaths are very common with timing as issues, and then there's some others where we want to know how long the injury's been there. So for me to feel comfortable, I went back and I put in more sections. So that's the timing aspect.
Okay. Well, let's back up to the underlying issue aspect.
Sure.
So what all did you do to see if there was an underlying issue? Why would you look at an underlying issue and so forth?
Right. So anyone who knows anybody that, let's say, now I'm moving away from children for a second, just to give an example. Someone who is a chronic alcoholic and has liver cirrhosis. The liver is very important for blood clotting. And so if you know someone who has cirrhosis, if they fall, they can get a huge bruise. Whereas someone who doesn't will get the normal bruise that will go away after a week or so. So since this was a liver injury and the liver led to bleeding, and that's essentially what caused the child's death, I wanted to make sure that the liver itself did not have any underlying cirrhosis, or a lot of genetic disorders affect the liver. And I sort of got off track from your question, I think, but we, just like in the hospital pathology, we look at the body, we look at the tissue, and then we look under the microscope. And each one of those can take us further and further into what a diagnosis may be. So the long and short of it is here, I looked at all the photos taken at autopsy, I looked at the slides that had already been taken, and then I went back and put in more slides. And I did not find any natural disease process that could account for the child's death. And I did not find any natural disease process that would predispose the liver to having an injury.
So the liver was healthy other than the injury?
Other than that, essentially everything was healthy. And the child, if I remember correctly, had a history of asthma. And that's very important as well. And that we see that in the lungs. But in this child, there was no evidence of an acute asthmatic attack.
Okay. And so, when you're looking at whether or not there's an underlying issue or disease, why is that important?
for predisposing factors. Again, if I were to fall and hit my head, I probably should not have bleeding over my brain. Whereas somebody who may have that cirrhosis or some underlying disorder, same exact fall, may predispose to bleeding. So with the child, I just wanted to make sure there was no genetic or molecular or basically any underlying natural disease that would predispose this child to dying.
And is that important in the context of the blunt force injury?
Absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I mean, some of these underlying disorders can predispose someone to bleeding. Some of them can make the tissues change and get softer, so can be damaged easier. And so here, the liver looked normal except for the area around the injury. And that was all due, the changes were all due to the injury. So I didn't find anything that would make this child susceptible.
Okay, is the liver easily damaged?
No, it takes a decent amount of force to cause a laceration of the liver. We see those in motor vehicle collisions, in significant blunt force injuries.
Okay. So then kind of the second part of this is, I think you talked about time frame.
Yes,
Can you elaborate on that?
sure. So, you know, for any of us who've had a bruise, going back to like sort of a simple comparison, we know the bruise can be like purple or red at first, and then over a few days it may turn to yellow, and then after the yellow it can go brown and go away. If I were to look under the microscope, I'd look for very specific cells to tell me how old that bruise is. Because I can't tell you how old the bruise is just looking at it. Even with the yellow change in color, I have to see a specific cell under the microscope to say, this is at least 3 days old or not. So it's the same as any other tissue, including the liver, right? Let's say you cut yourself. You're gonna have that cut with the red around it from the bleeding, then it may turn yellow a little bit, then you get the scab, then you can get a scar. The organs do the same thing in a healing process, in essence. So the only way to age the liver injury is to look under the microscope. And when I look under the microscope, I look for blood, and the blood cells will start normal, and then they'll degenerate. I look for inflammatory cells. There are different types of inflammatory cells that can help me age it. I look for these spindly cells that come in, and that's what ends up forming a scar. And then I look for that yellow, that cell that's called hemosiderin. It's a breakdown product of blood, and that shows up at around 3 days after an injury. And we use a very special stain called an iron stain because it contains iron. And if we see it, we know that injury's been there for about 3 days. If we don't see it, and then we can add in all the other inflammatory cells, we can get an age range to that injury.
Okay, and so when you looked at what you were looking at, considering all these different things that you just explained, what did you see?
So I saw blood that was degenerating. I saw the liver tissue dying, which in the autopsy report is called necrosis. I saw inflammation. I stained it for iron. I didn't see any iron. Even before staining it with iron, I didn't see any of that yellow discoloration. I did not see any of those spindly cells coming in to try to heal it. So when I took all of that together, it told me that this injury occurred somewhere from 1 to 3 days prior to the time the child died. So the pronouncement of death.
Okay, so if you take the pronouncement of death, you have to go back full 24 hours. Is that correct?
Right, somewhere around 24 to 72 hours prior to the death.
Okay, so if you died Tuesday morning, you're gonna have to back up, right? So Monday morning.
Right.
Time frame.
So the injury would have occurred somewhere from Monday morning back to Saturday morning.
So obviously you're looking at internal things, you're looking at slides. Are there kind of external symptoms that can be present that someone may be experiencing that could indicate a laceration in the liver?
Well, I mean, there's bruising can help us identify where the impact occurred. And that's what I said, I looked at the autopsy photos, which showed some bruising in the right upper quadrant, which is where the liver is beneath, as well as some on the head, but there was no internal head injury. So the bruises can sort of guide you to where the impact happened.
Would someone potentially be throwing up as a result of the injury?
Oh, those kind of symptoms, yes. So as a person, just think about anything going on in your intestines, right? The liver takes bile, condenses it into the gallbladder, which shoots it out into your intestines. The pancreas, which had some hemorrhage around it, has a whole bunch of enzymes that come out and help digest certain things. And so if you have an injury to any of that, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, can be. Take away the abdominal pain, the nausea and vomiting are sort of non-specific. But again, nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain would point us towards an abdominal injury. Or a natural process. But again, that's why we do a complete autopsy and we look under the microscope.
And so you've given us this time frame, right? And you said that you reviewed kind of the case file, like I said, this meeting, you familiarized yourself with it, and it's been deemed a homicide, right? With blunt force impact to the abdomen causing the lacerated liver. Do you guys look, and you've described a lot, but do you look at, it's a homicide, and I know that you referred to car wrecks earlier, stuff like that. Why isn't it an accident?
Sure. So, and I'm sorry if I'm repetitive, I don't know what Dr. Brown testified to, but we basically have 5 manners of death. Natural, which we ruled out through the autopsy. Suicide, this is not a suicide, that's an intentional self-inflicted injury. Accident, and I'll explain how we determined not accident, and yes, homicide. Homicide, which means death at the hands of another individual. And then the last is undetermined. And undetermined is if we don't have enough evidence to go one way or the other. So here, this is part of the investigative process, is to get the information that the investigators have compiled. To lacerate a liver in an almost 3-year-old child, you have to have a very focused injury, very focused area of pressure. And externally on the skin, there were multiple bruises. Not a single bruise, but multiple bruises in the area overlying where the liver is located. So that moves us along the route of more likely than not a homicide at that moment. Then you think about the mechanism. A child who's running like a toddler is running around, not usually, I don't think I've ever seen, would fall and lacerate their liver. They may fall and bruise their hands, or they may fall and spin their knee, or something to that effect. So from the autopsy, we already were at the point of more likely than not an inflicted injury. And then from the investigation, there was no story that was given to us that would comport with an accidental type of death. Nothing fell on the child that we were told of. Just nothing from the investigation pointed towards an accident.
So something, I mean, when we discussed on the phone prior to your testimony, one of the things that we discussed was CPR, whether or not CPR could cause this type of injury.
Right.
Can you kind of elaborate as whether or not that can be true?
Sure. So CPR can cause injuries to internal organs. More often that's in an adult because our ribs are much firmer than in a child. So when you do CPR in a child, the ribs have a lot more cartilage still, so they're more flexible than in an adult. But when you do CPR, the heart is over the center and left of the chest. So you're doing CPR here. The liver's over here. The only times I've ever seen liver injury as a result of CPR is, and when I say adult, I'm talking about like in the teen ages all the way up, is when there's been aggressive CPR on an adult and you have rib fractures and because they press so hard, and then you can see the ribs are pushing down onto the liver. So that's part one. Part two, again, multiple marks that were round and circular in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen. I don't think I've ever seen that in CPR. Multiple round contusions or bruises overlying the liver. I've seen it over the chest because in a child sometimes, usually an infant, you want to do CPR with a few fingers, but that's here, that's not over here.
Let me ask you just one question. Do you charge for testifying?
I do. I mean, I charge for testifying in my consulting work. Here, since I don't work for the GBI anymore, I basically just ask for a little bit, so you have to take the whole day off.
Right, and so have you asked for that money?
I did.
How much is it?
$500.
Nothing for everyone.
Mr. Crew, please with you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Eisenstadt, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jeff Crew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins representing Ms. Davis in this matter. Let me ask you a few questions. Get some of this out of the way. At the time that you were, November of 2020, you were the director of all of those that were in charge of performing autopsies in the state of Georgia, is that right?
For the GBI, I was not in charge of it. So Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett have their own medical examiner offices. So I was not in charge of that.
But you were in charge of the office there on Panthersville Road in Decatur, and also the one in Pooler and the one in Macon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many pathologists or forensic pathologists did you have under your employ?
So it varied over time, but somewhere, if I remember correctly, between like 11 and 15.
And is it your recollection that this autopsy was performed soon after the child died there in the Macon office by Dr. Brown, is that correct?
That's correct.
I mean, you weren't there for the autopsy itself.
I was not.
And I take it at some point in time you became involved in this case because would it be a fair statement to say originally that it was undetermined as to the manner of death?
I don't think it was ever undetermined, and I think we may be saying the same thing, but I use a little different terminology. If we were to say undetermined, that would be on a death certificate. To me, it was still in the investigative process, so we had not come to a final conclusion yet.
And of course, you had talked about where sometimes if there were a problem autopsy or a problem with determining the death of someone, that you would meet with you would have a meeting of some sort.
Well, every case we get initial investigative information. If there are questions, law enforcement may reach out to us or we may reach out to them. So yes, there are times where we would either meet with the coroner, sheriff, district attorney, law enforcement.
All right. And in this particular case, once again, there was a meeting of some sort between your office and the district attorney's office for Houston County and the sheriff's department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was several months after the death of the child.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when that meeting was? Was it September?
I honestly have no idea.
But nonetheless, you conducted a Zoom meeting, and the audio tape of that meeting was provided to defense counsel. Are you aware of that?
I assumed it was because it was provided to me, so, yeah.
And it was about a 30-minute meeting, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And, during this meeting, with you being the director, you were in charge of the meeting. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And Dr. Brown participated in this meeting, is that right?
That's correct.
As well as other forensic pathologists in your office, is that correct?
So you're probably thinking of Elizabeth
Right.
Andrews. She's not a forensic pathologist. She is, at the time, I don't think she's with the GBI anymore. At the time, she was, we have a unit called CAISC, C-A-I-S-C. It's a Child Abuse Investigative Support Center. And she was an investigator in that group. So basically, she was out, the GBI medical examiner's investigator for childhood deaths.
All right. Yeah. But anyway, she was part of this meeting, and I take it that our current district attorney, Eric Edwards, was part of that meeting. He was an assistant DA at that time. Are you familiar with Mr. Edwards?
I am from that time. I didn't know he had changed
Okay.
positions.
But at some point in time, the decision was made, was it not, that the autopsy report should be completed and that it should be determined to be a blunt force trauma. Is that right?
Correct. I think the blunt force trauma was already determined. It was the manner of death that we were,
The manner of death.
yeah, the manner of death is what we were really discussing.
Okay, and that could have been, you say that could have either been a homicide or that could even be undetermined or not.
It could.
And it's my understanding from listening to this audio of your Zoom meeting that the decision was made that Dr. Brown would sign off on the autopsy report. Is that right?
Yes, he's the one who performed it, so he would sign off on it.
Okay, and that as a matter of course, you yourself would do the peer review. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you sign off on that immediately as well. Is that correct? Or you did the peer review and then he signed off on the report?
No, it's the, actually, that's a good question. I don't remember the process. Usually it's signed off already. And then, no, we do the peer review first and then it's signed off.
All right. And then at that particular point in time, once the autopsy report is done, then that is that typically submitted to the coroner of the county?
So it goes into our system and the coroner is usually gets a copy and then anybody else can request a copy.
All right. But the coroner wouldn't sign off on an autopsy report until it's been signed off on, of course, by Dr. Brown.
Oh, I see what you're asking. The coroner does not sign off on an autopsy report. The coroner, in the state of Georgia, the coroner will sign the death certificate, but they do not sign off on the autopsy report itself.
Just a second, Charlie. And once again, as far as do you recall when you became involved in doing the additional testing on this case?
Unfortunately, since I'm not at the GBI, I don't have access to the system, so I do not recall when I actually would have done that. I know we're not supposed to give assumptions or guesses, but usually it takes a number of months anyways for an autopsy to be finalized, the report. So I'm sure it was probably at least 3 or 4 months before I even got to, involved and took more sections. But I do not recall when I did that.
What are some of the other factors that you look at before, well, let me ask it this way. Are toxicology reports necessary?
In most cases, yes, not in all.
Okay, and if the toxicology reports are completed within a month or so, that sort of should speed up the process of completing an autopsy report.
It depends on the case. So if it's a case where toxicology is really the deciding factor of is it a drug overdose or not, or were there drugs in the system or not, then it may speed it up. But I can tell you that I've worked in many offices. There are toxicology reports that come out and the autopsy is still not signed out for a number of months.
And as far as, you mentioned to us before that you anticipated that the, whatever injury sustained by the child was 24 to 72 hours prior, is that correct?
Yes, prior to the time the child was pronounced dead.
Okay, could it have been more than 72 hours?
Well, we don't have that yellow discoloration, the hemosiderin, and that becomes apparent at around 72 hours. And there's no, what we call macrophages, which are those chronic inflammatory cells. So to me, maybe 73 hours, but nothing dramatic.
Could it have been, instead of 72 hours, could it have been 24 hours before then?
I don't believe so. I don't believe we have the cellular changes that would have taken it out another 24 hours.
Okay. And as far as you say it was between 24 and 72 hours, could it have been sooner than 24 hours?
So,
In other words, could the injuries have occurred within 6 hours of the child dying?
right, no, I understand. And I don't believe so because, again, of the cellular changes. And there are actually articles within the forensic pathology, and actually hospital pathology literature as well, that dates the changes or dates the injuries via the changes under the microscope. And I actually pulled out that one of those articles again when I was reviewing this case back years ago at the GBI, and the cellular changes are between that 24 and 72 hours.
And that's a determination that you made and not Dr. Brown.
I know I made that. I don't know if Dr. Brown made that or not.
Just second. That's all I have here.
If I may. So in this meeting, you kind of reviewed everything. You guys had toxicology reports at this point, didn't you?
Oh, everything, yes.
Okay. Did that influence at all your decision as far as the timing of the death, or was there anything in the toxicology?
I don't believe so. I haven't looked at the toxicology in a while, but the toxicology, obviously with it not being in the cause of death or even the contributing cause of death, it played no role. If it was positive, it played no role.
Now, this is a lacerated liver injury, correct?
Yes,
Okay. What kind of pain would one experience with that?
that's why it would be very painful. And it's because the cover, anyone who's had like a ruptured appendix or has had an appendicitis or diverticulitis, the reason they go to the doctor is because they're uncomfortable or in pain. And the pain is because you get stretching of the outer surface of it. So the liver has the same covering on the outer surface. And so when you cut that, that's painful. And that fits with the stories that we were told that the child had been complaining of belly pain. I believe it was for a few days.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you, Doctor.
You're free to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been at it a couple hours. We're gonna take a short break. Don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about it with you. If you need to go downstairs, let the bailiff know, and they'll take you to the snack bar, point the smokers out, and let's try to stay to about 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Y'all may go to the phone.
Okay, guys, we're going to claim our time and run through this break. And hold on a second.
All right. New agreement.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I guess we need to hear who they're going to call because I have no idea who that is. Okay, guys, just 1 second. Was that a trick? Okay.
All right, good morning, Ms. Tharp. If you would, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm testimony you shall give here before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Stark, before you start, pull that microphone that's flat in front of you so it's in front of you. You don't have to lean over, but there you go. And you can speak up for me, okay?
If you would, Ms. Tharp, state your name for the record, please.
Sure.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
SHRLEY.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Stark, you're gonna have to speak up. You're real soft spoken, okay? Nice and loud for me.
Thank you, dear. You go over the mic, that's fine. All right, Ms. Tharp, what do you do for work? Do you do that in your home?
Yes.
Do you have your own daycare business?
No.
But you take care of kids in your home?
I do.
And back in 2020, did you take care of a little boy named Carter Ambrose?
Yes.
How long have you taken care of Carter Ambrose?
From 9 months until his death.
So let me talk to you about that. Ms. Tharp, you kept him since he was 9 months old until his death.
Yes.
Did you keep him the day of his death?
No.
Did you keep him the day before his death?
No.
Let me back you up a little bit further. Did you keep him the week before his death?
I had him that Friday.
Did you notice anything was wrong with him on that Friday?
No.
When you kept him on that Friday, what was he doing that day?
Simply playing with the, he had started playing with the other kids. If he had his tablet, he was on his tablet or watching TV. Pretty much, he was alone, he was mostly to himself.
You said he was a little bit of a loner.
Uh-huh.
Did he have a nickname or anything?
His nickname with me, I called him Baby Carter.
Did y'all have a nickname for him named Eeyore or anything like that?
No.
You called him Baby Carter.
Yes.
Did Baby Carter, while you kept him, have any kind of breathing issues that you remember?
I have gave him breathing treatments before.
Did you give him a breathing treatment on that Friday that you kept him?
No.
Did you keep him all day on Friday?
I did.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary with him on that Friday?
No.
Who picked him up on that Friday?
His mother,
And who's his mother?
Kianna Davis.
Is she in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's here with a white sweater on, hair in a bun, wearing glasses.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Let me just say this real quick. They said, ma'am, this is what we need for you to do. Don't be nervous. When I ask you a question, just answer the question. That's it. That's all. Just answer the question. That's all we need for you to do. If it's a yes or no, it's a yes or no. If it's open-ended, give the answer and stop. Ma'am is serious. Do you? She is like, I'm not. No. Yes. No. Kianna Davis. No. His mother. Ma'am is following all the rules, which I'm not mad at that at all.
It was so good.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you did not keep him the Monday after.
No.
Why did you not keep him that Monday?
He didn't show up.
So no one brought him to your house?
No.
What would usually happen if a child didn't show up for daycare?
Well, the first day I didn't call, the second day I'm automatically gonna give her a call and text. I think I texted her and asked her. I was just checking on Baby Carter. She responded, please pray. He's unresponsible to the hospital. I asked her, do you need me to come? She said, no, his dad's here. Probably 3-4 minutes, I get a text back saying he didn't make it.
Did you keep in contact with
Wait, did
Kianna
she say
after that?
3-4 days? So the Carter didn't come to daycare on Monday. He was in an in-home daycare. This is the in-home daycare provider. She's not a licensed daycare provider. She's basically she's that lady in the neighborhood that keeps a few kids. So she's considered, usually if you keep less than 5 or 6 kids, you're just considered a babysitter. So she's got her own little situation going on over at the house. So she's keeping kids, moms and dads going to work.
He didn't make it.
Did you keep in contact with Kianna after that?
Yes,
Did you attend Baby Carter's viewing?
I did.
If you don't please answer the relevance in this.
Did you attend?
It's back saying he didn't make it. Probably 3-4 minutes, I get a text back saying he didn't make it. Probably 3-4 minutes, I get a text back saying he didn't make it.
Did she say 3 or 4 what back? He was unresponsive at the hospital. I asked her, okay.
Probably 3-4 minutes, I get a text back saying he didn't make it.
Oh, 3 or 4 minutes. She got a text back. Okay. If you want me to leave CC on, I will. Let me put CC right there.
Keep in contact with Kianna after that?
Yes,
Did you attend Baby Carter's viewing?
I did.
If you don't, please, I don't see the relevance in this.
I established that she kept contact with Kianna after that?
Is there, let me see council up here.
I mean, why would you object about her going to the viewing? I mean, was she over there running her business to the lady at the babysitter? Does she know the tea between Kianna and her baby daddy and the boyfriend? She might know some of that. She might know some of the tea.
Again, Ms. Stark, you went to Baby Carter's viewing.
I did.
Did you see Kianna at the viewing?
I did.
Did she say anything to you that day?
Yes, when I walked in, she came and gave me a hug. I had, a t-shirt made in his honor, a mask made in his honor, and a pillow made, and I presented that to the mother and the father.
What did she do when you did that?
She, like I said, she gave me a hug and she told me and my two daughters and my sister and two of my grandkids was with me. She took us to the room, or she pointed to because she never did go in while I was there. Where the body was.
She never went into the room where Baby Carter's body was at
No,
while you were there at the viewing?
no.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Judge, I don't understand the relevance of that.
Objection overruled. Go ahead.
Did she say anything else to you while at the viewing?
She said that she wanted to remember him like he was.
Ms. Stark, if I were to show you a picture of Baby Carter, would you be able to identify him?
I sure will.
We have no objection to the photograph, no?
All right.
May I approach him?
Ma'am.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Ms. Stark, what is this a picture of?
Baby Carter.
Is that how you remember him?
Yes,
And is this photo a fair and accurate depiction of what Baby Carter looked like?
yes,
Has been changed or altered in any way?
no.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender the evidence State's Exhibit 12.
Objection.
It's admitted.
So, Ms. Stark, that's Baby Carter.
That's Baby Carter.
Ms. Stark, while you were at the viewing, did Kianna say anything about he's in heaven now?
She said that when I want to say either, it's the same day that he passed, I was crying, she was crying. crying, and then she stopped and said, he's in heaven. So that was the same day he passed, that she said that.
Do you know if Baby Carter was buried after the viewing or cremated?
He was cremated.
Did you think there was something wrong about that?
If you don't, please.
Objection sustained.
Did you continue to keep in contact with Kianna after that?
I did.
Did she ever say anything to you about a detective on the case?
She said that the boyfriend was never questioned, and she also told me that she, said that she asked me for my address and said her attorney would get in touch with me, but I never heard anything back from her about that situation.
Did she ever tell you that the original detective was no longer on the case?
Yes.
What did she say when she told you that?
At one point, she said she was coming down here to get his autopsy report, and she's supposed to be coming by my house afterwards. And she stayed, I waited 2 or 3 days, and I texted back and asked her what happened to her. And she said that they was trying to railroad her, pin it on her or something to that state.
Did she ever brag to you about the original detective no longer being on the case?
Yes,
What did she say when she said that?
that he was, that he's no longer on the case, and pretty much that, that her aunt had gave her the money to, get a lawyer because that they kept questioning about it. And I guess after the attorney, you have to talk to her.
Ms. Clark, I've got a few more questions for you about the Friday with Detective Carter.
Okay.
Leah asked you earlier if he had any kind of breathing problems that day. Did he? You didn't have to give him breathing treatment?
No,
Did you notice that if he had fallen or anything while he was playing with the other kids?
no,
And in your experience, keeping him seemed pretty normal that day?
no,
Didn't look like he had fallen,
no,
but then come Monday, he's not at daycare that day.
no,
And come Tuesday, he's not at daycare that day.
no.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Ms. Briggs,
Just a few questions, John, thank you. To start, good morning. To start, my name is Jeff Cruz, I'm a lawyer from Warren Robins.
Okay.
You're representing Ms. Davis. You see, you testified that you babysit kids, is that right?
Yes.
Where at?
Then it was at my house at 42 Mirror Lane,
Okay, where do you do that now?
at 109 Granville Way.
109
Granville Way.
Randall Lake, okay. But at the time, you kept, you said you called him Baby Carter.
I did.
You kept him from 9 months until he passed, is that right?
That's right.
And this is on Mary Lane, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Would you keep him 5 days a week, 4 days a week, or?
Usually I did, sometimes the dad would, if he was off, he would have him. Sometimes Kianna, if we had a doctor's appointment, sometimes he had got sick and she had to come pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, baby Carter was a sickly child, was he not?
Yeah, sometimes we have breathing problems, but
Right,
not that often.
right. But before you kept him, but you were made aware, were you not, that he was in the hospital within a few days of him being born?
I never know that.
Never knew that. But he would go to the doctor quite a bit for his breathing problems and other things, is that right?
For his breathing.
Right, for his breathing. Whenever you did breathing treatments on him, at your house, were there any sort of machines that they left with you
She would bring it.
Huh?
She would bring it.
every day?
No.
All right. Now, you say you would babysit these, baby Carter at your house there on Mary Lane, is that right?
That's right.
Mary Lane's not too far from where Shirley Hills Elementary School is it?
The walk right there.
Walk right there. How many, at that time, how many children would you keep?
Probably about 4
Four? Did you have a license through the city to do that?
at that time. I did. No.
You did at that time? And how old would be the children that you would keep there?
They was 2 and 3.
2 and 3 years old?
Well, I think they probably was younger than me.
Yeah.
He probably
Would any of the children ever spend the night?
Repeat?
Would any of the children ever spend the night with you?
No, not beside my grands.
Pardon me?
No, beside my grandkids.
Or you would have grandkids there too at the same time?
Well, I had a grandson who was named Carter too. That's how baby Carter became baby Carter, because I had my own
Okay.
grandson.
How old was your Carter?
He's 15 now, so he was 10.
He was 10, okay. And during the daytime, I mean, what time would baby Carter be dropped off at your place?
Between 7:30 and 8.
7:30 and 8? And what time would he be picked up every day?
Usually around 5:30. Between 5 and 5:30.
Okay, now, there towards the end of baby Carter's life, are you aware with where Miss Davis was working at?
She's working in Milledgeville.
Okay. Was she also working in Warner Robinson?
When I got baby Carter, I think she was working in Macon.
She was a school teacher, wasn't she? She worked for the college and she would go to different schools, is that right?
Well, I don't know about going to, I just knew she was working in Macon, and then at the end, she was working in Milledgeville.
All right. Do you know what kind of work she was doing?
I didn't.
You didn't know?
I didn't know she was the school teacher until she actually moved to Atlanta.
Okay, but when she moved to Atlanta, this was after baby Carter died, when she moved to Atlanta, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And she was a school teacher up there.
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. What's the relevance of this?
I think we've hit the limit of relevance, so the objection is sustained.
All right, Ms. Clark, let me ask you this. You stayed in touch, well, let me ask you this, on the Friday, the last day that you kept baby Carter at your place, do you know how many other children you had there that day?
4.
Four.
3 with me.
Pardon me?
4 altogether.
All right, and, you say you don't remember anything about any falls or him being hurt or anything like that?
No, because baby Carter was alone. He would get a ball and he'd sit to himself. Probably in the last few months that I had, he'd start playing with other kids, but no. He
Okay.
would get whatever toy he got, and that's what he did.
If he was uncomfortable or tired or sleepy or something, would he tell you that he was?
He would actually come and get in my lap.
But, he was in diapers, wasn't he?
He
Or
was.
pull-ups.
Yes,
Did you you have the occasion to change him, throughout the day?
daily.
Okay. During the last couple of days that you kept, did you notice anything about, did he have any bruises on him or scars or anything like that?
No,
No scabs or anything like that?
no,
Did you ever notice as to whether or not, I'm sure that he had different bowel movements.
yes,
Did you notice anything bloody in any of his bowel movements?
no,
Did he ever, you know if he ever threw up anything or vomited any food?
no,
All right. Ms. Stark, when you were there taking care of baby Carter and these other children, were you the only adult there? I mean, did you have other adults there?
no. Well, not adults, but at the time that, right before his passing, it was during the pandemic, so I had, like I said, my 10-year-old grandson, and Kennedy should have been by 6, but also she was just had been, she may have been 3. She just been diagnosed with,
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about granddaughter,
Your granddaughter.
yes. She just got been diagnosed with, being diabetic.
Yeah, not bad.
And when I talked to Kianna, maybe the next day, and I was telling her, at this time, she had been sent to the emergency room, and she was in intensive care in Macon. And when I talked to Kianna, probably the next day, I'm telling her what was going on with
When was this?
Kennedy, the
When was
next
this?
day after he passed.
All right.
The next day after he passed.
Okay. During this period of time that you kept, the baby, did you have a good relationship with Miss Davis?
I did.
Okay. Would you agree with me, ma'am, that people grieve in different ways?
Sure.
I mean, you grieve different from the next person that's they're saying?
We all did. So yes.
And when, baby Carter was, after he passed, they had a viewing or some sort of, service for him over at Nelson Memorial.
No.
Where they have it?
Was it McCullough?
Well, you tell me where it was at.
It was definitely one Nelson. It was either McCullough or, what's the other one? I want to say it's McCullough.
All right. And, she accepted the gifts that she made for her, is that right?
She did.
I mean, she wasn't upset with you, was she?
No,
She had any reason to be upset with you?
not so.
Is there some reason why you were upset with her this morning, Ms. Davis?
I was upset.
Out in the hallway?
No, ma'am. No, sir. Kianna walked past, me and my daughter was sitting out there. She walked past, rolled her eyes, and looked us down and said, I slapped the shit out of you.
She said that to you?
That's exactly what she said.
Now, sir, I don't know what Kianna told you happened with that lady in the hallway, but that was that's going to make Kianna look real bad. She's been sitting there looking very quiet and demure, but she's over there talking shit in the hallways to witnesses. Isn't that a little bit of witness intimidation? If you threaten a witness and say, I'm going to slap the shit out of you, that could be like a little bit of a problem. What? Let's run that back just a second. I was a little bit like, what? he said, what? Kianna, why? Kianna, that lady wasn't even going to say anything. Why did you tell that lawyer to bring that up? That was dumb, sis. That was real dumb. You know, we can't help Kianna. All we can do is sit here and watch and listen. But you know what I mean? I don't know what happened between her and her boyfriend, but clearly something happened. She's in the hot seat for a reason. But if she threatened a witness and that prosecutor wants to give her a charge and she gets her bond revoked during trial, that's not going to be cute at all.
So the one you were upset before this morning, Ms. Davis,
I was upset.
out in the hallway?
No, ma'am. No, sir. Kiana walked past, me and my daughter was sitting out there. She walked past, rolled her eyes, and looked us down and said, I slapped the shit out of you.
She said that to you?
That's exactly what she said.
She said that to you?
She said,
And you're
either
like,
she talking to me or she talking to my daughter.
And-
We both was sitting there, but that's what she whispered and said.
"Oh,
Get the
okay."
video.
She said that to you.
She said that she was looking at me and my daughter, so who she was talking about slapping, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But that's what she said.
All right.
Oh,
So was it?
did she just toss her hair too? Baby. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did y'all see her toss her hair and everything? Baby. That's why her jaws was tight. But she wasn't going to say anything
She
though.
said that to you.
She did.
Said that she was looking at me and my daughter, so who she was talking about slapping, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But that's what she said.
All right. So
So who she was talking about slapping, I don't know.
oh, okay.
But that's what she said.
All right.
Girl, did you catch that hair toss? She said, "Oh yeah." I'm sorry. I had to let that go one more time. It was the hair toss back and then just the whoop. Okay.
So
Mm-mm-mm.
was it you that made the comment about whipping somebody's ass?
No, it wasn't.
Just like sure.
This is all I gotta say. Kianna, let that man do his job and don't tell him, don't be over here. Let me just say this real quick. Kianna, if you have time at night, come and go to the Ernest Williams playlist and study Sonya. Don't do nothing like that lady. You're gonna end up in jail, sis. Okay, you're gonna end up in Georgia Department of Corrections. Don't play with that old man. Let that man do his job. He's been doing a good job so far. Do not give him any more pointers of anything to ask. You sit there, get your notepad, be quiet, and don't tell him nothing else. You understand?
Again,
Shut up.
Ms. Thorpe, whenever Ms. Davis.
That was ridiculous, y'all. That was so unnecessary. That was very unnecessary. And that's her own fault that came out in front of the jury.
We drop the baby off to your house, it would be 7:30, 8 o'clock every morning, is that right?
Pretty much so.
Would it be earlier than that? I mean, like 6 o'clock.
Could have been. We're talking 5.5 years ago.
Well, I'm asking you if you remember, if you don't, that's fine.
Right. Sometimes it may be early, but yeah.
And either Miss Davis would drop the child off, or the baby's father, Kadeem, would drop the baby.
Yes.
And one of the two of them would pick the child up every day.
That's why I always say, I never seen anyone on her family member besides her. I was just able for pick him or drop him off.
Judge, I don't have anything else, Ms. Thorpe.
Anything else for her?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Barb, you mentioned those same discussion that you had with Kianna about for your granddaughter Kennedy?
Yes,
Okay, tell me about that discussion.
I took Kennedy. Kennedy was throwing up, she had diarrhea. She couldn't walk, so I pulled my car up to the front and her brother towed her out to the car. She, had been transferred to Macon. And the next day when I talked to Kianna, I was telling her what was going on with Kennedy. Everything that I said was going on with Kennedy, she was saying the same thing that was going on with Baby Carter, that he was throwing up, he had diarrhea.
She ever had any kind of discussion with you about him falling?
No,
She never said anything about Carter was on the bed and he fell back?
yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
This may have been the same day that he passed, and she said he was on the bed and he fell back and he said, oh,
Did she say anything else?
that she think that he passed, when he was in the car with the boyfriend while she was on the phone.
Did she ever blame the boyfriend to you?
No,
Let me ask you a couple more questions about the Friday that you kept informed about. You would have changed him that day,
4 or 5 times,
changed him every day, that was normal?
every day.
And you would, I assume because it's a daycare, you would feed the kids, right?
She brought him to school, yes,
So, let me ask you this then, Kianna brought his food,
yes,
and he ate that.
yes,
Did he seem to have any problems eating?
no,
No problems eating, bowel movements normal?
yes.
Did he eat a lot?
He ate, yes, he ate what you brought.
Did he seem happy that day?
Fine,
So, for all intents and purposes, a normal day for him.
a normal day.
And because you would have changed him, he was still in diapers, right?
Simple up, yes,
Still in pull-ups. Did you see any bruises on him that day?
none,
Any bruises on his genitals, his scrotum, anything like that?
no,
And just to clarify, you hadn't seen him throwing up that day or anything?
no.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Nothing else, Sean?
You can step down, you're free to go or stay as you wish, Ms. Stark. Call your next witness, please.
State House Gazette, Danley.
Alright.
It looks like there's going to be like 2 more and then lunch. Yeah, they're still at lunch now. What time is it? Almost 1:30. Kianna, that was not a good look, sis. That was bad. What's the next people going to come up and say? My goodness. She better watch out because there's prosecutors out there that would go to security, get the film, and see if there was some sort of negative interaction, see if there are witnesses, and baby, get your bond pulled. You are out on felony murder charges. Like, let's not forget. Don't think you're too cute for that. She's still presumed innocent, but she could. You want to go back to the jailhouse? I wouldn't be talking to any of those people. You need to sit outside your car and wait for your lawyer to come and walk in with him and keep it very cute in those hallways. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
They may already, they could be coming for you. That was a dumb move. Why would you be mad at that lady? It sounds like you only had one child and your one child is gone. So what problems do you have with her? What did she do to you? Girl. Oh, she gets to go up because okay. Ma'am, uncross those arms. See, she looks very mild mannered and all of the things. I just think that she needs to just relax a little bit because that's not going to go over well with the jury. We don't know what the jury makeup is, but she needs to loosen up a little bit and try to not look
All right, go
so
ahead.
pressed. Who is this lady?
Ms. Stanley, if you would, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you shall give here before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Will you push that microphone out in front of you a little bit? There you go.
All right, Ms. Stanley, if you would, state your name for the record, please.
Give it Emily.
And if you don't mind, would you spell that for the court reporter?
First name is K as in kite, I-Z as in zebra, E-T-T-E. Last name is spelled like Daniel with a Y, so D-A-N-I-E-L-Y.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Stanley, what do you do for work?
Insurance agent.
So you're currently an insurance agent.
Mhm.
At some point back in 2020, did you sometimes help your mom at a daycare that she had?
I would be there sometimes, but I wouldn't say necessarily like that, okay, I work for her or anything. But I would be there sometimes, like I'd be around the children.
Were you there on Friday before baby Carter passed?
No.
But you do know baby Carter?
Mhm.
If I were to show you a picture of baby Carter, would you be able to identify him?
Yes.
May I first show
You may.
Let the record reflect that I am showing the witness what's already been tendered into evidence as states exhibit 12. Ms. Stanley, is that a picture of baby Carter?
Yes.
Is that how you remember him?
Yes.
Ms. Stanley, do you know Kianna?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I think the first time I ever knew Kianna, we went to high school together. I think she's making like the grade ahead of me. We didn't really like have any interaction or anything during school, but I got to know her a bit more when my mom started, like contacting and stuff like that. Sometimes she may have to contact me because we know that, she's coming in on the way to come get him or something like that. But I think we probably started talking more after Carter's passing.
And your mom is Shirley Carter, right?
Yeah.
And she would feed Carter sometimes?
Who, my mom?
Yes.
Yeah, she was a daycare.
So Kianna would sometimes reach out to you to let you know if baby weighed and anything like that?
Not many times, but sometimes if I was there. Or if I had to contact her or something like that. Not many times.
Do you remember the day that Carter passed?
I do.
Were you with your mom that day?
Mm-hmm.
Did Kianna call your mom that day?
I think my mom called Kianna, or at least text her, one or the other. I just know she was reaching out because he missed daycare. Might have been like day 2, and so she would normally reach out to the parents. But I think she either called or text Kianna. I know they had a phone conversation. I was right there. She was on speaker talking to me.
So you were able to hear Kianna too? What do you recall from that conversation?
I think my mom might have asked, if he's okay. Maybe asked why he, had been there. I just know that Kianna said that he wasn't doing well, that they were in the hospital. That's what I recall.
Did you keep in contact with Kianna after this?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Tell me what you mean by a little bit.
I'm saying that because I don't remember the exact time frame. I feel like, maybe up until March of 2021. Maybe March of 2021, so a couple of months.
So just a few months after that. Did you see Kianna in person after that day?
After the, Carter pass,
Yes.
I remember December the 18th, I don't remember that date because of text messages, but my mom always does like a Christmas party for the kids. Kianna came to my house to get, food, I believe, that day, and so we talked that day, and then I saw her at, David Carter's, viewing at the funeral. Those are only two times.
What do you remember from the viewing?
I remember when I first came in, I naturally went up to Kianna, I gave her a hug, I remember I was crying, she was like kind of comforting me a little bit. And, my mom, obviously, a lot of my friends and family, they knew him, so they were there. I remember going in to see him, I remember he had on, I think he was holding the car. Kianna didn't go in the room, from what I remember. So that's it. I don't think I had any other like interactions with her there. I don't think.
You mentioned a second ago that Kianna was kind of comforting you.
Yeah. Yeah. I was crying.
Was she crying? Was she crying?
I don't see the relevance of that, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
You mentioned something about a little car a minute ago. What is that?
I believe he was holding a car. He always played with cars, and stuff like that. Fire trucks and stuff at my mom's house. I believe he might have been holding a car. In a gas station, from what I remember. I remember he had like a little hat somewhere. I just remember he had on.
In those few months that you kind of got in contact with Kianna after Carter passed, did she ever tell you that she found out why he died?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything about an accident?
No, the day that she came to my house, the day of the children's Christmas party, I remember her, asking if the child's father, if he had told my mom or told us how he passed or what was the reason for the passing. I remember saying no. And she said that he had a lacerated liver. And that was like, I guess, me and my mom's first time hearing that. Obviously, my mom was a different conversation, but I did relate to her, like what happened, because it didn't have to say anything. But she said that she had Googled how that could possibly happen because she didn't know how, and that Carter.
Can I please, hold on.
Let me see counsel up here.
She said she had Googled something. Hold on.
Hold on. How that could possibly happen with anything. Different conversation, but I did relate to her, like what happened, because it didn't have to say anything. But she said that she had Googled how that could possibly happen because she didn't know how, and that Carter.
Can I please, hold on.
What did he say? Girl, it's gonna be hard to transcribe. I don't understand why people are not understanding. Speak up and put the mic in front of you. Have whatever. I mean, it's not my, whatever. Okay.
Because she didn't know how, and that Carter.
Can I please, hold on.
Let me see counsel up here.
I love that she is like her body is reacting to every like he's objecting, her body is reacting, and then she's rolling. I get ma'am is expressive. Okay, rolling. Okay. Okay. Why are we rolling our eyes? She got a story to tell. Sounds like Kiana's been running her mouth, talking to people, you know, and that's fine.
The day before that, she asked if Kadeem, the father, had told us about the passing or how he passed. She mentioned that he had a lacerated liver. I didn't know what the heck that meant. But she said that she had Googled to see how it could happen, but she didn't know how. And that she mentioned that I believe sometimes Carter would like jump off the beds or like couches or something at home. She wondered if that's how it happened. And that was the end of that conversation.
So she mentioned after her Google search to you that he had jumped off the bed or the couch or something like that?
Basically that I guess sometimes he, you know, he plays or whatever, he's active at home, and then maybe she was wondering if that's how it happened. And that I guess she was using how that, you know, like that's how she got lacerated liver.
Did she ever tell you that she saw him go off the bed or have an accident, anything like that?
I don't recall, I just remember her saying that sometimes he was active at home and make him jump off the couch or the bed, something like that.
In the time that you've had contact with her after Carter's passing, did she ever blame anyone for Carter's passing?
No.
Did she ever blame medical personnel for Carter's passing?
Repeat that, I'm sorry?
Did she ever blame the EMTs, the nurses, medical people?
No.
Did she ever say anything about he had diabetes?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Gregg?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stanley, my name is Jim Crew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Davis. Help her with this. In November of 2020, you remember when Carter passed, is that right?
Yes.
Did you help your mother watch children there?
No.
Were you living there?
Asked and answered.
No.
November of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
So where were you living at then?
441 Mill Road with a friend.
Would you be there most days at your mama's place?
No, it's my mom's house. I would go over there, you know, occasionally to my mom. And if it just so happened to be during our operation, then, you know, sometimes I see kids.
Would you ever watch the children that she had on occasion while your mama went out?
I remember maybe a time or two my mom, if she had like a doctor's appointment or something, I may sit there with the children. But that definitely wasn't often. I wasn't in the staying in home with her at that time.
Okay. And the day that Carter passed, I guess the last day, do you have any recollection of the last day that your mama watched Carter was on that Friday prior?
I know this just from her saying it.
Oh,
I know that she kept him that Friday, but I wasn't, like, I didn't see him that day, I wasn't there.
you weren't there on that Friday?
No.
On that Thursday or the Wednesday or the Tuesday or the, you know?
I'm pretty sure I was over there someday that week, I'm sure, but I
Okay.
didn't.
And did you ever have occasion yourself to change Carter?
No,
his diaper?
I never changed him before.
You never changed it? Did you have an interaction with the child? In other words, did you talk with the child?
I would play with him, I would, you know, sit with him, if I was there, but, interactions, like talking, no,
Did he ever complain to you about anything?
no.
Did you ever notice as to whether or not he had any bruises or scabs or bleeding or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Now, how many other children were during that general period of time was your mama keeping?
With Carter, 3 to 4, I believe.
All right. And would there ever be any grown-ups there during that time?
Besides my mom, no.
Like your mom?
My son would be there, he stayed with my mom,
Okay, and what's your son's name?
Carter,
And what's his last name?
Daniel,
Okay, how old is he now?
15.
Okay, so he was 10 or so then.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me that people grieve, the loss of a loved one different from you, for example?
Yes.
When was the last time you had any contact with Ms. Davis?
I believe it was March of 2021, so that was the year after he passed. I believe like February or March.
Okay, and you hadn't seen her until when? Today?
Yeah.
No communication with her by text or Instagram or anything?
Mm-mm. No.
Say, John. Nothing else, Sean, thank you.
You can step down, you're free to go and stay as you wish, ma'am.
Okay.
You got one more?
James Kennedy. James Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, if it's easier for you to flip your walker around and sit in it instead of the chair, you may do that. Let the bailiff get the chair out of your way and then.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. You scoot up a little closer for me so the mic will get your voice, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Kennedy, can you raise your right hand for me? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, City. Put your hand down.
I don't know why I keep missing whoever's coughing. I see you guys talking about, I vaguely hear someone coughing every now and again, but I guess I tuned it out because every time I see a comment about it, I'm like, did I hear anybody coughing?
Can you state your name for the record?
James C. Kennedy.
Can you spell your name for the court reporter?
James Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know who Kianna Davis is?
Yes, she's my granddaughter.
Did you see her in the courtroom today? Can you tell me what she's wearing?
She's wearing a white sweater and glasses.
For the purposes of the record, it's do you know Carter Ambrose?
Yeah, he's my grandson.
Who's your grandson?
Great grandson.
Great grandson?
Yeah.
And you turn around and you can look at the screen.
That's him.
That's him. Now, I know it's been a while, but do you remember 2020, November 2020 at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember when Carter died?
Not the exact date. No.
Okay. Does fall 2020 sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember him being at your house at all during that time?
Yes, he was at my house that Saturday before, previous Saturday before. Saturday or Sunday with one. He was at my house that weekend.
Okay. You don't remember the Saturday, Sunday?
Right.
Okay. And who was he with?
Yeah.
Was it just the three of you?
Excuse me.
Was it just the three of you at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time they got there?
Not really.
Okay. You recall how long they stayed?
Couple hours.
A couple hours. Did Kianna cook dinner or something for you?
That's it.
Okay.
I think she brought lunch for him.
Okay. And what was going on? Was everybody just hanging out?
Yeah.
Hanging out? What was Carter doing?
What 2-year-old
What was that?
play?
He was playing? What was he playing with?
Refrigerator magnets, broom and dusting, that's it.
Running around?
Just running around, being a 2-year.
Did he seem happy?
Seemed happy to me, he was always happy.
Did he seem like he had any kind of injuries or pain?
No.
And you don't remember what time they left?
After a couple of hours.
After a couple hours. Was he complaining about anything?
No.
Did he throw up at all?
No.
Nothing for me.
Mr. Drew,
Thank you, Don. Well, Mr. Kennedy, good to see you again.
Hey,
Once again, I'm Jeff Rue, representing your granddaughter Kianna in this matter. She live with you now?
yes,
What is your address?
309 Bonnie Drive, Warren Rise.
And you live there, besides Kianna, you live there by yourself?
Yes, I do.
When did your wife pass?
Probably 10, 12 years ago.
309 Bonnie Drive, is that right?
Yes,
You're retired, are you not?
I am
Where you retired from?
Air Force
How many years you served?
20.
Now, Kianna is your granddaughter, is she not?
She is.
She graduated high school.
Yes, she did.
Where from?
Warren Rise, I think. Warren Rise High School.
She go to college?
Objection, Your Honor, on relevance.
what is the relevance, Mr. Drew?
I'll just say he was a witness in my case.
Well, even then, let me see counsel.
I mean, at the end of the day, what are you trying to quiz his memory or what? Because we know that she is a school teacher and she would have to have a certain level of education to be a school teacher, to get her teaching license and all of those things. She's a professional. So we already know, like, what is the point in establishing that with the grandfather? Like, at the end of the day, we already have established that she's a school teacher. I think they did way earlier. So it's like, now you're just wasting time. It's lunchtime, sir. You don't ask useless questions. Ask the man what you need to know and let's keep it moving. Y'all, are you guys eating lunch? It's almost 2:00. Y'all been sitting and eating lunch while watching this? Okay. Let's see. They're not going to keep him up here much longer. He's got literally about a minute or two. And then did they come back yet? Yes, they're back. Oh, is this going to be the boyfriend or is this going to be the dad? Uh-oh. Okay, maybe this is either the father or the boyfriend. There's a male coming up next, y'all. Taco bowl sounds delicious. Okay. Drinking coffee and oh, you're in Cali. We understand, sis. So it's about 11. Wait, what time is it? 2? Yeah, it's almost 11ish. Granny, you're over there in on the West Coast also? Minute or two before he starts coughing. Oh, no, I don't think that was him coughing.
Mr. Kennedy, let me ask you this. at the time that Carter passed, were you familiar with who the father of the child was?
Yes,
Okay. Was his name Kadeem Ambrose?
I think I yes.
Okay. And did you ever meet him or know him?
I think I met him twice.
Did your daughter live with him when Carter was growing up?
I don't know, because once they leave my house, I don't get into their personal business.
Okay, I understand. Do you know where at that time, on the day that Kianna came over to your house with the baby, you know where she was living at?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know if she was working at that
She
time?
was.
Where was she working at?
I think she was working for, the city, no, not the city, the schools.
School?
Yeah.
School system? Do you know which school she was working for?
Technical college, that's what she was working for, I think so.
All right. And on that Saturday,
Central Georgia Tech.
right.
I think that's what she was.
And on that Saturday, she came by and y'all had lunch together, is that right?
Who was she? She brought lunch for him.
Okay. And, would you see, Carter and your daughter, your granddaughter, would you see them very often?
Not twice a month.
Okay. But
My bad, y'all.
in any event, you saw them on the Saturday before he passed away. Did the child ever complain to you about being mistreated?
No. Like I said, he was a happy kid. Happy child.
I mean, that picture of you brought up there, that's how he looked all the time, is that right?
That's what he looked when he was around me.
Okay, and he was rambunctious on
A 2-year-old.
yes. Just a second, Trey. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor,
You sit down, Mr. Kennedy.
I'm not sure.
You're free to go,
I'm gonna excuse him.
okay,
We're not gonna need.
alright. You're free to go or stay as you wish at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see counsel for a second.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand why Mr. Kennedy was there. Mr. Kennedy didn't provide any other than the fact that they established that is where Kianna is living, that she's staying, because I did see her bond document last night. I did look that up. And one of her conditions of bond was that she had to stay in Houston County. So I guess with grandpa living there, she was able to stay with her grandfather. That was one of her conditions of bond, that she had to stay in the county. And they said that she would be living with her grandfather. That's it. Like, what was the other? There's no other reason. The man is obviously, you know, he just didn't have anything else to offer for this particular testimony, right?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, after talking to the lawyers, I think this is as good a place as any to take a lunch break. I know we kind of had a morning break not too long ago, but, so it is 12 o'clock straight up. I'm gonna ask you to be back, ready to resume at 1:15, okay? You know the drill. Don't talk about the case, don't let anybody talk about it with you, don't do any independent investigation. if you, are approached by anyone, you witness anyone, you see another juror doing something that I just said don't do, please make sure you report that to the bailiff. Y'all can't, go ahead and put your notebooks in the jury room on the way out, and then y'all can be excused with the bailiff for lunch, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, she pieced out. Okay. All right. We're gonna just go ahead and get our time. Guess what? That's why we start later. Okay. This is the benefit of starting a little later, because guess what? Lunch is over. Okay. Lunch is over. And they getting ready to call the next witness. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
The same, maybe they all.
No, they're not part of WMAC, but I know that her name Carmen Brown was here yesterday.
Okay, well, I need a.
Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Kiana's lawyer is annoying the judge. Hold on.
Did the MSA guy say he'd send a Rule 22?
Did the who? Did the MS guy say he'd stand with the rule?
Did the MSA guy say he'd send a Rule 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do we know who he sent it to? Because Angela's out.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
Judge, I do know that WMAC was here yesterday.
was that who the other person was?
Yeah, that
Okay, maybe they and Fox own the same, maybe they all own the
No, they're not part of WMAC, but I know that her name Carmen Brown was here yesterday.
Okay, well, I need I don't know who got the Rule 22, and it's not, I'm gonna say no, but that's the rules. And I made the other two do it, so everybody has to do it. So, I don't care if she comes back in, or he, or whoever, as long as they're not in shorts. But before they come in, I need the Rule 22, or I need to know who in this building they sent it to. It is very possible that it is in my assistant's email. She's home sick. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a mail that came in.
Okay, so very nicely, just ask him where the Rule 22 is and who he sent it to. And, we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Dean Berman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure your cell phones are off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue. Mr. Dwayne.
Kadeem Ambrose.
Okay, so this is the father, guys. We getting ready to hear what his point of view. Yeah, don't have on shorts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Girl, Don't wear shorts. Don't wear, yeah. If you're, when the public shows up, I don't know that they turn the public away, but when people there are there on business, you're there representing you're there for a news crew, you're operating a camera. When you're there for a professional purpose, I mean, somebody who's coming in to observe in the gallery, I don't know that they make you adhere to some sort of a dress code. Coming in, it would be more appropriate, but definitely if you're coming in with a Rule 22 or representing some sort of journalistic outlet or whatever, I mean, have on at least be business casual. Come on. Somebody showed up in some shorts.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm testimony about guilty of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You can speak up. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Kadeem Ambrose,
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Kadeemambrose.
Thank you. Mr. Ambrose, where do you live?
I live in McDonough, Georgia currently.
Okay, currently. You live in Middle Georgia at all?
I used to.
Okay. When was that?
I moved from Middle Georgia in 2021.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I am a firefighter with Gwinnett County.
When you lived in Middle Georgia, how were you employed?
I was a firefighter with the city of Warner Robins.
So did you live in Warner Robins when you worked for them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know Kianna Davis?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you know her?
She's the mother of my child.
Okay. Were the two of you in a relationship?
Yes, sir.
How long did that relationship last?
Approximately 4 years, 3 years.
Did y'all live together?
Yes, sir.
Where'd y'all live together?
The first apartment was Sandpiper off of Leisure Lake. And the second apartment was off of Lakeview, I think is the name of the road.
Lakeview? So y'all lived together at Lakeview?
Yes, sir.
All right. When did y'all break up?
March 2012.
Okay. Were you guys living in Lakeview at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who moved out?
I moved up.
So Ms. Davis stayed behind?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the specific address
To our
to the
apartment,
Lakeview apartment?
11 something. We don't remember.
Was that apartment in Houston County?
Yes, sir.
And do you see Ms. Davis in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is she wearing?
He's wearing a white and gray sweater.
For the purposes of the record, he has identified the defendant. And you said y'all had a child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was that child's name?
Carter Amari Ambrose.
And when was he born?
January 14, 2018.
2018. So I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit 12. You recognize that? What is it?
It's Carter.
It's Carter. When was that photo taken?
This photo was taken right before I took to daycare. I think it was November 12th,
November 12th?
2020.
What were you guys doing that day?
That was in the morning, and I just got him ready to take him to daycare. And we just started the morning, brushed teeth, eat breakfast, and we left the house around 7:30.
When you took him to daycare?
Yes, sir.
Where was daycare?
Daycare was with Miss Faye off of Russell Parkway.
Is that the last time you saw him alive?
Yes, sir.
So I want to back up a little bit. So you took him to daycare. Did you have him that week?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where were you living at the time?
230 Caitlin Circle off of Receiving Boulevard.
And did he go to daycare that week?
No, he did not.
Did he stay with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And so, you said you were a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what's your schedule like?
We work 24/48, so it's 24 on, 48 off.
Okay. So if you were off, did you keep Carter at home?
Most of the time. Sometimes when I'm off, I work a part-time job, so I just pick up shifts elsewhere. But if I'm fully off, then say 50% of the times I have them.
And that Thursday, when that picture was taken, how was Carter?
Carter was perfectly fine
Was he throwing up?
when he was not,
Did he seem sick at all?
when he did not.
Let me ask you this, did he have any breathing problems?
He did.
He did what kind?
So he had like respiratory problems where you would like need a rescue inhaler or a nebulizer at times.
Okay. He said nebulizers, that's like a machine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he would need that machine, kind of what would happen?
Well, for him to need the machine, sometimes it would be like say if he has a cold or a fever, and then it always seems to tie in where his respiratory will like be affected.
Okay.
But mainly he would need it like if he's running a cold.
Okay. And what would be symptoms that he would need the nebulizer?
You would see more like him kind of struggling to breathe a little bit, like kind of using more like auxiliary muscles. So you kind of be, wheezing a little bit, like kind of struggling a little bit more to have a full breath.
Did you ever give him, you would sometimes give him these treatments? Right?
Yes, sir.
Was throwing up ever a symptom that he needed breathing treatment?
No, sir.
So, November 17th of 2020, that's the day that he died, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I kind of want to get what's going on in you with Kianna, your relationship at this point?
At this point, we still communicate. It's strictly on the basis of him. We don't hang out. We don't really talk much outside of, he needs this or anything pertaining to Carter. Okay. Main focus of our conversation.
And what was the custody arrangement, or was there one?
It was never a definitive custody arrangement. She was the sole caregiver for Carter at the time, and we just kind of made arrangements around my schedule on when I should have them.
Okay.
But it wasn't anything definitive.
Okay. Was there anything that was like predictable?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me about that.
So we would look at my schedule and the days I have 2 days off back to back, usually like every other weekend, and also like at least 1 day out of the week. And if I can't get them every other weekend, then at least 2 days back to back in a week. So it'll just be communication on what to have them for 2 days back to back.
And so at this point, you and Kianna are split up.
Yes,
Right. Yeah. Were you seeing anybody now?
I was at the home.
You were back in 2020, November 2020. Do you know if she was seeing anybody?
Was she seeing anybody else?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Kianna.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Was Kianna seeing anybody else?
Yes.
Do you know that person's name?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
Keon Benson.
Keon Benton. Have you ever interacted with him before?
Once.
Okay. So you met him once. Do you know if they live together?
I don't think so.
And so you dropped Carter off Thursday at daycare. That's the last you see him. Now, are you and the defendant, is there any child support agreement in place?
We recently just got a court-ordered child support agreement.
Okay. And so were you ordered to pay child support?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Through the court, initially when I moved, we settled on a fixed amount. And that's when I first moved out of the apartment. Then we talked about it and we settled on a set amount. But then later on, she wanted more and we talked about it and couldn't come up with an actual agreement because I was trying to stay away from actual court-ordered child support, but that's a route that we went with. and that's how we got to the court order child support.
So it's quarter of child support, so how do you pay? How much was it?
It was, if I'm not mistaken, $750 a month. And it was set to be deducted from my paycheck.
Okay. When was it set to be deducted?
I knew it was supposed to start in November,
Okay.
and that's when the first payment was supposed to
Okay.
happen.
And do you know if that payment was taken from you in November?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how much was it? Was it the $750 that you said?
I think it was partial. I think it was the first half of that. That came out of my paycheck.
Okay. Was there something about you overpaid somehow?
Yeah, so I wasn't too knowledgeable on how child support worked. So I knew that I get paid on Thursday, and I think I messaged Ms. Davis saying, hey, can I go ahead and just make this first payment, because I know that you have a 5-day grace period for your rent to be due. So I'm gonna go ahead and pay the first part through the child support app, and then whenever I get paid, if it's deducted from my paycheck, then we can just, even that out. Because I did not know if it was gonna be deducted from my paycheck that time.
Okay. So did you make kind of your own payment and then it was deducted as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that weekend, what all were you doing? So you dropped him off Thursday, then on Friday, so not Saturday, Sunday. Were you working? Were you at home?
I worked Friday at the fire station. I think I was off that Saturday, and I picked up a shift Sunday and Monday.
Okay.
And Tuesday.
When you weren't with Carter, would you be able to speak to him over the phone?
Yes, sir. Most of the times I would either FaceTime or talk to him on the phone.
Would you do it like once a day or multiple times?
Average once a day.
Okay. Okay. That weekend, did you get to FaceTime him at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ask?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Ms. Davis.
Okay. And she had Carter that weekend.
Yes, sir.
Right? Would she talk to you at all that weekend?
We talked, I think it was Friday, when we realized that the payment was deducted from, my paycheck. And after that was the last time we talked, because she blocked my phone number.
She blocked your phone number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you figure out that she had blocked your phone number?
The calls wouldn't go through, text messages wouldn't go through, and this happened before, so I pretty much know how it is being blocked from.
Okay. How many times did you call and try to text?
I cannot recall.
Was she mad at you?
Yes, sir.
What was it about?
About overpaying on child support.
Okay. And the purpose of your calls or texts, were they just about the child support?
Before I was blocked, yes. So we had a phone call prior to, I think the last actual phone call that we had was about the child support, and her saying that I messed up everything as far as the child support payments. And I'm like trying to still figure out how I did that, and not really understanding how me making a payment through the DFAX app and then having it deducted from my check, how would that mess up anything?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what she was mad at me about.
And were you calling as well to try to speak to your son?
That night I was.
Okay, which night?
Pretty much the entire weekend.
Pretty much the entire weekend?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to?
No, sir.
And so that was the weekend. Is the only way you tried to communicate with her text or email that weekend?
That weekend I had sent her just emails because like calls and text was not going through, so I had to email her to at least get some type of response to her.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you what I just shown the defense counsel. And it's marked as State's Exhibit 13. Can you please look at that? Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's an email of me messaging Ms. Davis and an email of her replying back to my initial email.
Okay, do you remember when that email was?
Yes, sir.
When was it?
It was November 16th.
November 16th, so that Monday?
If I'm not mistaken, it was either November 16th or, yes, it was that one.
That Monday. And is this a fair and accurate representation of that email?
Yes, sir.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, this time we offer evidence States 13.
As long as I can cross on it, I have no objection.
It's a minute.
So I'm going to put it up on television and publish it. And that is behind you. So if you could turn around and take a look at it for me. So you said that you had text her, or emailed, sorry. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at what time did you email?
10:43.
Okay, and she responded to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you please read to the jury what she responded to you?
Stop emailing me. No, you can't. Get or talk to Carter. Leave me TF alone. And that's the last time I'm gonna tell you.
What does TF stand for?
The fuck.
And that's the last time I'm gonna tell you?
Yes, sir.
So this is Monday. Do you have any idea what's going on, where Carter is? Who has him?
No, sir.
Did you guys have any communication after that email on Monday?
No, sir.
Was there a phone call?
No, sir.
Did she call you about needing to get Carter?
Oh, yeah. So later on that night, she did call me. And I'm not too sure if it was a call or a text, but I know we did talk later on that night for her saying that I need to take off of work the following day so I can keep Carter.
Okay. Did she tell you why?
She said that he's sick and he's been throwing up.
He's been throwing up. Did she tell you how much he's been throwing up?
No, sir.
Did she tell you if anything had happened to him?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take work off and?
I did not.
Okay. Why was that?
I didn't take off of work because I was pretty much begging to even see him, FaceTime him, and I would get no response. And even to the point of like, I would kind of like make concessions with him. Like, if you let me FaceTime him and see him, then I'll take off of work, I'll keep him. And those were going unanswered. And one thing she told me was just that he's been throwing up and he's sick. I need to take off of work.
You wish that you had?
I did.
Was that the end of your communication with her for the time being?
We talked Tuesday morning when I was already at my part-time job, and that's when she told me that Carter's being rushed to the emergency room now. I need to get back.
You remember what time that was?
It was in the morning time. I'd say approximately 8 or 9.
Did she say what was wrong?
No, she just said that he's being rushed to the hospital. She didn't say what was wrong.
Okay, and he was being rushed to the hospital, so where was your part-time job at that time?
I was on the ambulance in Dublin.
Ambulance in Dublin? Are you EMS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you drop everything and head to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And where was the hospital?
It was Perry Hospital off of like Miss Watson.
Perry, you thought you were on Perry, or was it Peach County?
Peach Town.
Okay. It was Peach County. Did she say anything about who had taken him? If he went to a pediatrics office?
I'm not sure if she did.
Okay. So all you knew was that it was being taken on?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you end up making it to the hospital?
I did.
When you got there, was Carter alive or dead?
He was already deceased at the time. She called me before I got to the hospital and told me that he was deceased.
When you got to the hospital, what did you do?
When I got to the hospital, I came through the emergency bay, the ambulance bay, and they led me to the waiting room. That was kind of off to the side, and that's when saw Kianna and Kianna there.
Were the police there?
They had hospital police staff in the building, in the waiting room.
How long did you stay at the hospital?
We had to wait a while before we could actually go see his body. And I stayed there until, I can't say how long I stayed there, but until it was done.
So you were ready to go?
Well, until until we went to see him and in the room, and we said our last goodbyes with him at that time. And I think that's when the coroner was coming, and that's when we left.
Let me ask you this. So you guys lived separately. Did he have a bedroom in your apartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did he like to sleep in that bedroom?
We never slept in that room.
Where did he sleep?
In bed with me.
Okay. Is that kind of his thing?
Yeah.
Is that a habit that he had?
Yes, sir.
You know, if he did the same thing when he was at the defendant's?
I can't definitively say, but from my time living there, yes.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant was upset about the fact that he wouldn't sleep in his own room?
I cannot say.
Do you know if Kianna wanted you to break that habit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She spoke to you about that?
Yeah.
Did y'all have a funeral for Carter or a service for him?
We had a viewing at the funeral home, and then we also had a balloon release pretty much at the fire station I used to work at.
Okay. Did you recall where the viewing was?
McCullough Funeral Home off the hospital.
Was the defendant there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all interact at all?
I don't think we did. If so, mildly.
And you said there was a balloon release?
Yes, sir.
When was that done?
Can't remember the exact date, but it was in December.
Whose idea was that?
Mine,
Was Kianna involved in that at all?
not in the plan.
Okay. Did she go?
She did.
Did they not have a proper funeral for that child? They did a viewing at the funeral home and then they did a balloon release. They didn't have like a proper funeral over at the church, or not to say you got to do an Instagram funeral. Everybody doesn't do that, but like they didn't have like a whole proper funeral for the child. They just had a viewing at the funeral home.
Did you have to make her go?
I don't think I made her go, but I suggested it. I would like for her to be there.
So, after the balloon release, do you remember when the balloon release was?
The exact date?
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact date, but I have pictures I can.
Oh,
Well, I
cremated.
mean, so
Okay.
did the viewing happen first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was a balloon release?
Yes, sir.
Was it a few days, a couple weeks later?
I'll say maybe 2 weeks there, 2 or 3 weeks there.
And did you and the defendant stay in contact after that balloon release?
Seldom.
Seldom? Did you guys ever discuss Carter?
Yes, Yes, sir.
What was that discussion?
Just in the time frame after that. And most times, if we were to discuss Carter, it'll mainly be pertaining the happenings of him not being here, or the investigation and the prolonged autopsy results. It would mainly be something around that basis of what's going on with the case.
Okay. And any time did you have a conversation with the defendant about Keon Benton's potential involvement?
We had one interaction where it was when we got the preliminary autopsy results back, and when we got the preliminary autopsy results back, the preliminary results said lacerated liver, and I was a little mad, angry, and I was on the phone with her, and she got the results as well. And I told her, I said, Kianna, I said, if something comes back that said this guy did something to my kid, I don't know what I'll do.
How did she respond to that?
She responded by pretty much telling me, she said, how can you even say something like that? He would never do nothing like that. And he was even a better father to Carter than I was.
Was she mad that you said that?
Our tone, yes.
Did she cuss you out?
That's all she said.
You guys talk more about the situation than just that time, right? So, I mean, have you guys had other conversations?
Yes, we
about what happened?
Not about what happened, but we've kept somewhat of an open contact, but we never really talked about what happened.
Well, but did she ever say what she thought happened?
No.
Did she ever blame Keon?
No.
Did she ever get mad at you about the fact that it happened?
Yes.
What happened there? What was that?
It was a conversation we had where she stated that I should have been there to take care of him. I should have took on the work that I should have had him. And if it wasn't for that, this whole thing would have happened.
So because you didn't take off work to take care of Carter, none of this would have happened?
I don't know, possibly.
Do you know what she was referring to when she said none of this would have happened?
No, sir. I guess just speculating on as
I
far as
don't, you just speculate, but if you don't know,
I don't know.
sorry to cut you off. But you would, or at least did on one occasion, try to get information from her about what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And what would she tell you?
She would not tell me anything, just saying she don't know what happened. Maybe he jumped off of his bed, or maybe some type of accident happened that she don't know.
Okay. Did she say anything about him being sick?
Only when we initially talked, when she told me to take off the work.
Is that weekend, was that the only time that she had kind of refused you access to him?
Yes, sir.
Because earlier you said that, I think you said that you knew you were blocked because it had happened before. So that was the first weekend where you weren't just blocked, but you couldn't even speak to Carter.
That was when I was blocked for at the same time. Most of the times, if she blocked me, it would be for a couple hours or not even a day.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Gregory, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ambrose, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Grew. I'm a lawyer from Warner Robins here representing Ms. Davis. Let me ask you a few questions if I may. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay. When did you and Ms. Davis start seeing each other?
Me and Ms. Davis met in 2014.
Were you with the Warner Robins Fire Department at that time?
Before we met, no, I was in the hiring process
You were in the hiring process?
when we initially met.
All right. And where did y'all meet at? Y'all meet in Warner Robins or somewhere else? Or?
We met in Warner Robins.
All right. And when did you go to work for the fire department?
2014.
At some point in time, y'all moved in together, is that right?
Yes, sir.
When?
2017.
2017, okay. And y'all moved into the Sandpiper Apartments, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's off of Russell Parkway in Warner Robins, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When y'all moved in together, was it just you two?
I lived in an apartment first, and then she moved in after she was pregnant.
All right. And was she teaching school then?
No, she was not.
Was she working in a dermatologist's office then?
Initially, when she first moved in, she was working at FedEx.
Working at FedEx, and then did she go to work at the dermatologist's office?
She worked at a dermatologist's office when we moved to the second apartment.
All right, well, let's, I want to make sure we have a good timeline here. So, Carter was born on January the 1st, January the 14th of 2018, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and when he was born, you and Miss Davis lived there in Sandpiper Apartments, is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that's where the child was conceived at?
Yes, sir.
Within a couple days of Carter being born, he had to go in the hospital, is that right?
That's not right.
He didn't go in the hospital?
No, he did not.
When did he go in the hospital at all during, say, the first month of his life?
I think he went to the hospital maybe 1 month or 2 months after, but not the first week or the second week.
Okay. And when he went to the hospital, were you employed by the fire department then?
Yes, sir.
And where did Carter go to the hospital at? Which hospital?
More than likely to be,
And if you don't know, that's fine.
yeah, I don't.
You don't know where he was in the hospital at?
I'm not sure which time you're talking about.
I'm talking about the first time after he was born.
I don't recall.
But nonetheless, you and Miss Davis were living together in Sandpiper Apartments.
Yes, sir.
And that was in 2018, correct?
2017 is when we lived together. That's when we started living together.
Okay, but when Carter was born, Miss Davis brought him back to your apartment there in Sandpiper, is that right?
Yes. We both brought him back.
Both brought him back, okay. And that you three lived there together, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you lived there in that apartment there at Sandpiper, the three of you, until when?
Until the following year. We stayed in that apartment for 1 year of Carter's life.
Okay, until 2019?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you and Miss Davis and Carter moved to these apartments there off of Lakeview Road?
Yes, sir.
And that's the apartment that's right there within, say, 200 or 300 yards of the pediatric place. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was planned, was it not?
No, it's not.
It wasn't planned.
The plan was to have a nice apartment.
Have a nice apartment, and the fact that his doctor was there meant nothing.
It might have, but that wasn't the initial.
Okay, I mean, could it have meant something to Miss Davis?
Maybe I cannot say which.
Okay. And during this time, where was Miss Davis working at?
It was a period where she did not work, and she was in school for a portion of that time.
Where was she in school at?
Mercer.
Mercer University in Macon.
Yes, sir.
Was she taking online classes or in-person classes?
Objection on relevance, Joe.
The objection sustained.
All right. So, so how long was she, when did y'all move into the apartments over there at Lakeview?
I would say March of 2019.
Okay. And when was it that you moved out?
March of 2020.
All right. And was it just you three still there at the apartment when you moved out?
Yes, sir.
And you were still with the fire department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if Ms. Davis was a stay-at-home mom?
For a portion, she was.
Until when?
She got a job at a dermatology office in Lincoln.
All right. And do you know when that was?
I cannot recall.
And did she stay there the entire time until y'all broke up in March of 2020?
Yes, sir. We're at the dermatologist office.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine. Yeah. But in any event, the relationship fell apart in March 2020, is that right?
Yes.
And is that when you were still with the fire department, right?
Yes.
And is that when you moved to Caitlin Drive?
Caitlin Circle.
Caitlin Circle, and that's over there near, which fire station is that you were working at then?
Fire station number 6.
And that's, the one, off Osegan.
Yes, sir.
And in Caitlin, where you were living at is, you were living in an apartment right there, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, so when you left in March of 2020, did you and Ms. Davis have an agreement as to what sort of child support you would pay?
Yes, sir.
How much?
It was $580.
And that's an agreement that you two made?
Yes, sir.
And were you paying $580 starting in March of 2020?
Yes.
And so you paid it for every month until
I got court ordered on child support.
okay. And the court order for child support, did you have to come down here to this courthouse to get an order to do that?
Yes, sir.
And the amount was $750
Yes, sir.
a month. Was that to come out of your, the $580 that you were paying, did that come out of your, was that deducted from your salary or did you just pay that on your own?
That was the amount that we decided together for me to just pay her monthly.
Okay, you paid it on your own,
Yes,
is
sir.
that right? And you were brought down here for child support, was it November of 2020?
If I'm not mistaken, it's October.
October, and the money was to start when?
In November.
November, 1st of November?
Yes.
Okay. And would that come in one lump sum payment of $750?
No, sir.
How, would it be divided twice a month, type thing?
Yes.
You were saying something about an overpayment, what was that about?
I paid the initial half before I knew that it was being deducted from my paycheck.
All right. And you felt as though Ms. Davis should pay you that money back?
I said if she would like it, she can pay me back.
If she would like?
Yeah, because I won't pay.
That's how you said it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, once again, you kept the child, and you returned the child to Miss Davis on the Thursday before he died, is that right?
I took him to daycare that morning,
You took him to daycare on that Friday morning,
Thursday morning.
on Thursday morning? Did you pick him up from daycare on Thursday, or did she?
She did.
All right. So you didn't have anything to do with picking the child up on Friday, is that right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I guess at some point in time, you and Ms. Davis talked over the weekend about, well, she called you and wanted to know if you could keep the child. Did she do that on the weekend, or did she do that on the following Monday?
Can you repeat that for me?
Okay. You had testified earlier that you and Ms. Davis had talked, or she had asked you if you could take care of the child on Tuesday, the 17th. You recall that?
Yes.
And you told her that you could not because you had not your fire job, but a part-time job as an EMS. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to her that you would watch the child if she gave you that $350 back?
Incorrect. No,
That's incorrect.
that's wrong.
Oh. Now, but nonetheless, you did not agree to keep Carter on that Tuesday, is that right?
I did not.
And you could have gotten out of the part-time job, couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
Pardon?
Yes, I could.
Okay, but you just didn't want to.
I didn't want to because I did not see my child for the entire weekend until Ms. Davis sprung upon me randomly after not talking to her or the kid for 3 days pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
I was texting saying, hey, you need to take off of work tomorrow.
But you could have seen Carter that entire Tuesday, couldn't you? Couldn't you?
Yes, I could.
But because you and Miss Davis were being disagreeable with each other, you drew the line in the sand. Is that a fair statement?
She drew the line in the sand when she told me I can't see my child, I can't FaceTime my child. There was a line in the sand.
But she offered for you to be able to see the child the next day.
After he was sick and about to die.
Okay, all right. Well, how did you know he was, did that go into your thought processes that you knew he was about to die?
No, sir.
No, even though you were under a child support order, you didn't have any sort of, anything in writing approved by the court as to what sort of visitation rights you would have. Is that correct?
No, sir.
And for the most part, you and Miss Davis got along pretty good about that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Just a second, Charlie. So, sir, it's your testimony that when you dropped the child off at daycare at Miss Tharp's on that Thursday morning, that's the last time that you saw him?
Yes,
How many other times did Miss Davis refuse you over the months to be able to see the child?
She would not.
Pardon?
She would not.
She would not.
No, sir.
Did she ever refuse you FaceTime before?
No, sir.
So this was the only time?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her on that Monday about whether or not you could watch the child on Tuesday, did she mention to you that Mr. Benton was watching the child?
No, sir.
Did you know that he was watching the child?
I don't recall.
And you say you met this Mr. Benton a time or two, is that right?
Once.
Once, was that at the fire station?
Yes, sir.
And Carter was there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that went okay, did it not?
No, it did not.
Did the meeting didn't go okay?
No.
Was there a confrontation of some sort?
It was I wouldn't really say competition, it was a disagreement.
Disagreement between who?
Me and Ms. Davis.
You and Ms. Davis?
Yes.
I mean, you resented the fact, I guess, that she brought the child over there to your place of work?
Can you repeat that?
Pardon me?
Can you repeat your sentence? Can you repeat what you said?
Were you upset with Ms. Davis because she brought the child over to your place of work?
No, sir. I love when you come to my job.
But there was a disagreement? Is that because Mr. Denton was there?
There was a disagreement on meeting Mr. Bennett at the time.
It was just for a few minutes, was it not?
To meet him,
Right.
she brought Carter over to the fire station. It was a Saturday. She brought him over because she said that he's been sad and he's been moping around, and she would like for me to just, bring him over to the fire station so he can play. And she did. She advised, hey, just to let you know, my boyfriend's with me. I said, that is fine. That's okay. He came, we played around the fire station for about, say, 30 minutes. And then after that, that's when she came and said, all right, it's time to go. I asked Ms. Davis, I said, hey, would you mind if I meet your boyfriend since he's around my kid? I would like to put a face to the name.
Right.
And she said, no, he would not like to meet you. So that made me say, I don't care if you're around my child, I'm going to know who you are.
Okay. Was this on the Saturday before the child died?
No, sir.
How far in the past was that?
Me and my son, we went on vacation to visit our mom, to visit my mom in October. We came back October 18th or October 19th. That was the following weekend after that, so it was still in October.
Okay. So that's the only, did you ever meet Mr. Benton then?
I attempted to meet him. I said I will meet this guy, so I walked to the car and tapped on the glass. He didn't get out of the car. He rolled the car window down. I said, hey, I'm Kadeem, I'm Carter's dad. Shook his hand, and that's our only interaction.
So there wasn't any problem between you and he?
No, it was not.
Did you have any other problems or repercussions from Ms. Davis because of this meeting?
No, sir.
Just a second, John, please. And I mean, sir, once again, you moved out in March of 2020, is that right?
Yes, sir.
During that period of time, of course, your baby died in November. During that period of time, did you yourself have a girlfriend to live with you?
No, sir.
You never had a girlfriend to live with you?
No, sir.
Did you ever have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
I was dating a girl named Tierra.
Tierra. And did you have the occasion to have Ms. Davis meet her?
No, sir.
You didn't want that to happen?
If it happened, it happened, but she never.
And Mr. Ambrose, you are currently with Gwinnett County, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Which fire department you work for?
Gwinnett County Fire and Emergency Services.
Okay. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. You may stay or go as you wish, please. Mr. Or y'all ready?
This one has body cam good, just wanted to do it up.
Okay. All right, y'all, we're gonna take just like 2 minutes to do some technology adjustments in here so that, the presentation of evidence goes a little more smoothly than sometimes the computer lets us do while you're watching us. So if y'all just step to the jury room, we're not gonna take a regular break right now, just a quick one to get set up, okay?
I mean, is this going to be body cam? Ooh. It's getting ready to be body cam time, y'all. We're at that time where we're going to see body cam footage. Let me just say this. I'm not gonna say Kianna. I'm still like, girl, Kianna, what happens? What happened, girl? Um, I found. Do you guys want to see Sir's picture, Mr. Keon Belton? Would you guys like to see his picture? Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. I have it in my phone. I just downloaded it to my phone, but I didn't want to do too much because girl. Ever since that person ran into the traffic light, our internet has been running wonky. Hold on. Keon Belton. Let's see if I can, without having to download it over here. Keon Belton, Georgia, Kianna Davis. I mean, it sounded like she was mad at her baby father. I mean, it's giving a little narkish. I mean, she doesn't sound like a severe narc, but it sounds like, I don't know. It sounds a little, this guy is coming off a little passive, the baby father, but we don't really know how he is. But these interactions that she's been having are not doing her any favors. What do you guys think? Like, dad is coming off like a good guy. He came, you know what I'm saying? He did what he was supposed to do. You don't get any cookies for that. He's giving adequate funds to help take care of his child. He's a firefighter. We know firefighters have odd schedules. He set up a schedule. He was trying to stay out the system, but went ahead and got in the system. They lived together. She was able to go to school. He met her. She was working at Amazon. Not to say she wasn't college bound. I'm not saying that. But when they got together, she was working at the warehouse. He was in the hiring process to be a firefighter. In the process of them together, she goes to college. You know what I mean? She seems, they both made progress during this relationship. They had a child. They never got married. I feel like he might be a little older, the baby dad, sir, Mr. Kadeem. I don't know. I'm still like, okay, when are we getting to the part where she abused him? Or was it the boyfriend? This is where I'm having a problem, and you guys tell me too. They have her on the hook for first degree murder, felony murder. They may have had a better second degree, something, manslaughter, something, because they're going to have to come with the intent. They're going to have to come. Maybe they got something in their bag of tricks where they're going to really bring it home that she had animus towards the child, or she took out her anger about the baby father, kind of like Susan Smith. She wanted to be with somebody else. She had some disdain for her husband. All of the, like, we're hearing that she had some, that her and the baby father had a little bit of beef, not enough to kill the kid. we're hearing about she kind of fell for the okey doke, got into something in the hallway with the daycare person. Like, people have a right to a bad day. That doesn't mean that you killed your kid. Okay. She may have been weaponizing the kid. She may have been using the kid a little bit to get what she wanted or how she wanted things. I'm still leaning towards, because I have not heard anything to make me think that she did it yet. Although she could be covering up for the boyfriend. The boyfriend could be a bad dude. We know that, introducing, a outsider, be it male or female, can be problematic to a kid, because we've seen Letitia, girl, I can't think of her name, but that woman, Letitia, the stepmother who killed the little boy. So male or female, there have been some weirdos. Mom's boyfriend, dad's girlfriend. There's been weirdos out here that come for kids. So we really don't know, but are you guys hearing anything yet that's giving you first degree murder? I'm just, okay. All right, they're getting ready to do this testimony. Let's get in here. Stouch. Thank you. And I'm going to load the picture. If you want to wait another second, I'll load the picture of the boyfriend. Baby, you know what? Let me do it now. And then by the time we finish body cam footage, I'll show you. We might even see the boyfriend in this. Okay. Cause we're getting ready to look at body cam. So let me just, Letitia Stouch. Yes. Stout. I always pronounce her name wrong, but you guys know what I mean. And she's not the only, right? Look at damn Stefan Starnes. That was mom's boyfriend. You know what I mean? Like, there's been some bad dude mom's boyfriends, and there's been some bad females dad's girlfriends out here. You know what I mean? So I don't want to seem like I'm picking on the guys. There's just some people out here that you introduce them to your kids, and it's a sad ending, right? I would have flipped on the boyfriend if it was me and I didn't do it. I would hope that she's fighting for her life no matter what she has to do. I don't know, girl. I don't know what's going on here, but we're just watching. I'm afraid they're going to rest their case soon. I'm just wondering, they haven't proven their case. I feel like unless you got that smoking gun, you need to bring it for first degree murder. You know what I mean? There need to be some things to add up for first degree murder to bring it to first degree murder. I mean, maybe there could be something, ultimately, if this man killed her son, she would be responsible because you left that man in your care. You left your kid in that man's care. Let me get it straight. I don't know. I'm just talking. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Betty. Okay, let's go. Let's get back, y'all. I just had to get those thoughts out, cuz baby. Ooh. Okay, see, her overall demeanor is so bothered. Now, it's easy to say you would have to pick me up off the floor, but I just feel like I know me and I don't handle that type of surprise, not knowing stress well, which I've never been in a position like this, so I can't even begin, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, guys. There's no sound yet, so The body language. It's not even annoying. It's just going to be counterproductive. Um, she has kind of like a little bit of like a resting bitchy demeanor. And depending on what type of jury, you know what I mean? Like for me, if I were a juror, I would, like being like we're the jury at home, right? I I have friends that have that type of demeanor, but they're cool people, they're sweet, they're kind, they're all the things. It would be okay for me because I get it. Some people, especially people who are not some people who love to read into people people's demeanors, especially if you're maybe not from the same culture, baby, they're gonna just have a whole negative impression on you. It's a little negative and it can be taken negative. We're still rolling, guys, so we're just waiting for the I guess the officer to be sworn in. So just hang on. Hang on, it's coming. She has a particular overall demeanor that I think if she doesn't testify, she really is going to need to testify. We're going to see if that happens. Let me see. They're trying to get everything right. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume the time, my next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Waddell. Alright, Officer Waddell, if you would, do you swear affirm testimony you shall give before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would state and spell your name correctly, please.
Officer Matthew Wojtal, Wojtal.
Where do you work?
For the city of Warner Robins Police Department.
What do you do for the city of Warner Robins?
Police officer.
What do you do as a police officer?
I'm on the patrol division, so we're responding to 911 calls.
And what does that usually entail? What does your day-to-day look like?
And mainly responding to 911 calls for service, traffic enforcement, and so on and so forth.
And let me take you back to November of 2020. Were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, did you still work for Warner Robins or a different agency?
Still with Warner Robins contact group.
That being said, how long have you been with Warner Robins?
So just over 8 years at this point.
And have you always been patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on patrol back in November of 2020?
I was.
On November 17th of 2020, did you receive a call out of primary pediatrics?
I did, ma'am.
And what was that call for?
I believe the call was titled Assist Agency as far as EMS. With in reference to a CPR progress.
And you arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Okay, what was going on when you got there?
I arrived on scene and observed that the ambulance had already been on scene. Back doors were open, and if I recall correctly, medical staff was in the back of the ambulance performing CPR and still working on the individual.
Who was that individual?
There would be the 2-year-old Carter Ambrose.
And he had already been loaded into the ambulance, is that correct?
Upon my arrival, yes, ma'am.
What happened after you arrived there?
Initially made contact with medical staff to find out basic information of what was going on. We were then instructed that the child was going to be transported to the hospital, to which I did follow the ambulance to that location.
Which hospital?
Peach County Madison Hospital.
And you followed the ambulance there?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you arrived at Peach County Hospital?
Got to the hospital, ambulance and medical staff unloaded the male from the ambulance into a treatment room where they attempted to continue to give on further care to resuscitate him.
And were they able to do so to your knowledge?
No matter
After that, did you leave Peach County Hospital?
stood by momentarily until then I was instructed to respond to the residents at 68 Lakeview Lane, or Lakeview Road, excuse me.
And that's 682 Lakeview Road, is that here in Madison County?
It is.
And what happened when you responded?
I made contact with the lieutenant on duty and sergeant on duty who were providing scene security in the meantime.
So when you arrived at the apartment, because this is an apartment complex, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived at the apartment complex and relieved your lieutenant and sergeant, what happened from there?
I remained on scene for scene security, and to my recollection was there until the scene was done in process.
Did you speak to anyone on scene?
I did,
You recall who you spoke to?
Miss,
Did you speak to Ms. Davis?
I did.
Now, were you wearing a body cam at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Was that body cam on and recorded?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Was it working properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you regularly wear a body cam?
Every day.
Now, at the time you spoke with Ms. Davis, the body cam was on recording.
Yes, ma'am.
Was she in custody at that point?
No,
Was she free to leave and discontinue the conversation at any time?
yes, ma'am.
Was she ready Miranda?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because she was not in custody, nor was she even thought of as a suspect at that time.
If I were to show you a copy of your body cam, would you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Madam Clerk, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness was marked as 014. This is the copy of the body cam. Officer Westlaw, have you had a chance to review that body cam?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And was it a fair and accurate representation of what was going on scene that day in your conversation with Ms. Davis?
It is.
Hasn't changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right, at this time, the state will tender the evidence taken exhibit 14 and published with jury and submitted.
Of course, we previously,
Submitted under objection. You may publish.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, just as a matter for the record, the audio actually starts 30 seconds in.
And then the next day she started talking about to play around baby. Everywhere in the hospital, I read nothing when I read you. A regular people don't feel
there, I was there with them. Well, I was there with them.
They know who will, I know they're all.
And they were all pretty distraught.
They've all been, they won a part of the issues I never had to ask. And I go in there because they automatically know.
Let me go to something for you. So, are you deaf? And they're all pretty distraught.
They've all been, they won a part of the issues I never had to ask. And I go in there because they automatically know.
Let me go to something for you. So, are you dad or you said that? Okay. So is dad the EMT that showed up? Okay. What's his name? I am. Mom said that or uncle. You know when his birthday was? Okay. You know where he lives?
Yes, he lives right next to the fire department on Kimberly. Right here, station number 6. Right.
Oh, okay, over by off of Dean.
Yes, like right in that little from town road.
He was the address over there?
It's so hard to listen to like this. It's terrible. It's like, I don't know what they do, but sometimes when they run the video, it's like the microphones are picking it up through the it's like the microphones are having to pick it up through the speakers rather than probably adjusting to put the mics closer. It makes it really hard to listen to. Am I the only one? So what may be very interesting video footage is absolutely less interesting, other than we get to see the visuals of how some of this played out. But the sound is horrible.
Hey, what's your address? 230 K Circle. KATELYN Circle. One right. We're going ahead. Okay. I'm waiting on the hot down over there. We can't go in. We'll be out to get or whatever. Mine.
What's Mr. Rivers' home or situation going on?
Phone number is 478 998 7199.
Okay. Thank you. I forgot to get his information earlier. So. Was that? Did you? Oh, yes, you. that completely, had this on a personal level. I'm gonna write down my name when y'all go to do services for me, in public police department, and leave a message for me. I really appreciate it. And I understand motions on aye. To let you know, I had to yell at him. That he was sniffing the tailpipe of the ambulance, and I actually talked to him, he out there, he goes, I thought you were gonna pull him over. I said, at one point I was, and then I was like, no, we got an ambulance in front of me, behind them, I'm just gonna go in between.
He worked so hard, so hard, get here.
The good thing is, when, we had all that going on there, we had officers from over here, and he loves it all. That's why we're staying out here primarily, and I was kind of doing out how to go the whole thing because of him passing. At that point, that's a lead year deterrent. I don't want you to cry. So I'm going to give you one of our little stickers. Please put it in there. You got where you want out? See what the face is? I'm the acting for all.
And that's why I say my name, yes, firefighter. He's a firefighter.
For the record, Judge, I'm pausing at 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Fast forwarding to 14 minutes and 23 seconds. I previously discussed with defense counsel that I would fast forward to 4 minutes and let it off in my station.
Record will send a
I'm waiting on juvenile because we contact outside juvenile and they run everything. So, we're going to get out here. Little north.
Pausing at 15 minutes and 38 seconds, fast forwarding to 18 minutes and 10 seconds.
Get home. Unfortunately, I've dealt with stuff like this quite a few times, and it won't be until between a day and maybe a week or two. And then all of a sudden, you'll feel a degree. But let me preface that by also saying, know that if you do start feeling depressed, you start with that difference. Okay. Surreal.
Yeah. That was taken on the trip and put it from, and I was so adamant about not letting them go. I did not let them go because of the whole thing and all this other stuff, but that's what family is, so they just haven't even gotten to see them. This was just months ago, in October. And, that thing was a year, so if I didn't let him go, we would.
So you did let him go?
I let him go.
You got to do mom, baby.
Maybe he loved it over there. I was like, grateful that he got to feel the last. Like, if it wasn't for that thought that,
GBI. Don't forget, they get cases from everywhere in Georgia. GBI is like the FBI for Georgia. So literally, like, we get DUI, we get blood from somebody, it goes to the GBI crime lab. They get shell casings, they get guns, they get all sorts of different stuff that they have to process and do. And unfortunately, there's, on a scenario like this, they're happening across the state, so they have to, they have those, you know, high profile case that happens where they can get that done for whatever reason. Pretty much.
I was hoping that it's changing things, but I'm going to do it, but I feel more all bed, yeah. I'm hoping that you can get like, yes, and hold it.
When, Dr. Brown gets over here, we're also gonna have our, tracking mortgage. So they're gonna do and they process thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of returns. So they know what it is. And you were saying y'all have a test for COVID now?
We got that administration, we got that COVID, they negative.
After you started certificate, y'all get tested again, I don't know.
So. Since October, we went on October 19th.
When you get back.
We got back on the 23rd.
Okay.
And
That wasn't too long.
it wasn't long, we went back, and I told you. Other than that, I kind of thought maybe, you know, like, be around, you know, certain people have to wait when, as long as,
Talking to somebody else.
yes, that he is,
Like the microplastic thing in the movie.
and I'm talking about her, I was 14 hours.
Fast forwarding to 38 minutes.
Out the point of 30 degrees. I left the house this morning at 4:45, 4:50. Still about 40 degrees. I had to go off Bougie Road, there was a deer. Had to go move the deer off the road. Did you work at Joe County High School and?
I worked with it.
Okay.
I used to do a program for high school.
Okay.
problem for and still.
But they need to work on that, or need to go to that.
I do, say, the Mountain High Career Academy.
Okay, yeah.
I go there and
You're like that class.
I'm actually, I want to be my teacher. Program next year.
All right. Walking around out there,
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep you guys time. I know it's a big situation, stress levels up and all that. So we try to keep y'all guys in space at the same time. Doing our group. But as far as this happening comes up, we have to do things like that. Things that we flag, that sort of thing. Requires one of two things. Requires you to send you guys, requires you to listen. Usually that's the way it goes. I have to, I'll have to listen. So I just really right. Yeah, we have really right. So I apologize for being out of forms. So I just can't read one. Just send one. That's the sheriff's office. I'm reading. I said, you'll preach your name. You live here too, sir. You don't live here. Just keep here. You have any problems here? Well, it's all right up to you. But anyways, preach your name here. You give Alabama Sheriff's Office and Warren Police Department state certain presence of taking out the way of mistakes and taking necessary further. I understand I have the right to withdraw from sin at any time, and of course, it certainly won't be solved. Pray in the same.
being real simple, they're going to counseling.
Look, I'm not trying to be crass or anything. I'm just going to throw this out there. This lady is a teacher. She works for the school system. She has full benefits, right? Did she take out an insurance policy on this kid? Not take out like call an insurance agent, but I'm saying, the term life policy that you have, you work for the school system and you can include your family. Like, did she have insurance on this kid also? I'm just asking. She's very cold. Everybody's different. That does just because she's a cold person doesn't mean she killed her kid. Was she motivated by money? Was this kid on her policy at school, on her benefit package? Did she collect a payout upon his death? Like, what's the real story here? Also, so this guy, the boyfriend, is supposed to testify. I wonder what they're gonna ask him. I'm also wondering why they didn't ask the questions surrounding the breakup of her and the kid's father. What was it? It's just giving the father as well. The father could have also, but the baby wasn't in his possession. He's not on trial. You know what I mean? I hear you, Reefa Muff's mom, but I guess I didn't think about that because he's not on the hook. She's on the hook. You know what I mean? Now, he could have had his child on there. Absolutely. And then I was also thinking too, just because someone's cremated doesn't mean you don't have a proper funeral, but whatever. They didn't have a funeral at the church. The dots are not connecting the father as well. I want to know, were there insurance payouts on these term life policies? Because those are easy to get. You have a full-time job, they offer you full benefits depending on the size. She's a teacher, he's a firefighter. They definitely had death benefits in their benefit package coming from an HR person. They had it. Did they take it? I don't know, but normally people do because it's like 50 cents. It's like dirt cheap. Okay. Most people will take it. They feel like they're never going to use it. It's never going to pay out. And, anyway, I'm curious about that. I'm curious to know about why she and the baby's father broke up. Was it hateful? Was it, what happened? Because they really didn't touch on that. They just talked about when they broke up, not why they broke up, right? No, that's not my point, Petty Patty. She's a teacher. She's got good benefits too. He's a firefighter. They have benefits. That's not my point. My point is they have death benefits attached to their health, attached to their packages. These two people work for the state. He works for the fire department. She is a teacher. She has good teacher benefits. He has firefighter benefits. You have term life policies, and I'm just wondering, specific to her, not him, did she get an insurance payout? Was she motivated by some sort of money? Like, where is the motive here? And where's the motive? She's on trial for first degree murder. Where's the intent? Where's the motive? What's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is a very slow moving trial, and I'm just not seeing, other than the fact that she's the mother, she's not very friendly, she's not super warm fuzzy as to the reason why she's on trial right now. She might not be a breath of fresh air, but that doesn't necessarily mean you murdered your kid. So I'm just kind of curious as to when this trial is going to pick up a little bit more, because I'm not seeing what, you know what I'm saying? She's not, she's not sitting here in a bundle of tears, but I'm also not seeing, I'm just not hearing enough for a jury to convict her for life without parole, excuse me. We know the kid had insurance. I mean, he stayed at the doctor. He had asthma, all the things. So I'm sure they had health benefits. I'm talking about in death benefits. And she very well might be guilty. I'm not even going to dispute that. She's very cold and there's something about her that's fishy, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, they need to give a little bit more than that for a jury to convict her. I'm eager to hear from the boyfriend.
Hey, Doctor.
I bet you they're going to bring the boyfriend on next.
And stopping at 45 seconds.
Sorry, what?
45 seconds, 45 minutes, Judge, I apologize. Have the other for this witness.
Ms. Craig?
Thank you, Art. Also, good to see you again. This, once again, you were called to go to the pediatric place there on Lakeview Road.
Do they have lesser included? It just depends on what the jury instruction is. If they're going for first degree murder, they may not have lesser included in the jury charge. It just depends on how the judge gives them the law. If it's first degree murder or nothing, it's first degree murder or nothing. You know what I mean? They have to give them the lesser included or manslaughter. They're not going to just come back with that unless that's automatic in Georgia. I don't know if that is, but I feel like they have to open the floor for lesser included. And if they don't do that and they don't find first degree murder, then she going home.
Is that correct? Yes, sir. Do you recall about what time it was? I don't know. Okay. The apartment complex that we've seen in this video to the pediatric place is less than 300 yards away. Is that a fair statement? I don't know, so I haven't measured that. Okay. I mean, you don't have any recollection of it? It's very close to me. Okay, they're on the same road. Correct. And that's within the city limits of Warren Robins, is that correct? Yes, sir, it is. So I take it in your many years you patrolled that area numerous times. Yeah. Once again, when you went to the pediatric place there at First on Lakeview, did you, Miss Davis, did you follow her out there, or was she in the ambulance, or? No. Where was she at, do you know? I don't. Okay. She could have already been out there at the hospital, or do you know? I don't know. But you followed the ambulance, is that right? Correct. I take it that you were at the Beach County Hospital very long, is that right? I wouldn't say so. Less than 30 minutes. Approximately. And then that you were instructed to go back or go to the apartment there that you were at, is that right? That's correct. There's the date on this, at the very end of this, is 13/09/25. Is that a correct date, or again, is that a correct time, or do you have any recollection? I'm not sure. I believe that might be a correct time. I don't know, sir. Well, unless you were out there for the entirety of this conversation that you had with Miss Davis and Mr. Bennett, is that right? Yes, sir. And then there at the end is when Deputy Collins came from the House County Sheriff's Department to go through the place, is that right? I believe so, yes, sir. Who else was there? Was there someone there from DFAX? Yes, sir. Marcus Williams there from DFAX? I believe so. Do you know if Juan Herrera from the Little Robbins Police Department was there at this time? At that time, I'm not sure, sir. I don't recall if Don was already there, but I do know that he did eventually come there. Did you hang around for that, or did you really go back in service? I believe I hung around, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Unless I was relieved by
certain calls.
Okay, at the conclusion of this video, did Ms. Davis leave?
I don't recall, I believe she might have stayed on scene.
Okay, but certainly she wasn't allowed to go on the scene while Officer Herrera and Deputy Collins were inside, is that right?
That's correct.
Just a second, Charlie. Officer, I thank you for your service.
Alright, you are free to go, and you've been excused, you can go or stay as you wish. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a little break, we're about an hour and a half, a little longer. Don't talk about the case, don't let anyone talk about it with you. Notepad and take about 15 minutes, okay? You can go to the spot.
My bad, you guys. I thought I was on. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought I was on mute. My bad. Sorry, y'all. Look, sis tired, girl. Sis is like, I need to take my good over 40 nap. And not today, ma'am. Excuse me, y'all. This is what I'm thinking. So number one, in Georgia, conviction by a jury for a lesser included offense is not automatic. It requires a specific request or the evidence to support it. I mean, it's a crapshoot because if they've got first degree murder and they can't prove first degree murder, she's acquitted. Okay. If they go with lesser included and people are kind of like, well, I got a gut feeling. We don't need, you know what I'm saying? Like, they charged her with first degree. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, I don't know. This lady is hard to read. I'm going to be honest with you because I feel like I'm a very good read of people. But, I don't know. I really want to hear something, It's almost like the guy, the poison, the girlfriend trial where they said that he put the cocaine in her drink. Not that I don't believe that he could have done it because I don't think he wanted the baby, but I don't know. All right, let's get to the next witness because it's already almost 4:00 and the judge is already yawning. Okay, I wonder if they're going to save the boyfriend for last. If they're saving, if the prosecution is saving the boyfriend for last, that makes me think he got some TT. Because why would you save him for last? Why wouldn't you bring him up like right after the horrible body cam video, to help explain that body cam footage? Because nobody heard that shit. I don't even think the people in the courtroom understood what was going on over there, other than we just saw them. It was very hard to understand. But anyway, we just sped through. We're almost caught up, y'all. Okay. They're getting ready to call somebody else, so let's get into it. This case is like, y'all pick up, please pick this thing up. Let's get this thing going.
Alright, Lee Bergman.
That's what I'm thinking, because why would you save him for last? So I think it's supposed to go to the jury tomorrow. I would not be surprised. And if ma'am doesn't take ma'am better look in call her doctor or look in her medicine cabinet and get one of her good antidepressants. And if she has it, I'm not trying to put it off on her, but sis is giving the vibes that she might have a little something from the doctor in the medicine cabinet. Sis, make sure you take it before court tomorrow. Make sure you take it. And thank you, hun. Thank you. Because her overall demeanor is going to send her behind right to court. If her if her jury, if her jury don't know them folks, sis going to jail on circumstantial speculation. And I mean, look, I'm giving her the side eye myself, but I'm just not 100% convinced with what I've heard. I haven't heard enough to convict her. Like if I were sitting in the jury box, girl, I would be the one that everybody on the jury is mad at, because I'm not going to send someone to prison unless you need to lay out a proper case. You need to lay out the evidence for murder one. Come on now. The jury are women. If the jury are women, but I'm talking about if they don't know them folks. You understand what I'm saying, Sexy RN? If they don't know them folks, okay? You understand? You understand what I'm saying? Okay? If they don't know them folks, she gone. She gone. They're gonna send her right up. They're gonna send her right up and away. Okay? She's gonna die in the upper, the upper room. She gonna meet the upper room at Georgia Department of Corrections. Okay? Because her demeanor is a little negative. Okay? Her demeanor is a little negative, but that doesn't mean you killed your kid, I do think she might have been mad at her baby daddy. I think she was mad at her baby daddy. I think she could have been mad enough to have beat her kid and hurt him. And we also still don't know about this man, if the man is a bad dude or not. If the guy has a history of domestic violence and beating kids, well, she's still responsible. But I don't know enough we don't know anything about him yet. I have lots of questions. If the jury don't know them folks, she guilty. Yeah, she going up the road for show. Okay, let me say it like that. She going up the road for show.
My next witness, they call Juan Herrera. Let me have Mr. Herrera, please, or Officer Herrera.
Kizzy who? Kizzy from Jarvis Butts or Kizzy? There, I think there was a Kizzy. The daycare lady's daughter was Kizzy, I think.
You swear
Which
affirm
what you
testimony
talking about,
shall be the truth,
sis?
whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You would state your name for the record, please.
Juan Herrera,
Investigator, where do you work?
Waterline Police Department.
What do you do for Monroe Police Department?
I'm also a crime scene investigator, also latent crime examiner.
So you are primarily a crime scene investigator and you are also a latent crime.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for crime scene investigations?
Crime scene, when we on call, we respond to different crimes.
And how long have you done that?
For 19 years.
Is that how long you work for Monroe Police Department?
I was hired on January 29, 2007.
What did you do when you were initially hired?
I was a booking officer.
And so what did you do from there?
From there, I applied for the crime scene due to my training before to the Department of Homeland Security on fingerprint. And then I got the job in March 2009.
And since then, you have worked crime scene investigations for Warner Robins Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Let me take you back to November 17th of 2020. Were you working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was on call that day.
Did you receive a call out to 6082 Lakeview Road?
Yeah, the first phone call that I had, it was to respond to the ER at the Perry Hospital, in Beach County.
Did you actually go out to Beach County?
Okay, yes.
What did you do at Beach County?
I met with Coroner Galpin and Juvenile Sergeant Collins to photograph and bag the child so I can send him to the morgue at Houston County.
So basically, you saw the child with Carter Ambrose's body at Beach County,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were taking photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the one who bagged him?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you bagged him at Beach County Hospital, what did you do?
I follow EMS to the Houston County morgue and myself, I lock him in the morgue.
So you transferred the body to the morgue.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do from there?
From there, just photograph the lock in the freezer in the cooler section and just went back to the scene.
And by the scene, what is the address for the scene?
The address of the scene, it was 6080 Lakeview Road, apartment 2408.
And that's in Houston County, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived to the scene, I met with Officer Matthew. He had the scene secured. So then I also met with Sergeant Collins from Houston County, investigator, and proceed to start photographing documented scene and collecting evidence as a request of the Sergeant Collins.
Great, thank you, sir. Tell us how you process the scene.
When we get to the scene, we start with photograph. We photograph the entire scene. After we photograph the entire scene, we mark the items of evidence that most likely we're going to collect. And from there, we collect all the items. If we need to do all the type of process requested, then we do that as well.
Is that how your training process is?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have extra training for processing things?
Yeah, we do have, I mean, what is requested, we need to collect footwear evidence, we collect footwear evidence. If we have to process for fingerprint, we process for fingerprint. If we have to collect DNA sample, we do that as well, or if we need to collect all the other foreign objects, so we also collect those.
Did you collect, let me ask you this first, actually. So you would photograph the scene, correct?
Yeah.
Did you take photographs of this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to show you those photographs, would you be able to recognize them?
Sure.
May I approach you? You may. Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked as states exhibits 15 through 61. If you'll take a minute and just look at those.
behind me and also the markers that I used to mark the evidence that I collected.
So you are the one who took these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they fair and accurate representations of the scene as you found it?
They are.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, state will tender into evidence states exhibits 15 through 61.
You said 61?
Yes, ma'am.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
There it is.
The state has to publish it during this time.
You may do so.
Officer Pereira, if you would, kind of turn around a little bit when you put these up on the screen. Showing states exhibit 15, can you tell me what it says?
Yeah, that's a living room area from the TV and going out to the back porch of the patio area. And those are markers 1, 2, 3 with the stains on the carpet.
And you said those are your markers
Yes, ma'am.
that you use to process the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are markers 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, ma'am.
States exhibit 16. Investigator, you can tell me what this is?
Yeah, it's a close-up picture of the stain that are marked as item number 1.
And what is that item number 2 up there?
Number 2, it was another stain next to number 1.
So in processing a scene, you would notice those stains and put markers there? Is that process?
Yeah, this one.
State 17. Investigator, can you tell me what it says?
Yeah, it's a close-up picture with the ruler, so we can see how large is the stain that I'm marking.
So just be clear, that is your marker number 1, your ruler, measuring the stain that you found there. State 18. Investigator, can you tell me what this is?
That's another medium range photograph of number 2, the stain marked with mark number 2.
So you mentioned medium range, can you tell me what that means?
We do, the way that we, for evidence that we collect the items for evidence, we do overall pictures, medium, and close. So,
So this would be a medium range
yeah,
photograph.
the ruler. Yeah.
State 19, can you tell me what it says?
Yeah, this is the same stain, marker number 2 with the ruler.
State 20, investigator, can you tell me what it says?
Yeah, that's a close-up picture of stain marks number 2 with the ruler as well.
So essentially the same picture as State's Exhibit 19, just close range.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Stage 21, investigator, can you tell me what this is?
Yeah, that's like a medium picture with item number 3 with the stain marks item number 3.
Stage 22, investigator, can you tell me what this is?
It's the same stain mark number 3 with the
And this will be a close range photograph?
close-up range, yes.
Stage 23,
Same stain number 3 marker with the ruler. Most of the time we take several pictures. We focus on to make sure that we can focus right and we can see it well.
essentially, so you can get a clearer picture, is that right? 4 investigator, can you tell me what this is?
The marker number 3 with the stain also with the ruler.
So just another shot of the same thing.
Yeah, based on the lining and close up, you know, and focus on that.
Thank you, investigator. States 25 investigator, we've moved on from markers 1, 2, and 3. Can you tell me what is shown in this photograph?
Yeah, it was a napkin with stains located in the counter next to the sink, with marker number 4.
Is there a particular reason why you took that photograph?
Yes, because of the stains that the napkin contained.
The same that the napkin contained?
Yeah.
States 26 investigator, the same shot
Same
essentially?
shot, a little closer.
And states 27 investigator.
And same closer shot, number 4 with the ruler.
So this is another view of the marker number 4, the napkin that's like,
Yes, and we always also use the ruler for the sides of that.
states 28 investigator. We've moved on from marker number 4. What is shown in this photograph?
That was a diaper that we used and some shorts that was located on the floor, on the hallway bottom.
And what is that next to marker number 5?
The diaper.
So the diaper is next to marker number 5, and the shorts are next to marker number 6.
This one.
Do you recall why you took photos of those particular items?
Do I recall what you said? Do
Why
I
did you
recall that
take
picture? Yes, ma'am.
Why did you take pictures of those?
I took a picture because being the location where it was, and also the diaper contained pieces, and you know, it can be taken to the lab if it's necessary.
And states 29 investigator. What's shown in that photograph?
That's more like a medium, close-up picture of number 5. Yeah, it's
States 30. What is this?
and that's close-up picture on item number 5, the diaper with the
And states 31.
and also close-up picture of item 6 for the shorts.
States 32.
Yeah, close-up with the ruler, same item on the 6.
So measuring the shorts, laying on the ground.
Shorts, this one.
States 33. Can you tell me what's in this photograph?
This is a overall picture. This area is located in the master bedroom floor, in the carpet area, and overall item 7 through 11.
So this photograph was taken in the master bedroom. And those are marker numbers 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Yes, ma'am.
States 34 investigators on the witnesses.
Close-up picture of item number 7. We far of some of the probably medication for the inhaler.
States 35 investigator, what is this?
Close-up picture of the inhaler right next to the huggies. Number 9 would be one of the capsules.
Stage 37, is that a closer view of marker number 8?
This one with the ruler,
And you neighbor.
this one.
Stage 38, is that a closer shot of marker number 9?
This one with the ruler.
Those would be capsules for, say, a breathing machine.
I believe so, yes.
Stage 39, what is this?
10, market 10 will show the nebulizer, I believe, that we would treatment for asthma, most likely. And 11 will be, I think I know the short, this will close. So, 11 will be the medication package, yeah.
You said marker number 11 would be medication package.
Yeah.
State Exhibit 40, what is this?
Over here, number 10 is a close-up picture of the ruler of the, over the nose piece of the enemy.
Stage 41, what is this?
11 was another capsule with a ruler. That was the medication packet that I told you, that was marked 11, I couldn't see it well.
Gotcha, thank you. And stage 42, investigator, what is this?
This is the overall picture of the items located by the bedside, and then mark number 12 is a clear bag with green leaf material.
And where did you locate this in the house? Was this also in the master bedroom?
This one must have been next to the bed, on the floor.
Stage 12, what is this?
That's a close-up picture of the bag containing the green leaf material, also with the partially small line. Mark 12 with the ruler.
And stage 44. Tell me what this is.
It's a close-up picture, same body, green leaf material, mark 12 with the ruler.
Stage 45, investigator, tell me what's going on in this photograph.
13 was a towel on top of the bed.
So this is a towel on top of bed?
Yeah.
And where was this photograph taken?
Master bed.
Stage 46, what's going on in this photograph?
This is also on the master bedroom area, floor area, and marker 14. And for that's like a medication card product. And 14 will be another, type of maybe part of the inhaler we're used to for that purpose.
So marker 14 is placed next to something that appears to be part of, say, an inhaler or some kind of medical device?
Yes, sir.
Stage 47, what's going on here?
14 is a close-up picture of the measuring cup. Also, one of those nose, clear nose, so off the measuring marks out of the nose.
Stage 48, investigator, what's going on here?
15 is close-up picture with the ruler, also with a piece of equipment, probably from one of the nebulizer or one of the.
Stage 49, investigator, tell me what's going on in this photograph.
This is the bedroom, the child's bedroom, and this is, it was two beds, a large bed and the child's bed, so this should be the child's bed against the wall. With a marker, I believe, what, 16? Let's see, yeah, 16 and 17. So 16 will be marking the stain on the bed, and 17 the pillow, stain on the pillow.
And just a note, because there's a little bit of glare on the screen here, that marker where that glare is marker number 16.
Yeah, from here, I can hard to see it, but it's 16, right? Yeah,
And that is next to a stain on the bed.
this one,
And marker number 17 is another stain.
this one.
Why did you take pictures of these particular things?
I take picture because, it could be body fluid, it could be vomit, it could be something related to the type of scene that I was working.
States 50, investigator, what is this?
A close-up picture of 16, marker 16 with the stain on the bed and the roof.
States 51, what is this?
Another picture, item 16, the same stain on the child's bed with the ruler.
States 52,
17 will be the pillow located on the child's bed with the stain.
and again, there's that glare, the stain is kind of where that glare is, right?
Yeah, that pinkish, yeah.
States 53,
Yeah, this is another shot on the same stain on the pillow with the ruler, 17.
States 54,
The marker 18 is the pillow located on the larger bed located in the child's bedroom as well, showing the stain on the pillow as well.
and so mark number 18 is next to another stain.
This
Got
one,
it.
and located in the pillow.
And so this is all still in the bedroom where the smaller child's bed was.
Yeah, a larger bed next to this one in the other corner of the bedroom.
States 55, investigator, tell me what this is.
Also a picture of with the ruler of the stain mark 18.
States 56, what is this?
Same marker 18, same stain on the pillow, with even closer with the ruler.
And states 57, what is this?
Same marker 18, same stain, different shot with the ruler.
States 58, what is this?
This is the kitchen area. This medication, I got this medication from one of the top drawer area on top here. Marker 19.
States 59, what is this?
Close-up picture of all the medication, really, we can see what medication is what, and marker 19.
Is there a reason why you took pictures of the medication?
Yeah, we do. We collect medication on child's bed, and most of the that we also collect medication.
State 60, what is this?
This bag is located in the between in the bar area of the kitchen, on top of the stove. And I marked the whole bag. That's 21 was collected completely, the entire bag, and also contained some medication as well.
And state 61, what is this?
plus a picture of marker 21 on that bag, the medication was inside the bag.
And so all of the items that are next to these markers, that would be physical evidence that you collected.
Yes, ma'am. Some of the stains were swabbed to later on, if the detective wanted to submit it to the lab, he can, but pillows were collected, I cut the stain on the child's bed, I took the stain completely from the bed.
Now, do you do testing for, say, swab stains
No.
in-house, or is that something you do?
Yeah, the detective will send it to the GBI, we just do the collection.
Do you do any more of the investigation other than process yourself?
All the documentation and collection of the crime scene.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Drew, is with you?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Investigator, good to see you again.
Yes, sir, thank you. So,
Jeff Grew, I hope your family's doing well.
yes, sir, everybody okay? Thank you.
Once again, you were, based on your job as a crime scene investigator, you were requested to go to the originally to the Bougie County Hospital there in what's considered Byron, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you went out there, you took numerous photographs of the baby, is that right?
Yes, sir, the TR bed, yes.
As a result of that, you were, you got out there a little bit before noon on that particular day, is that right?
Yes, sir, it's actually, that was called on, I think, 11:30. I arrived at 11:49.
149. And that you stayed out there and took photographs, and you were out there, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes or so, was that correct?
Yes, sir.
At that particular time, you then followed, or who was it that actually took the baby to the morgue?
EMS. I follow EMS, yeah, from the.
And you got there 30 minutes or so later, is that right?
We arrived at HCMC more at 1300, 1301.
All right. And once the child was delivered there to the morgue, you were then called upon to go to the crime scene, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And you met with Deputy Collins from the Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's with the Sheriff's Office and you're with Warner Robins, but y'all were working together on this.
Yeah, we kind of, whatever they tell us to do, what they do, and then we do what they want in our part as well.
Okay. And I take it that you stayed out there for a couple hours or so at the apartment there on Lakeview, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I released the scene at 15:40.
Okay. That would have been 3:40 in the afternoon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you eventually returned to the police department at about 5:30 that night, is that correct?
17:30, yes, sir.
Okay, I take it that the photographs that we looked at, all these photographs, you took a lot more photographs than that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you probably took more than 100 more,
Yeah,
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And every one of the pictures you provided to the district attorney,
Yes, sir.
that you know of. Now, as far as all these photographs are concerned, you took a lot of picture of stains. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Stains of carpet, pillows, maybe some sheets. That's what you took stains
Yes,
of.
sir.
I mean, did you actually cut them out?
I only, I took the pillows and I cut The one in the, child's bed.
All right. And for those,
Piece of mat, yeah, I collected the sheet and collected a piece of mattress as well from the child's bed, a small bed.
and you provided that evidence, did you not, to whom? Who did you give it to?
When we bring the evidence, we seal the evidence and we turn it into our evidence holding area at the police department.
Okay, and so it was locked up, is that right?
Yes, sir, they take custody after I release it to them.
Okay. Do you know which detective was in charge of all of this?
Well, from Houston County, it was Collins.
Right.
Yeah, but at the PD, when we turn things in, it goes into the property room.
With Warner Robins?
Yes, sir.
Right, and so Warner Robins was in charge of all of that potential evidence?
Keeping all the evidence there until somebody sent it to anywhere, to the lab or comes here.
Do you know if anybody ever sent it to the lab?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, you haven't been made aware of that?
No, sir.
So all these stains, you don't know what it was?
No, sir. We just did the collection of the stains.
Right, just the collection, you can't, I mean, you have no idea what it was?
No, sir.
All right. Now, how many crime scenes do you figure in all your years that you've had to process?
Over 800.
Okay, and a lot of those are, you go to a crime scene on Francis Street after there's been a shooting, you go out there and get shell casings and anything that you can find, you put one of these placards down to try to identify each particular shell casing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, we didn't have any, I mean, you didn't collect any weapons or anything of that nature, did you, at this particular
Not
time?
at this particular scene, no, sir.
I mean, did you look for, I mean, did you receive information that this child possibly had died from some sort of blunt force trauma?
Not at the time.
Okay, but did you look for or find anything or photograph or collect anything that would indicate that it could possibly be used as a weapon in somewhere?
Well, I do the search, a complete search, and if I come across anything with a stain, anything that can lead me to suspect anything, it will be collected.
Okay, but you didn't collect anything though with that nature?
No, sir.
Did you collect, or did you see or collect anything that, based on your years of experience, knew to be blood?
Well, the stains, some of the stains are kind of, represent kind of pinkish color. Could be light discolored blood. It also could be as well, yeah. Some of them, but it was kind of pinkish. So I mean, I cannot tell you 100% we didn't do any testing of blood, but it kind of represent, similar stains of blood that I've collected in the past.
But you just collected, you didn't do any analyzing of anything?
No, sir.
So you don't know what the results of any of that are?
No, sir.
Could you tell from your search and collection as to whether or not there was any evidence inside the apartment of a struggle of some sort?
No, sir. Things were not normal where it's supposed to be, but not like, let's say, in a struggle situation, no, sir.
All right. I mean, you've been to crime scenes as not investigator where you went into rooms where there's furniture upended and trash all over the place and windows broken and stuff like that. Nothing.
No, sir.
There wasn't any. there wasn't any evidence of any damage to any walls or windows or doors or anything? Was there?
No, that I can see.
And I take it that you went throughout the house, you just didn't go, you just didn't go in the child's room and the kitchen and the master bedroom, is that correct?
I did the entire apartment.
Right, the living room, did you also go in the laundry room?
Yes, sir.
Because you did a sketch of this whole place, is that right?
I did.
And there was also a balcony that was on the back of the apartment. Did you check the balcony also?
Yeah, it was locked. It was locked at the time.
It was locked.
It was fine, yeah.
But did you ever have the occasion to go out to the
Yeah,
balcony?
it was remarkable. It was fine.
It was remarkable.
Not yet.
And there was a storage room, that opened in, from the balcony. Did you go in that storage room?
No, sir.
But all the time and all the pictures you showed out there, this is all that you have to report, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's what I did, yeah.
Just a second, John. I have nothing further for the investigator. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holland.
Investigator, just a few more questions about the stains. You described them as being pinkish in color.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in your experience, you have seen a lot of stains, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does pinkish in color necessarily have to mean blood?
Some of them, kind of light color, but they do reflect, possible being blood stains.
Could it be something like vomit?
Yes, ma'am.
Could it be something like juice?
Yeah, could be.
So a pinkish stain wouldn't necessarily mean it's blood.
Not to be tested, to our experience, we kind of determine certain stains, but until it's been tested.
You yourself, just to clarify, don't do the testing, it's sent to the GBI test.
Yeah, I submit everything so they can submit it to the GBI. I don't know if they did, but.
Thank you, investigator.
Real quick, Your Honor, please. Real quick.
Yep.
Once again, investigator, you've had the occasion, have you not, to do crime scene investigations where there's been blood spatter on the walls, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any blood spatter anywhere in this house?
No, sir. No, I can see it.
Judge, that's all I have.
Thank you, Investigator Herrera. You're free to go and stay as you wish.
Thank
You may be excused. Call your next witness.
Keith Collins.
Yep.
Okay, this next person I think is going to be some sort of investigator because they get ready to Ooh, I can't stand that noise. They are getting ready to get into the police interrogation video, and the sound, I can tell you, is a little bit better. So y'all, it's been a long day. Let's see. Are they gonna go way past 5? I don't know. What time is it? Girl, it's only 4:36, and we're about 25 minutes behind. We're about 25 minutes behind, so we still probably have we might still have an hour, but we're only 30 minutes behind. We caught all the way up. We started 2 hours late and we're only 20 something minutes behind. So look at us. Okay. Guys, give yourself a pat on the back, a round of applause, all of the things. Look at us. Look at us go. And also don't forget to subscribe if you're new. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm sure I haven't had a chance to say that yet at all. I've had a chance, but I hadn't said it yet. So welcome if you're new here. That's number one. If you're not new here, double tap. Go ahead, double tap. Make sure to register your like. It's very much appreciated. We have spent the whole day together. Okay. Okay. Kool-Aid stains can be pink. Yeah, but they would have to test it for like blood and enzymes and things. But I guess they were just marking everything. So, girl, we gonna find out. We getting ready to find out. I don't know. I'm still crooked eye, side eyeing mom's boyfriend, not for any reason other than somebody had to do it. And she seemed like she was an attentive mommy. She ran her kid to the doctor's office on a regular basis. I would assume they probably checked to make sure she was filling prescriptions. When you have a kid who's on regular medication, so he takes breathing treatments at night, he's got asthma, so he has to have his inhalers, and he's 3, so he can't say, "Mom, I need a refill." So they're probably checking to make sure that she and the dad had adequate supplies, all of the things. So, maybe they're gonna get to that. Okay. All right. Here's sir.
Can you say your name for the record, please?
Justin Heath Collins?
Is that just common spelling on everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently working in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay, what do you currently do?
I'm currently a realtor, landmark realty, home repair business.
Okay. And prior to that, did you work in law enforcement?
I did.
Which agency did you work for?
I was with the House and County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with the sheriff's office?
From November of 2010 to February of 2021.
Were you in the same role at the sheriff's office? Did you have different roles?
I had different roles. I was promoted to juvenile division around 2004.
When you say promoted to the juvenile division, what is the juvenile division?
Juvenile division of the sheriff's office. The primary function is to investigate either delinquencies involving juveniles or also child victim crimes.
And were you working in that capacity in November?
Why did he have that look on his face?
I was.
Were you the on-call investigator that day?
I was.
Did you get a call about a deceased child that day?
I did.
Where were you when you got that call?
I believe I was at the juvenile office.
You remember about what time that was?
It was morning time.
It was morning time, kind of early in the morning. That kind of maybe just got into the office.
I believe so.
And when you got that call, where did you go?
I was responding to the Peach County Hospital.
Okay. And when you got to Peach County, was there any understanding that you had about kind of what was going on before you got to Peach County?
Prior to my arrival, my knowledge was that I had an unresponsive 2-year-old that was en route to the hospital.
And when you got to Peach County, were you able to identify the child involved?
Yes.
What was his name?
Carter Ambrose.
Okay. You remember how old he was at the time?
Around 2 years of age.
2 years. At Peach County, was he still alive when you got there?
No, sir.
He was declared deceased at that time.
That was my understanding.
Was there anybody there? Was there anybody there that you had any contact with associated with the child?
My initial contact was with hospital staff, who informed me of the child was deceased. And then at some point I made brief contact with the family.
Okay. And at this point, did you have any kind of working knowledge about how the child may have died?
At that point, no, sir.
Okay. You didn't have any information about
Prior to speaking with the mother.
Okay. At some point, were you made aware that there was a breathing issue with the child?
I was informed of the history of breathing issues with the child, and that the child had prior medical issues mentally.
And about do you remember how long you stayed at the Peach County Hospital?
I don't, but it was probably at least an hour or so.
Okay. And then where did you go after the Peach County Hospital?
I was responding to the department.
Okay. Whose apartment?
Ms. Davis' apartment.
Okay. Do you remember the address of that apartment?
It was on Lakeview Road, 68. Lakeview Road.
Okay, is that in Houston County?
It is.
And
Oh, it looked, I couldn't tell at first. He was nursing his arm. I didn't know if he had been injured or something, but you see he looks like he lost some fingers. I wonder if he had something. I wonder what happened to him. Maybe that's why he's no longer in, not to say you can't have that type of injury being in law enforcement, but maybe that's the reason why he's now doing real estate and home improvement, I guess. He's left his law enforcement career behind. You see this? He had something happened. Maybe he got shot in his hand or something.
68. Road.
is that in Houston County?
It is.
And you said that Miss Davis lived there. Was there anybody with Miss Davis when you first interacted with her?
There was before her, Mr. Ben.
And now you said you went to the apartment there. Do you recognize Miss Davis in the court today?
Yes, sir.
What is she wearing?
White sweater, gray, white dress.
For the purposes of the record, witnesses identified the defendant, Kianna Davis.
Okay.
What was the purpose of going over to the apartment?
Well, anytime you have a child death, that's where the scene was, last known for the child prior to being to the hospital. So we wanted to secure that scene and make contact there with the scene.
Okay, you secured the scene. Did you have the scene searched?
Did.
Okay. Did you ask for consent to search prior to searching?
I did.
Okay. And who did you get consent from?
From both Ms. Davis and Mr. Ben.
And did you actually go in the apartment?
I did.
What do you remember observing when you went in the apartment?
I remember some stains on the floor in the living room, either still or furrow stains. I remember some medicine in the kitchen area on the counter. There was a nebulizer running in the back bedroom. In the child's room, there was a lot of throw-up stains on the bedding. And then in the bathroom, there was some water in the tub.
Okay. Was there a soiled diaper on the floor?
There was.
Now you went through it right, but somebody else actually documented the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And who was that person?
That was Juan Guerrero, one of the speedy crime scene.
And he just testified, right?
Yes, sir.
And he took swabs or samples or cuttings from the apartment, didn't he?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And did you collect those from him?
I did.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. But they ended up somehow in the sheriff's office possession?
Right, that well,
Warren Robbins?
Right.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did you send any of that to GBI?
I did. That's on Warren Robbins.
Okay. So to your knowledge, anything was sent?
From the apartment?
Yeah. Okay. So at some point, did you take a statement from Miss Davis about what happened?
I did.
Okay. How many?
I spoke to her at the juvenile office on 2 separate occasions.
Okay. Do you remember the first occasion?
I do. It was the day after the incident day.
Okay. And where did that statement take place?
The juvenile division office, you know.
Okay. Do you remember about what time it took place?
I had it documented. Would have been, I believe, around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Or,
Now, when did you ask her? I mean, did you ask her to come to the station, come to the juvenile office and give you a statement?
yes, sir. Prior to that, I asked her to leave.
Okay. And was the initial plan for her to meet on the same day that you asked her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened?
I received a call that she did not feel like coming in at that time.
So you guys scheduled it for the next day?
I did.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you also interview Kianna?
I did.
Okay, how many times did you interview him?
We had 2 separate contacts with him.
Okay. Were the interviews with Keon Fenton on the same day as the interviews with, this defendant?
Yes.
And do you know how Ms. Davis arrived at your office the day that she gave you the statement?
I don't.
Okay. At this point, was she a suspect in anything?
At this point, no, sir.
Okay. At this point, you have very limited working knowledge of kind of the facts in the case.
Yes.
Had an autopsy been done at this point?
No, sir.
So was she under arrest at all? Did you offer her any promises or her benefit to come and speak to you?
No, sir.
Did you threaten her or coerce her to speak to you?
No, sir.
Did you read her Miranda rights? Can you explain what those are?
Miranda rights are, everybody's rights are required any time an arrest is being made in the territory.
Typical, what you see on the cop shows, right? Okay, you didn't read her those?
No,
What was that?
she's not under arrest.
Have you reviewed her first statement prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate, I mean, it's a video recording, is it not?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the interview that you did with her?
yes, sir.
And has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
As it, I'm gonna offer it in evidence, it states 62. And I will tell the court that both are on state 62. Both interviews with the purposes of this will just start with the November 18th, I believe was the date, interview.
Of course, over objection, Your Honor.
Yep, that's a minute.
Who is that person right there?
This is a defects investigator,
Marcus Jackson. Okay, so is there kind of parallel investigations that are going on at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where is that room that we're looking at?
This is at the juvenile division office in Morales.
The stomach issues like that, or at least to that severity, has that ever happened like that before?
No. When he started throwing up, of course, he said hurt, but he really just started talking, and so this is the first time that he could tell me when his stomach hurts, but he, still just throwing. But I knew it was because he throwing up that he just, knew where it was coming from. But he always pointed to it. So I didn't think it wasn't alarming. That's what what's your word? Nothing. He didn't show me no signs or anything.
So how, just, I didn't want to ask you, I'm sorry, how often what's the last time Kianna was kicking?
It's been a while since he's been down because I'm in school. So I asked him for a couple of weeks just to not come so I can finish on a project. So last time he's been here, he didn't even keep him, couldn't do it on weekend. But he only keeps both of them because they're all there together.
Instead of Monday, he said trying to work. So who kept, and Monday was he gonna take you?
Monday, he was with him.
Kianna already Monday?
Yes.
At your,
Yeah.
did they go anywhere?
I don't know that.
Do you know, if Kianna fed everything that day, or did you put out food for them?
I know I told him that if he, cause I cooked Sunday, that I said if he's hungry, to give him food that fixed last night, give him a little bit, because Carter doesn't like meat, so I told him to mix it. And how did we do right? And he did give him some that day.
They were some of the,
Yeah, some of the, meat too, I said I cooked on Sunday.
did Kianna report any kind of car acting weird at all when they were on the picture?
Kianna itself, we're in the process of hydrating, and I put the underwear on Carter, he knows not to pee on himself, so I said, put the underwear on him because he's probably peeing on himself because of the pull-up. He put the pull-up, he took the pull-up off, put the underwear on, and he went to sleep, and he said he still peed on himself. I said, that's weird, Carter knows better. And he just kept peeing on himself.
That was one thing. Right.
But I know he knows when he has all those underwear and he goes to the potty.
Did you leave, what time did you leave work?
Same time, 7:15.
What time did you arrive home?
I usually get off at 4:30 because on Mondays and Wednesdays, and Fridays, I work in the office first, and then I head to Jones County. And I leave Jones County around 4:15. So I can get back to around to drop off the car to the school and get back home. So I come around 5:30.
Kianna's pretty much hung out all day at the house with him.
Yeah, then I FaceTime every day, all day, like I normally do. If I haven't talked to her all day. He was fine, talking, hi, mommy. Did you eat? No. What's wrong?
How much compliance did he have with his son?
To me, just when I woke him up. And then that was just the one time that day, he didn't say anything else that day about his stomach hurt. He said it at one time.
Nothing Monday during the day except when you woke him up.
Just when I woke him up, when his stomach hurts.
That was out of the two.
No, that was Monday, because he was throwing up all day Monday. And then Tuesday morning, when I went in the room and I moved him, that's when he said it again. He said, "Mommy, stomach hurt," and he had said it twice.
Do you remember when was the first time you were like that?
I wasn't there. And that was one thing because when I was at the floor, Kianna thought that he had just spilled his juice. Carter liked to take his top off his juice and throw it everywhere. And I got in the house and I said, no, I said, that's normal because I could see the spit things in the floor. And I went and I tried to clean my carpet with the carpet cleaner. When I walked in the house, he was laying on the couch. He was sleeping and he woke up when I walked in. And there was throws all over him. And that's when I went, gave him a bath because it was nasty. I gave him a bath. And it had just happened because the girl was fresh. I went and I gave him a bath and then I put on his clothes. And I went in the kitchen, started dinner. And he was right here on my shoulder. And then all of a sudden he just started vomiting again. Just more and more vomiting in the kitchen. So I cleaned him up, I took the shirt off. He didn't vomit anymore that night until in the middle of the night, I went and shake up and get thrown in the bed.
that's odd, because he never throws them in his sleep. He'll throw them during the day, and I didn't give him any more juice or anything.
What was the juice?
It was Hawaiian punch. It was a mango something. It was orange.
Was Kianna's daughter there?
That's normally she would be, but she's not with her mom this week because he had full custody of her. She was supposed to go with her mom, so he left her in Atlanta. Her mom didn't come, so was supposed to go back and get her on Wednesday. So she's grateful that she wasn't here because he would have never made it to the
That's why I'm sure that was so when you got home Monday, he had already thrown up, he was laying on the couch.
He had thrown up while he was laying on the couch, but like I said, he looked like he was waking up from a nap because when I walk in the door, my door chime goes off and he knows when I'm coming home. And as soon as he sat up, he did like this. He said, "Mommy," gave me a big hug. Nothing was wrong. Out of the ordinary, so I just went and gave him a bath, and he was, "Mommy, I'm nasty." I said, "I know, baby." He took a bowl bag, played with his toys. I took him out. We went in the kitchen, so I could start dinner because he liked to cook with me. And he just started throwing up in the kitchen. And I was like, "Okay, baby, go lay down, go lay down." And then that night, he ate dinner. And that's what I'm saying. He was fine. After he threw up, he was in his room. I put him in his high chair. We watched Cars. And I fed him, and we were singing, and nothing was wrong.
No breathing issues at all.
He was smiling, laughing, singing, talking. So I thought he was feeling better. Until the morning, until the middle of the night, and he threw up, and I was looking at him, maybe he's not feeling better. So I picked him up, put him on the bed, and he ended up overturning him. And that should have alarmed me, but I just thought maybe his stomach really hurts. I still lay down and I kissed him, and we had this thing where we kiss each other, but we stuck on each other's face. So come on, something. I did that, and he laughed. I went back to sleep. Woke up out. We got up and checked on him.
And what time was that?
I normally get up. My alarm was off at 6. I had to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning because I know when I went lay back down, I only got about 2 more hours of sleep before it was time for me to get up and get ready for work. He was kind of laying on the bed. I pushed him back over like I normally do. He just moaned. He said, "Mommy, something hurt." I said, "Okay, baby, lay down. Do you want to go lay with Kianna?" Because I asked him because I was leaving. I had to get ready, and so I was just going to put him in the room with Kianna. And when I was getting dressed, Kianna went and got. And they were laying in bed together. He was laying on his stomach.
Wide awake, she sat down and sleep.
They're both wide awake. He got a towel and laid on his stomach so that if he threw up again, he wouldn't get himself dirty up there or whatever. And he was just laying there. I walked over before I left. I gave him both a kiss. Carter, I put my hand on his back because he was laying on Kianna's chest, and I felt him. He was breathing fine. Gave him a kiss. He said, "Bye, Mommy." I walked out.
You said you moved from his bed to the elevator to the room. Did he throw up in that other bed at all?
No, not the bigger bit, but they throw that out.
And do you know in his bed what part of his bed he had thrown up in, or where the throw was?
The little bit that he was laying on, there was a big, circle, just throwing shoes. His bed is not that big, so it kind of took up that entire middle part of the bed, which is why I moved him, because it was too much to even try to clean that night or do anything with him, so I just put him in another bed.
Did he sleep at all?
He slept good.
He slept good.
He didn't wake up in the middle of the night. He didn't whine. And he's a crybaby, so normally we're still sleep training and trying to get him used to sleeping in his own bed without me, because he normally will sleep with me on weekends. So whenever Kianna come down, I try to get him to sleep in his own room. And he always, if he wanted me, he'd stand at my door and knock on my door, but lately he's just been getting better at it. So he slept the whole night. Didn't whine. Only whine when I touched him. It was just when I touched him, but it was just strange, because when he was laying down with Kianna, he wasn't complaining about anything. He didn't say that he hurt me. He was fine.
So that morning when you got up to start getting ready for work, did he complain at all about some breath? Was he still?
Yeah. One time, I said, okay, baby, just lay down. Do you want to go in with Kianna? Mm-hmm.
How long does he normally stay on this when he does the reading treatments? How long does he normally stay on that?
One of them it takes about 15 minutes to finish. The other one's a little bit longer. But he finishes all of it.
You know who she reminds me of a little bit? A little bit. And I'm not saying looks, I'm just saying kind of like her demeanor. Girl, Jodi Arias. Okay? Y'all, Jodi Arias. Are you following me? Very calculating, very unemotional. If I'm like, my mind is taking me to Jodi Arias, I'm like, maybe she is just completely like full of shit. She might just be she might be a pathological liar. She could be extremely smart. A lot of these look, there's narcs, men and women, right? But some female narcs really want to level, position up. And she was with the firefighters. She's working at the warehouse. She goes to college. She gets her degree. She becomes a teacher. I don't need you anymore, fireman. But I don't know what Mr. Keon was doing. Keon could have just been a sex thing. Keon could have been a revenge thing against the father. I don't know. But it's giving like, I'm still not, the prosecution has not completely given me what I need yet if I were a juror, but I am getting a vibe now after being sequestered with Bougie Gang all day and watching this. I feel I'm getting a vibe and it's not positive. You know what I mean? She's giving me very narkish, and she's been able to get by for a long time, and people kind of went unnoticed, unchecked. But based on some of her vibe with people's interactions with her, and how she seems to turn it on, turn it off. Like in my brain, I was sitting here and I was thinking, Jodi Arias, like she just came to my brain. Or even not as serious as Lori Vallow, but you know what I'm saying? Like these women who are very good at reading the room and shape shifting, chameleon, being a chameleon and shapeshifter, really quickly. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep watching. It's almost over for today. I think we're almost over for the day. So, but yeah, that's what it's giving to me right now. Okay.
He does it again, so I would do the breathing treatment because he's used to that one. Then he
Ooh. I wonder, does it cut off?
gets to him at the doctor's office and at the hospital whenever he goes, so he's just used to sitting on that one.
And you were on the phone with him the entire time he was on the breathing machine?
He wasn't on it long. He was not on it long. Because I guess Kianna just knew, like, no.
You said the other one takes off, what was,
He's on budesonide, and then he's on albuterol. The albuterol is the one that takes a little bit longer, it's the bigger one. I think the budesonide takes about 10 minutes, and the albuterol takes 15 or whatever. But I didn't know that when he had the reactions to the viruses, the only thing that will really keep him from having to go to the doctor is if I catch it early and I start giving him the allergy medicine. Which is why they prescribed it to him with refills, because it just was the only thing that would help prevent his airways from reacting.
what medicine do you give him for that?
Let's see the exact. It's the first one.
Do you remember the last time he went to his dad's house?
It was recent, the weekend of November the 2nd. And, that weekend. Can't remember if it was Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday.
You contact dad about him, let me see.
I did, I called him Monday night, and I asked him if he could take off work, because I didn't want him to be at the house, without one of us, because we know his, condition, and I would just feel better if his dad would have him, because he works for the EMT and he's a firefighter, so I just would have felt better, and he said that he couldn't take off, because he had to work.
So, and I couldn't take off from work.
But let me say this, you're a teacher, even though this is like the beginning, this is somewhere in the pandemic, right? And I don't know that Georgia went full shutdown. I know some states just did not, right? But at the end of the day, this is the pandemic. You've got a kid at home. I don't remember if they said he had a fever. I think she said he had a fever and he's throwing up. And you're a school teacher, baby, you shouldn't have even gotten in your car. If your principal knew that you were home exposed to somebody with a fever and vomiting, and then you get the whole school sick, because it could have been, not to say he had COVID, because we know he did not, or whatever. That's not the reason why he died. I'm just saying, at the time when we are dealing with like the world's largest pandemic, Auntie Rona, you have a sick child and you are at a school that has not been shut down yet. And you're going in and you have all of this body fluids and all kinds of stuff going on at home, which means that you could have been carrying to hundreds of people, hundreds and hundreds of people. Why was it so important that you went into work, which we know you have a job and we know you have bills to pay and we know that teachers' jobs are on the line just like anybody else's. If you don't know, ask one. Teachers work in very strange, I mean, like sometimes you have just very strange principals and administrators and some people at all jobs, there are people who fear for their jobs. So I get it. But this is my point. This was the pandemic and you had a sick kid at home that could have been contagious, and by all accounts, a fever, you really should kind of isolate to your house for at least 24 to 48 hours after the last vomit session, and or once the fever goes away. You wait 24 to 48 hours, and then, that's kind of what people were supposed to be following. And I know plenty of people were out here sick as hell, going to the grocery store and doing all the things, and that's why everybody else was getting sick too. I don't know what this lady had going on. Maybe she had to stay up one too many nights late with a sick kid. She got mad and she beat him up. She was mad that he was losing his bladder, sleeping at night. She got mad he was sick. She lost her temper and went in and, and abused him, beat him harshly. Or that man did. I don't know. I don't know. She was going into work. School, when school finally went asynchronous, I don't know when this happened, she said she had to go into work. If she was asynchronous, it wouldn't have been a thing because she would have been home on the computer like the rest of the teachers. She said she had to go into work, and Sir was an essential worker because he's a firefighter. So they were going into work. And he probably was having to kind of self quarantine to stay safe when they were in the closed quarters of the firehouse. You know what I mean? I don't know. There were some places in the country that did not, like, there were some states they barely closed. Here in North Carolina, school was closed for damn near a year and a half. It went asynchronous. It went school from home. But not every state did that. Some states still had them kids coming in. You know which states you are.
Sorry, but she had good news. I gave you my call yesterday. Contact me for anything at all.
First of all, you know what? The police officers, you just lost a child. The police officers are not going to have you put your clothes on and come down to the police station. She should have knew she was in trouble when they had her drive over there, that she was under investigation. Because if the police officers are coming to offer condolences and try to find out what's happening, after they came through and assessed the scene, they would have sat there and talked to you in your living room. The fact that they got you in an interview room on cameras, because they got body worn cameras, they could have done that in the house. She should have called a lawyer, and the lawyer might have been like, unless you're charging her, she's not coming in. Some people would not have even shown up for that interview. And I don't mean not shown up and never called. They would have had a lawyer. The lawyer would have talked to the investigators and find out and try to find out what they wanted. And unless you have something, we're not coming in.
Oh, okay. Sure. We'll talk to you again.
Mm-hmm. People were acting like they didn't have to do anything. They were just. I think she's going to let everybody go now.
Fair and accurate representation of the interview, to the best of your recollection.
Yeah, we were too, Linda.
And what was the date of this interview? November 18th. Now, I think you can testify that there was a second interview of the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what date that was?
December 7th.
December 7th, so a couple weeks later.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the second interview?
Follow-up interview after being contacted by Andy Galpin with the medical office.
Okay. Did he have some information for you?
He did.
And what was the information?
So I was advised by former Andy Galpin that the child had multiple contusions, a lacerated liver,
And I don't need the specifics exactly at this point, but he told you that there were some injuries.
that's correct.
Internal injuries,
Internal injury.
that there was not some kind of asthmatic attack.
Right.
And so as a result of that, then you decided to re-interview with them.
Based on that information, do a follow-up interview with them.
And where did that interview take place?
Juvenile office.
Did she just want her in, or did you call her, but
I called her and said, after opinion.
did she agree to meet with you?
That's correct.
Did you interview Mr. Benton the second time that same day as well?
I did.
Okay. And do you know how this defendant got to the sheriff's office?
I don't.
Did you make her any promises to come speak with you again?
I did not.
Did you threaten her, coerce her?
I did not.
Did you offer her any promises or hope of benefit?
I did not.
At this point, is she a suspect in the investigation?
Yes.
All right, but when she got to the station, did you put her under arrest?
No.
Was she free to leave, or, well, I guess let me start, was she free to not come and talk to you?
Yes.
And when she got there, was she free to leave?
She was.
Did you read her the Miranda rights that we just went over?
No. Not correct.
And have you had the opportunity to review the December 7th interview?
I have.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview that you did?
It is.
Is there ever changed or altered in any way?
No,
The
sir.
December 7th interview is also on State's Exhibit 62. I will offer that interview to evidence as well.
All right, it's admitted and you may publish it.
It may take me a couple minutes to set this one up.
my God, that noise is awful.
Did you get the mail?
Huh?
The email?
No, I'm busy. What email?
So how's things been here, Cass?
It's been
Real good?
today's my first day.
Oh, cool. It's just that time or something. Okay. Well, like I said on the phone, we just need to kind of run through some things and confirm some things. You know, when these type situations come up, the most important thing seems a medical examiner is a timeline. So that can be real important. So, we just, I guess let's start where you know that he started feeling that.
Okay. I was talking about something in the eye thing, and
Can't leave in the middle, you'll miss evidence, we need to take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break, y'all can be excused to the jury room. Go ahead.
Okay, she like damn near threw everybody out the thing. Okay, hold on. So we're back live again, so no wonder. Okay. So they were sitting on Frozen for just a minute.
Logical. Rich and I are trying to stop someplace logical, okay? We're gonna resume with the video, go ahead.
What'd she say?
Rich and I are trying to stop someplace logical, okay?
She said we're gonna stop someplace logically, I guess. So I guess they're gonna play a little bit and then they're gonna let the people go. So
We're gonna resume with the video, go ahead.
Let's ask, when, I think it was Saturday, okay, did he have any stomach pain Saturday? Okay, when did the stomach pain start?
the stomach pain started Sunday night after he ate a little bite. And it started around bedtime, which is around 9-ish.
Around 9?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I put him in the bed, and that's when I noticed, like, he wasn't acting weird, but he kind of was, but he also had been taking vinegar for 2 days.
What did he do Sunday?
Sunday, we were in the house all day.
Who all?
Just me and him until Kianna came back later on that day, which I think was around 5.
Okay, that's the day that Kianna showed up?
Yeah.
Okay, just say.
Around.
So Kianna showed up Sunday, and around what time?
Around 5.
Okay, around 5 p.m. Does he normally come on weekends, or what's the?
It just depends on Mark's schedule. He comes on weekends most of the time, but sometimes like on Thursday and stay until the Saturday or anything like that. It just depends on the week.
I just know being the end of the day Sunday, it's usually.
Yes. So that Sunday in particular, he was coming because it was actually supposed to be my last week at work before I went on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And he was coming down so that I wouldn't have to take Carter to daycare. So he was with me on
Sunday, checked in on Monday and Tuesday.
And check it before for you? How many times you checked it before? Okay, so, all right, so Sunday night, around 9, after he ate, he complained of stomach pain?
He was laying in the bed, again, in my bed, and he was laying on us, and then I wouldn't say he looked weak, he just looked like he normally does when his stomach doesn't feel good. He's ready to go to bed, irritated, so I asked him to go to bed, so he went to bed.
How was his Sunday, say from up until that point? I mean, was he
Fine, absolutely fine.
no problem at all, didn't feel,
No.
it was Sunday night after he ate?
Mhm.
So walk me through Sunday night.
Okay, Sunday night, I cooked him, went in the room, we watched a movie together. And then he came into our room, lay him down. It really happened so fast because I was in between cooking and trying to get ready for Monday. Between 5 and 9, that's what I cooked. And I fed him, he was watching cars while he was eating. He came in the room with us, and then I put him in bed. That's once I noticed, like, he was just acting like his stomach hurt.
Okay. So after putting him to bed, go from there.
Put him in bed, nothing happened. Sunday night, he was fine. I woke up that morning, I went to work. I normally wake up and go in his room.
So he didn't complain during the night at all, Sunday night?
Not Sunday, it was Monday after the throwing up all day, where he was just like, my stomach hurts.
So he's fine all night Sunday night?
All night Sunday.
All right, Sunday or Monday morning,
I go to work.
who's the first one up?
I was the first one, I get up around 6.
Mr. Ben's still asleep? Did he sleep through the night with you?
He sleeps in the room.
I mean, Mr. Ben?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all together, you never in all night?
And, I come in one his room, I check on him, he's in his bed as normal, I put on the cartoons for him, I give him breakfast in his bed, and he stays in bed until they wake up, and I normally call him a million times. And then on Mondays, I work in Robin, so I'm in and out of the house all the time on my lunch breaks and stuff like that. I came back, I stayed for home.
Let's set that particular Monday. Okay, so that particular Monday morning, he'd been complaining of stomach hurt after eating on Sunday, but he was fine all night Sunday night. No complaining, he slept through the night, no issues at all. Monday morning, you wake up.
He's fine.
Okay, did you talk to him Monday morning?
I talked to him, he's running around acting normal, I come home and I lunch break at 11.
Did you feed him that morning or anything?
I gave him whole Cheerios, that's what I always give him for breakfast. He likes to eat Cheerios.
So was he up running around when you left for work?
He was in bed, not running around, but he was up watching cartoons and he's me. I went to go with me as normal and.
So his stomach wasn't hurting Monday morning?
Not to my knowledge, but I do know when I came back home, that's when he was on the couch, he was taking a nap. And I noticed there was, shoes on the couch and on the floor, and so I was just like, what happened? I asked Kianna what happened, he said, I think he just threw shoes in his car and likes to take his top off his shoes and literally throw it all over the floor all the time. He's in a terrible two-stage head, so I didn't think anything of it. So I went back to work.
Okay, that was what, you came back on what time?
11.
At 11 o'clock a.m. And at that time, he's on the couch. Okay, and what's he saying at that time?
He's not saying anything, he was sleeping.
He was
Taking a nap when I walked in. And then when I came in, he looked up, got up, because he heard me come in the door. Acting normal, nothing was wrong. That's why I asked about the juice, because I just saw juice everywhere. And I saw him standing at the TV. Once I walked to my bathroom, I usually put myself down, I go to the bathroom, I come back,
he's up, sitting at the TV, waiting on me to come back out in the living room, and nothing is wrong.
So everything was fine at 11 o'clock, wasn't it?
Most of I was up, literally running around, acting fine, and I left.
He didn't complain of stomach pain or nothing, but you just noticed juice on the couch.
It was juice on the couch, juice on the floor, that's why I was just like, okay, he probably took his, because I was, but also the cup.
So he wasn't throwing up at that time.
I don't know if it was dope or not, and that's where I'm.
It didn't look like throw up, it looked like juice.
It's orange juice, so it's on my carpet, so at that point, like, there's no food or anything in it, it's just juice.
Okay, which he has a habit of throwing juice out.
He likes all things, but no, there's juice out there.
Okay. All right, so you leave at what time?
My class starts at 12:30, so I'm pretty sure I leave about 12:15, because it's only down the road.
So, you were in the house for about an hour?
I eat lunch, I go back to work,
So what was he doing when you left?
still running around, wanting to come back. Obviously, he wants to go with me when I'm going back out the door, but he's acting normal.
What's Mr. Denton doing at that time?
In the room, watching TV.
Bedroom?
Yeah, he's usually in my room watching TV. We don't like, Carter's room is right next to our room, so Carter's usually from the living room to his room, both TVs are on, he's dragging toys, so we all do everything he's running, so I'm pretty sure he probably eat my lunch. When I left.
What y'all do at lunch?
I ate.
Okay, did they eat with you or doing something else?
He's in the bed. I usually, when I come home, I sit with Carter, I eat, I go back and forth and be with him. It's kind of just about.
So when you left, he's still in the bedroom? He's been laying in bed?
And Carter is, I can't really say because every day it's just like, I'm trying to leave out the house and he's trying to grab Carter so he doesn't see me leaving out the house and then scream, so I really can't like say that he was in the room, but I know Carter was somewhere in the vicinity because I wouldn't have been able to get out of the door without.
Alright, so you leave at around 12:15. He's fine. He's not throwing up. He's not complaining of stomach pain at 12 o'clock on Monday. Okay, so you leave, you go back to class. Mr. Denton's there with you. Okay, so tell me from the time you leave until you get back home, will you contact about anything?
Yeah. So I go to work, he's fine. I don't remember, I really don't remember. I know I call at least 20 times a day, so I'm pretty sure I talked to him, and I'm pretty sure, like, nothing was wrong. I didn't have any knowledge of him throwing up until I got home and was in the kitchen, and he's literally vomiting everywhere while I'm in the kitchen trying to make me like food.
What time is that?
I get home, I leave usually around 4:30. I get back here at 5:30, but I have to drop off the car, so I'm pretty sure I probably came in the house about 6 o'clock.
Okay. Anybody else been there?
Yeah.
Nobody? Well, nobody, you know.
I don't want anybody in my house.
So Mr. Denton have friends or anybody that comes over?
No.
Okay, so you didn't have any friends that tomorrow hang out with you, or you don't have any friends that come hang out with him?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so just him? Okay. So you get home at 6 and he's already gone?
When I got home at 6, I went in the kitchen to make some food. He's on the couch again, and I don't know, he threw up or he had stuff on his shirt, and I know that I went and took him and put him in the bathtub because I was like, okay, you're nasty, so you're in the bathtub. I put him in the bathtub, got him out of the bathtub. Once I put his clothes on, we went into the kitchen so that I can finish making my dinner or put it in the microwave. And that's when he throws up all in the kitchen. And I'm like, okay, I just gave you.
Had you thrown up before you got home?
That's what I don't know if the juice on the couch from earlier that day.
Find some juice for you.
No. The only other time that when I walked in the door, I just saw his shirt was a mess. So I was like, okay, maybe something's going on. He had to like throw up. So I told him, I was like, he had to have thrown up at some point while he was in the living room.
What did he say about it?
He said he didn't hear him coming, but that's not uncommon because when Carter throws up, it's not a dramatic thing. He does it. It's happened multiple times, but every time I get to the doctor, it's the stomach virus. It's probably the stomach virus.
Okay. So you walk in the door, shirt was a mess. Here you've already vomited or something. You clean him up in the bathroom. Okay. How's he doing when you clean him up? How does he look? How does he
He's
feel?
fine. He put all his toys in the bathtub, played with his toys in the bathtub. Literally, that's why I was just, it was unclear what had happened, if he had thrown up or not at that point, because he wasn't acting like he was sick until I put his clothes on and then threw up again, and I was like, okay.
Is that as you got him out of the bathtub?
That's after I put his clothes on, we're in the kitchen, and literally as soon as I walked back into the kitchen, putting on his clothes, he said back, he threw up.
What does it throw up look like?
It's orange, it's literally just juice everywhere. So that's when I was like, okay, that stuff on the couch early on the floor must be thrown. It can't just be juice that he threw up because when he vomited.
I'm sorry, but why are you giving a kid with an upset stomach juice? I don't know. Everybody's different. Everybody doesn't know the same things. But if somebody has an upset stomach, why don't you think about when you have an upset stomach? Do you want to drink some fucking juice? You shouldn't even be drinking water. You need to let your stomach settle down. You have an aggravated stomach. You don't keep putting stuff in your stomach. If your stomach, whatever he had going on, I don't know. I feel like this vomit thing is just a sorry excuse for I beat up my kid or I let my boyfriend beat up my kid. We know the kid was throwing up. Maybe he was sick. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to understand why you got a kid with this upset stomach that you keep feeding sugar juice. The sugar isn't going to do anything. Yeah, some people just don't know like the basics. And somebody throwing up doesn't need juice. They don't need food, and they sometimes don't need water. They may need something later, but you need to let your stomach settle down. I don't even say ginger ale right away. You need to wait till the episode passes before you start to introduce liquids again. The stomach is expelling whatever it's expelling for a reason. It's toxic, it's not good, it's whatever. At the end of the day, you don't introduce more liquids. This woman is an idiot.
The juice back out with me.
Did you ask?
She's a fucking idiot. This poor kid.
I asked him if he noticed him throwing up or anything. He was like, no, I just came into the living room and I noticed like the juice on the floor. I saw the cup.
So does he normally spend the day in the living room if he's in the bedroom?
He's not. Carter's not in. He chooses to be in the living room while she be, but all the doors open, so he just runs up and down. So he's running into the door. Yeah.
All right, so that was, you were cooking dinner about, you got home at 6, so after you bathed him, you're in the kitchen with him, that's probably what time?
7:30.
Okay. So tell me about from 7:30 on.
From that point, after he threw up, I went and put him in the room.
Or
In his bedroom.
so did he eat anything?
Not, I know he had just ate when he woke up from his nap from earlier, so I didn't feed him again for a second. So I put him in bed, asked him if he's okay. He said his stomach hurts. So I said, okay, just lay down. Put him in bed. He went to sleep.
Yeah, this is around 7:30, 8 o'clock.
This is around 8 o'clock when he he finally went to sleep around 8 o'clock.
Okay. And he was complaining?
I asked him around, he said his stomach hurt. That was it. It wasn't a whole dramatic thing. It wasn't anything on his face. He wasn't acting a certain way. He just said his stomach hurt. So I told him to lay down. He
why.
Well, he's 3, you big dummy. He's 3. He wasn't even 3 yet. Wasn't he 2 something? Girl, you are a sorry ass excuse for a mother. But I mean, it still doesn't mean she's a murderer, but she's sorry, man. She is sorry.
Juice like he normally does, because he always wants to put it down. I wouldn't give it to him because he had obviously been throwing up.
I think she was trying to entertain Homie the Clown. Homie the Clown came over. She wasn't banking on Boo Boo throwing up all over the place. And instead of saying, you know what, tonight's not a good night, let the streets talk. The man was probably living over there. But at the end of the day, this is her story. She says he was over there visiting. Why did you not get some blankets and let him be on the couch? I mean, like, it's just throw up. It's really not that big of a deal. You're a whole mother. You're a teacher. Kids throw up and do nasty shit all day in that school. You're not used to it yet. When you become a mother, my God, all the stuff that you experience with these kids, the throw up, the diarrhea, all the things, it's awful.
Juice. And so I told him to put it down.
Am I still, can you believe it? We are still fucking live. Yes. Still, well, it's a trial, sis. The trial is a whole work day.
And then,
Well, the man maybe told her.
I went to the room and me and Kianna, obviously we landed on and watched TV together. Carter goes to sleep. I got back up in the middle of the night to go check on him. Um, 2.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. This is what you get. You were busy trying to entertain that man, and you had a sick child who should have been wrapped up in some bath towels, a t-shirt that you didn't care about throwing away, and a big blanket that you didn't mind washing for the 50th time, and should have been in bed with you with a trash can and some Walmart bags. Okay? Shame on you. And that's why your ass is in the courthouse now, because you're lame.
That's when I noticed there was throw up all over his bed, and he threw up in his sleep, and it was more juice. So I was picking him up, put him in the other bed. When I picked him up, he just acted like when I touched him it hurt, but then again, he was sleeping, and he didn't like to be bothered when he's sleeping, so I mean, there was just nothing.
So you complained when you moved into the other bed that he.
Just kind of did a jerk and turned his head.
Did he make any other complaints?
No, he was asleep.
That was between 2 and 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
And he went right back to sleep?
He never woke up.
So he never really woke up, he was
still asleep, and I just moved him up.
but she noticed that he.
Yeah, he's from church.
Oh, I see, you put him in the other bed, and he's thrown up more than one time?
No, just the one time in his little bed, and then that's how I picked him up and put him in the big bed. And when I went in that morning, there was no throwing or anything.
Okay. But he hadn't ate anything, all he's had is juice. And the throat that you see is what we call it?
Orange.
Orange color, okay. So you don't have anything else in the stomach, you didn't have water, don't have anything else in food?
I tried to give him water, he didn't want that because he wanted juice, but I wouldn't give him juice because that's what he's throwing up.
Okay. So from 2 to 3 a.m., you moved in, you threw up one time in the other bed. You tell he's in a little bit of pain, put him in another bed, he's asleep, you go back to bed.
I feel at 6. The next morning, same routine. I go in the room, I check on him, he's still asleep. I ask him if he's okay, He said, Mommy, my stomach hurts. I asked if he wanted to go lay down with Kianna. He said yes. And I went and I finished getting dressed. At some point, I guess Kianna went and got him out of the room because when I got out of the shower, the key was already in the room and I'm getting dressed. I don't get dressed in my room because I don't like for him to see me walking past the door all the time to try to forget me, so I get dressed in the bathroom and finish up. And then I went back in the room to give them a kiss goodbye, and he's laying on Kiana's chest. He kissed me goodbye. I asked him if he was okay. I put my hand on his back. He said yes.
That was around 26 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I leave the house. I have to leave the house at 7:15.
so did he go and get in his bed with Mr. Denton, or did you take him in there, or just didn't go get him?
I don't know if he got up and went in there with Kianna, or if Kianna got up and went and got him, but somehow he got in there and was laying with him. I was in the shower and getting ready for work.
Before you got in the shower, he was still in his room?
Yes.
Okay, was he awake?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wide awake.
But he says,
Just laying, he was just laying there. Saying his stomach hurts. Wasn't acting a certain way.
did he get out of bed while you were there?
No.
So did you ever see him up?
No.
So the only time you saw him that morning, he was either in his bed or in your bed with Mr. Benton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you left, he's like on his chest?
Mm-hmm. Then about halfway asleep, going back to sleep.
Okay.
Kissed him goodbye, left. Got to Milledgeville around 8:15. I texted him and asked how he was doing. They were still asleep, so he never responded, so I ended up calling. That's when he's like, I don't know, he looks a little bit weird. And I was just like, well, how does he look?
So he said that was about what time you spoke?
See, I got to Jones County at 8:15. I probably stepped into the classroom at 8:30. So probably about 8:30 is when I called.
And he answered.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he said, what name?
That's when I was just like, how's he doing? He said, he looks a little weird. And I was like, how does he look? He showed me, and I was just like, nothing was wrong with him. I was like, what's going on? He's like, I don't know, he's kind of breathing a little bit weird. I asked him to see his chest so that I could see if his chest was caving in his breathing, if he was belly breathing. He wasn't doing any of that, so I told him, I said, just give him treatment. I was like, if he's acting like he's starting to breathe bad, maybe that's why he was feeling bad last night. It's that time of year where all this happens for him anyway, so I said, just give him treatment.
But he had no breathing issues at all?
No. And usually when he does, it's progressive, it's not quick, it's the belly breathing, and then it's more belly breathing, and I can calm it down with the albuterol. But he wasn't doing that, so I looked at him, he was fine, and he said, I don't know, he's like, I don't feel comfortable with him looking like this. He's never seen him in sick or anything. He's never been around when he was having those issues. So I don't know what's happening. I said, just take him to the doctor who lives right here, which is the purpose of me living so close to the doctor because he has so many breathing issues. I said, take him to the doctor, and by the time, he was running out the door, I was facing him the whole time. By the time he was running out the door, all I hear him saying is Carter, 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 and I'm asking what's going on, and he's like, I don't know, he just looks weak, and I'm like, well, just get there. Next thing I know, he's walking into the doctor's office, and I hear Shirley.
Had he been around anybody else other than you and Mr. Benton over the weekend?
Saturday, we went to my granddad's house.
Saturday, with your granddad's house. Tell me about that.
We went over there around 12:15. I put him to bed, he went to the nap while I cooked for my granddad. He woke up from exactly 8. We left about 3, got back home.
Was he in your supervision the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
other than when he was in the room sleeping.
It was all at the house.
Just me, my granddaddy, and him, and he runs around my granddad's house all the time, so he's back and forth, and I'm in the room watching TV, and he's running around, chasing after my granddaddy, or just doing whatever.
When you see it in that terrible two-stage, yeah.
Oh, yes, it was bad.
How do you deal with that? Tell me about this terrible two, you know, ours was, how's he?
Carter's not a bad child, he's just, he has a little attitude, I would say. So his terrible twos is more so throwing stuff when he gets mad, or snatching something, or if I tell him to put something back instead of putting it back, he'll throw it across the room. That's his terrible too, so that's why
How do you handle it?
honestly, I don't discipline him like I should, but it's just funny.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you ever have to discipline at all?
yeah.
How would you discipline?
Popping him. I pop him all the time.
Where at?
And, but it does not faze him whatsoever. What phases him is putting him in timeout. So he has a chair, I'll make him go sit in timeout because that's the only thing that works is taking away stuff, not really popping him. So.
John, make a bad deal with that.
Oh, he doesn't touch me. No.
So you end up playing with him?
No, I don't.
I mean, you gotta do something when he's kind of control when you tell him to do what you know.
Heart doesn't get out. Heart's not out of control of other people except for me and his dad, honestly and truthfully. He kind of is shy, so he has more standoffish. Even at daycare, he doesn't really talk to other kids there. He's always by himself. Goes to at home daycare, so he's always by himself watching TV or something. Every time I pick him up, he's off in the corner somewhere. He's not a bad child, so there's no reason for anybody to have to discipline him. He only does it with me because he knows he can get away with it.
Was he pretty comfortable around it?
Yes, he called me daddy.
All right, we're going to pretty much do the same thing with, Mr. Benton. Just need to run through the timelines. Because obviously there's a lot of things when you want to,
He said that he woke up and lose on Monday. Because you didn't feed him that night because he was throwing up. You didn't feed him because you know he had eaten when he woke for his nap. You know what he ate when he woke for his nap?
Probably ravioli. That's what he always eats for lunch. Always.
Then you told him what he ate.
I don't know, but I did cook on Sunday, so they did have 8 Sunday leftovers. Honestly, I don't know.
okay. So we're gonna run through this, with Mr. Benton real quick, and then you and I'll talk again. Okay?
Are you gonna talk to me? Are we gonna talk to me?
Yes, ma'am. If I need to provide.
I mean, the fact that he's got a lacerated liver, that's a whole nother side of the argument, but just the utter disregard for the fact that she was unable to control the vomiting and she did need to do a check-in, because it wouldn't have been a waste of time. You could have ran him to the urgent care. You could have ran him to the hospital. You know, I don't know. Some doctors' offices are open at 6:30 and 7:00. My pediatrician office is open. They start taking appointments at 7. And not even just appointments. Like I'm sure if there was an emergency, you could run in at 7:00. If you don't have to be at work till 8 or 8:30, you could have been out in the parking lot waiting for them to open and ran your kid back home. You know what I mean? Like where there's a will, there's a way. I don't know. She's stupid. She's kind of dumb. And the fact that you look, there's just some things you don't say, and the fact that you left you left your sick child. And I know she's a single mother, so I don't want to be sympathetic. I mean unsympathetic to her needs and probably her bills and all of those things, but at the end of the day, you left some man you just started dating in the care of you, not just your child, but your sick child. Then you want to tell these men who might be fathers who are probably cringing at the fact that you let some guy you just started seeing be in the company of your 2-year-old while he's sick and eventually will die in his care, not yours. You let that you let the boy call him daddy. And a 2-year-old is not impressive to me calling someone daddy because a 2-year-old doesn't know that everybody's name isn't daddy. What do kids call their teachers? Hello? Think about it. Kids don't always call their teachers Miss Mary or Miss Shelley. Sometimes kids call their teacher mommy because you are a person in authority. They don't know the difference between mommy, their mom, and mom and a woman who acts like a mother who's with them all day. Okay, kids will call someone in authority the name that they know. And if you're not teaching her, call him Mr. Kadeem or whatever his name is, Kyron. Um, whatever his name was, girl. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. I'm just not. Her mothering is very much suspect. I don't know who beat that little boy up, but her mothering and her decision making is terrible. And she I don't know that I don't know. I still haven't seen. We need to hear from the man to tell us, was she beating on that kid? What did you see? What did you hear? What do you know? Um but as far as her decision making that allowed him to die probably over a 24-hour period, she just needs to go to jail for that. So I don't know. I don't know if that's first degree murder though, because if they're not able to show the intent that she had some sort of intent to kill, they might not get first degree. So they're going to have to go for lesser intended. But she could end up getting off if they keep it with murder one. I don't know. So I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Mm-mm-mm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna stop here for the night. Don't talk about the case, don't let anybody talk about it with you. Please wear your buttons back in the morning, leave your notepads in the jury room. We're gonna start back at 8:45 tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. You may be excused. Make sure you're avoiding the local news, okay? Because I know they've been wandering in and out too.
Y'all, we caught all the way up.
All right, you step down back in the morning for me. And anything else? All right, we will stand in recess till tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. And council is volleyball practice, so I'll be sliding in at like 8:40. Most likely, if you need me, it'll be a little closer.
My only request is that we get the courtroom open earlier.
Yeah,
So-
the bailiffs can let you in at by 8:30.
And that's fine, I just need, because of the open file format, I can't just scroll, because all the videos kind of came in back-to-back witnesses, so I can't. I just
Yeah,
can't afford it.
Was ma'am pregnant? Was she holding her belly? Hold on a second. She said it's volleyball practice, so she got to drop kids off at camp.
All the videos in a format, I can't just, and that's fine, I just need, because of the.
Can let you in it by 8:30.
Girl, I know she's sitting there like, and you did what? I don't know if she's pregnant or not, but she's obviously she got some other responsibilities. Baby, this is a whole mess. Okay. This is a whole entire mess. Okay, you guys, same bat time, same bat channel. We'll probably be getting together tomorrow around 10ish again, maybe even 11. But at a certain point, I'm just going to tell you guys the game plan is that we are going to have to break around 2 because somebody has court tomorrow at 2. Okay. Okay. So we're probably going to, not even probably, we're going to take a break. I'm going to have to monitor this. Oh, y'all, this right here, we're not going to watch this right now, but put this in your back of your mind. Hold on a second. I saw this today. I was like, what is going on here? The missing girlfriend, Georgia versus Ryan Cooper. Did y'all see this? She was going in earlier. I was like, what is going on? Hold on. She was like, look.
Ryan Cooper killed her.
Look at the judge, y'all. This is a good one right here.
Defendant Ryan Cooper hid and concealed her body. We're here today because Lacefronts is not.
She said, we're here today because LaCambria is not.
Ladies and gentlemen, on August 24th, 2022, Lacambria Toomer's mother, Melissa Thornton, and you may hear her referred to as Miss Melissa Caldwell, her mother reported her missing on August 24th, 2022. She had not heard from Cam, as you'll hear they call Lacambria, some people call her Cam. She had not heard from her in over a week. Her mother had not heard from her.
Okay, let me drop you guys the link. Hold on. Go watch that for homework. Just watch the 20-minute opening statement. Girl, feisty prosecutor. Okay, love it. Love it. Love it. Okay. Into it. Okay. I feel like the trial we're watching is going to be I don't know. I feel like it should be over tomorrow. I don't know if ma'am is putting on a defense. I don't know if ma'am is testifying. I don't know if Boo Boo is getting on the stand tomorrow. They said Boo Boo is coming to testify. Mr. Kyron or Keon. Mr. Keon is testifying for the prosecution. That's a bet that never got to sweat that. Okay. Keon is coming. Okay. So it's gonna be interesting, but we'll look into the state Georgia versus Ryan Cooper. Did I post the picture? Oh. Did I post it? I don't think I posted it, y'all. All right, we'll get into it, y'all. We got a big day tomorrow. Okay, big day tomorrow. I will see you guys a little later. All right, I'll see you guys later. Okay, take care, y'all. Hit the thumbs up for me. It's been 7-hour live. My God. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye bye.